Olóyè. Okay. V Beauty Glam. Ẹ ṣé, mo dúpẹ́. tọ́ ẹja bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò tòní. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are going to be watching us today. My name remains Rotimi Daniel Sawukoko lójú ọlọ́rọ̀ tí bàbá ọlọ́rọ̀ bá gbọ́ kí ló fẹ́ fi mí ṣe. First and foremost, kó má dàbí àfojúdi mi tó fi ojú di ẹnìkankan. Because if there is no you all, there is no me. I appreciate every one of you. D2 Baba, thank you so much, sir. I appreciate every one of you on YouTube, on TikTok, and even, let me go on Facebook now. I appreciate every one of you for always standing by for the truth, because you could have chosen to also be sentimental. Ṣùgbọ́n mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín, mo dúpẹ́ pé òkun successes, failures, and helpful hints. So, if there is no you, there is no me. Mo mọ̀ lórí. Torí wípé igi kan ò kí ń dágbó ṣe, ẹnìkan ò dẹ̀ kí ń jẹ́ àwádé. Nítorí ìdí èyí ńkọ́, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ìdí tí mi ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní 6 p.m. Nigerian time ni wípé mo lọ bí iṣẹ́ lánàá. Mo lọ síbi iṣẹ́ lánàá. Iṣẹ́ alẹ́ ni mo ṣe. Torí àwọn kan ń sọ wípé mi ì níṣẹ́, òun ni mo ṣe ráyè àwọn bàbá jẹgúdújẹrá ẹ̀. Rótìmí tó o bá níṣẹ́, o ò ní rí títí àwọn bàbá èrò. Tó o bá níṣẹ́, o ò tiẹ̀ ní mọ̀ jókòó ti ọ̀rọ̀ wọn rárá. Ṣùgbọ́n mo níṣẹ́ tí mò ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè yàn fún mi tí mo fi ń bọ́ra mi, tí mi mọ́ tọrọ jẹ lọ́wọ́ àwọn aṣiwèrè yìí. Torí tí n bá ti gbégbá yẹn fún mi lóúnjẹ, wọ́n á ní eléyìí tó ń ṣe kò pé ẹ mọ́ ni. So àárọ̀ yìí tí mo dé, mo kàn lọ sùn ni. Yes, mo set alarm, ṣùgbọ́n ṣé mọ̀ pé ó máa ń rẹ̀yàn jù. If you're collecting 10%, you will not do night shift. Uncle Mato. Mo yá kúkú fàwọ̀ 7 p.m. nítorí ìdí èyí ńkọ́, ẹ má bínú. Èyí tá a fẹ́ discuss lénìí, parenting, the successes, the failures, and helpful hints we can give one another. Inú mi dùn fún direction ibi tí discussion wa gbà ní ìjọ wo nìyẹn náà? Today is Friday. Níjọ́ Wednesday. Inú mi dùn dáadáa. Nítorí ìdí èyí ńkọ́, kí ni ìdí ẹ̀ tó ṣe pàtàkì that we discuss our failures without shame. We should discuss where we have disappointed our children, where we have done the right thing. We are coming to discuss as parents today. We are not coming to say things as champions. We are not coming to rub what our children have become on the faces of others. No, but sharing it is a way to incite, to help other parents that might be struggling out there. And don't forget that being a successful parent, if you say you are a successful parent, when it comes to how you have raised your children, it doesn't mean you even know those children. The definition of success to one parent is totally different from what another parent will see as success. Let me say, for example, if I raise my child, whatever the little I can do, and my child becomes a doctor, a medical doctor, such parents who say, ọmọ mi yàn ó yanjú, without considering other factors, whether the child is struggling or not with some other things as a result of what we did or what we didn't do. While some parents, their children, yes, been to school and everything, might have ended up being an apprentice in an office, whatever, okay, or common cash teller, attendants in banks. But those children are happy, family-wise and everything. That is what some will count as success. In the worst case scenario, your child couldn't go to school. Either you tried your best and it's just that the child could not cope with education or with schooling, because education is not necessarily being through school. Okay? Now, or probably you wanted to send your child to school, but at the end of the day, agbára ò gbé, and your child has gone to learn one trade or the other. Inú ọmọ yẹn dẹ̀ ń dùn, inú ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ bá tan gan ń dùn. You are a success. Okay? At the end of the day, there is always a meeting point. At the end of the day, there is always a meeting point. For example, àwọn ọmọ tó lọ sábàdínà, àwọn ọmọ tó lọ sí School of Science pàdé, àwọn ọmọ tó lọ sí Methodist Grammar School, Bodija, Ibadan, founded on the road that cannot move. In unity we stand, we shall never be removed. We shall never, never be removed. Up we go. Methodist, up we go. We shall. Okay? I loved Methodist ngbà yẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n ngbà tí ayé rò pé àwọn pa kádàrádà, a lọ sí Sango High School. A dẹ̀ ṣe tán. You know, àwọn tó lọ sí Queen's College, Ìbàdàn. Àwọn tó lọ sí Queen's School lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ wọn. Àwọn tó lọ sí Ìbàdàn Boys High School àti bóyá SI ní o, bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Àwọn school tó yẹ pé tí wọ́n bá uniform wọn lásán, ó lè jẹ́ kí àwa tá a wà ní Sango High School ká tiẹ̀ ti fail gan lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ wọn. But at the end of the day, gbogbo wa ti pàdé báyìí. Mi fi yọ àwọn tó kú sọ́nà bí èéfín mi tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Mi fi yọ àwọn tó ṣe wípé ipá pin lọ́nà. Mi fi yọ àwọn tó ṣe wípé ńgbà tó dé àsìkò kan, a mọ àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ wa kọ̀ọ̀kan tí ó yẹ pé báwo mi fẹ́ sọ, gángan dé sí wọn nígbà tá a wà ní UI. Which of course when we met ní 100 level, we saw prospect in them. But due to one reason or the other, nǹkan ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wọn. Mi fi yọ wọ́n. No do. The success, definition of a successful parent, I'm just establishing it, that the definition of a successful parent, it is not dependent on what the children have become. It goes beyond that, and it is subjective. Okay? What this parent will count as success is not what this person will count as success. Overall, reason why it is important today and tomorrow is because we have to start tackling the issue from the grassroots, which is from the drawing board, and that is the family. Okay, that is the family. And if the families will be meaningful from this point going, we are seeking parents on our platforms today that will accept their failures. They will be ready to swallow their pride and ego. They will be ready to pick up the phone, try and speak with their children. I will be hoping that today again, tá a bá lè rí àwọn ọmọ, tá a bá lè rí àwa ọmọ, tá a lè wá sókè in the most respectful manner. We are coming, we are giving us a platform. Bóyá nǹkan tó tiẹ̀ bá yàn sọ rí pé nǹkan báyìí lòbí mi ṣe tó kùnà nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ jẹ láyé, mo fẹ́ sọ síta lẹ́nu, mo dẹ̀ ṣetán láti jẹ́ káwọn fúnra wọn mọ̀ tí n bá ṣetán lẹ́yìn ètò yìí. We want to start healing up. We want to start remolding our families. We want to start rescuing our family members from the claws of the society. Number one of which are these religious wolves and centers. And as you are joining us today, after that short introduction, please do not hesitate to share this with people. Kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ àwọn bàbá yín nínú Olúwa la fẹ́ sọ lẹ́nu, bó jẹ́ ṣe pé ọ̀rọ̀ wà nílẹ̀ tá a fẹ́ sọ nípa, ṣùgbọ́n a jẹ́ ká dedicate ní fún families, parenting all the way. Once again, my name remains Rotimi Daniel. Sáwíkòkò lójú ọlọ́rọ̀, tí bàbá ọlọ́rọ̀ ọba gbọ́ kí ló fẹ́ fi mí ṣe. Níwọ̀n gbà tó bá ti jẹ́ pé òótọ́ la gbé dání, tó bá ti jẹ́ pé àánú ọmọlàkejì, ìmọ̀tọ́ ọmọlàkejì la gbé dání, tó bá ti jẹ́ pé ìfẹ́ àìṣẹ̀tàn la gbé dání, tá a sì ní kó lóko mọ́ roko, tá a ní kọ́ lọ́nà mọ́ yẹ̀nà. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá wá ń bínú orí tẹ́ ń fi fìlà déèdì tẹ́ ní wípé níbo ló kù tí àwa títí liberation group máa gbé gbà, afàyín lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tọ́ lọ, ó kù yín, ó kù Elédùmarè. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ti ṣe tán, ẹ máa send request láti join ní wa. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin ti Facebook tẹ́ bá fẹ́ contribute sí parenting topic ti tèmi, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ máa hi mi lórí WhatsApp yìí 2348092906250 oníkẹ́ ẹ máa hi mi sí. Fẹ́ gbọ́. Ẹ máa send the request. Tọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ti ṣe tán, tẹ́ bá fẹ́ wọlé, ẹ jẹ́ kí n mọ̀. Parenting, our successes, our failures. If you are a child of age in the house as well, we will welcome you all to come and share your please help me send request once you are ready. Uncle Mato, Magbenyi Sokensin. You can be sending requests, I will bring you on. Failures and successes. As children, what were the things that happened to you when growing up? Ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi Uncle Mato ṣíde lẹ́nu. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò sà. A kú weekend.
Ẹ káalẹ́ o, mo really appreciate the program gan. You are taking it to a new level, which is very educative and very rewarding. God will continue to strengthen you.
Amen.
Chairman.
Amen, sir.
Elédùmarè, a máa strengthen yín.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè, sir. Amen, sir.
tábà dúẹ̀ lórí àwọn afọ́kun mẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àbí afọ́kun ẹ̀yìn ò ní progress. So which is well èmi máa sọ̀rọ̀ lórí I've done a program bóyá tẹ̀síwá lórí TikTok mi on although mo title ẹ̀ ní Christian and Social Services in the UK. I think téèyàn bá wo báwa ṣe dàgbà ìlú ọ̀fìn mọ́sùlùmí máfolúkù ṣẹ́mọ̀ this our parents style a lè fi wé this generation. And I think tèmi bá look back màá wò lórí àwọn daughter mi from my late wife pé ibi tèmi ti fail ni pé mo channel gbogbo love tí mo ní fún ìyá wọn sórí wọn. And mo wá I think mo bà wọ́n jẹ́ to some extent pé now they are still 25. I mean the oldest is 25 ó dẹ̀ ti parí master. It's still like depending on me so much tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ó ní red pill lọ́wọ́, whereas àwọn tó wá as a student visa tán tiẹ̀ ní bàbá tán ní ìyá lóyìnbó at the age of 23 wọ́n ti settle down. So I would think on a reflection I would think pé area tí mo ti fẹ́ even though èmi fi pé kí a máa jẹun kọ́ máa ṣe lè kọ́ máa but then mo de-skill wọn if I use that language social worker I call it de-skilling. I didn't empower them, whereas empowering no matter. Then tí n bá wo my boys now from my current relationship I think tí mo lè without being proud ni pé mo wá from ọ̀rẹ́ mi lọ́jẹ́. Like this evening now mo pe 40 years mo ní kí ni ká jẹ ṣé kí n lọ ra pizza gbé sínú oven ṣé mo when máa gbé lọ bọ̀ so tó bá tiẹ̀ tán bá wá ṣẹ̀ èyí tó máa fi ní òun yẹ ẹgbọ́n yọgbẹ́ mi ò tí ẹgbọ́n ò sí lọ́rọ̀ wa tí bá wí tó ara mi pé òkè inú àwọn gan wọ́n ti feel bad báwọn ṣe dáàdì close àmàjọ ọ̀rọ̀ bọ́ọ̀ èmi support City èmi support Arsenal. So the fact that pé you play game with them wọ́n máa fọwọ́ ra mi lórí ṣẹ́mọ̀ from there tán bá ṣẹ̀ ẹ́ lè sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ́ lè a máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ bí pàdípàdí ni they will see the reason why because I think many of we parents especially African parents a máa ń fẹ́ káwọn ọmọ wa kan jẹ́ lawyer kan jẹ́ doctor. I thank God you may mention pé ẹlòmíì ó lè jẹ́ apprenticeship ló ṣe. Then with that mo mọ ọmọ pastor á jẹ́ pé èyí tó ń ṣe apprenticeship ní plumbing ní UK bí ni o òun ló kọ́kọ́ ra lé ju èyí tó lọ university lọ. You see so and kò dẹ̀ sí gbà tí ò lè di pé àwa máa fẹ́ kọ́ tètè graduate at the age of 25 but èmi sìn mo ṣe masters mi at the age of 54 ní UK. I went to show the comprehensive high school jẹ́ pé six ẹyọ kan ni mo mú jáde ní 84 but today mo ṣe first degree mi London Saba mo ṣe masters mi ní Queen Mary but so by the time táwọn ẹ bá mà tó lè jẹ́ tó bá dé 35 ló fẹ́ lọ university but a fẹ́ pressurize wọn ohun táwa ò jẹ́ a fẹ́ kàn jẹ́ so ṣe mọ̀ those are the areas tá gbọ́dọ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ká má damage wọn mentally because pressure máa wà lórí ọmọ kan mi mọ̀ bóyá gbọ́ story ọmọ kan bíi jẹ́ pé ọmọ Yorùbá ni ìyá ẹ̀ ni those language tá máa ní tó bá ṣe kankan máa pẹ́ bí ejò àríjẹ ọmọ ẹ bóyá gbà tí result wọn jáde kò mú bóyá mass ni òun bẹ́ẹ̀ ọmọ ẹ dẹ̀ lọ ṣe rẹ̀ léṣe bí ṣe mọ̀ tó parẹ́ ṣe mọ̀ àwọn ẹ mọ̀ ọmọ tó yẹ pé Arsenal ti fẹ́ sign ẹ̀ kó tó di ọmọ 16 Arsenal ti fẹ́ sign. So these are things we need. A gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ àwọn ọmọ wa. Ó wà very very important because tá a bá jẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ wọn ará ta máa ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ wọn. You know ẹ wo ọmọ mi sìn ọmọ 14 ó play game lọ́wọ́ mo á ní mo ní ṣofẹ́ wá sọ̀rọ̀ failure mi ní kó wá sọ̀rọ̀ ibi tí mo ṣe dáadáa ó lóun máì láti wá sọ. Wow. Because maybe ó play game nínú dining sìn mo ti ó ní tó bá ti rẹ́ẹ̀dì kí n pè òun mi ò fọ́ọ̀sẹ̀ mo bí mi ò ní wá sọ̀rọ̀ mo ní do you want to ó dẹ̀ ní yes so bọ̀jẹ́ wọn pa African Naija máa ní ọ̀yà wà lọ ṣeré wà lọ sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n pè language they have their life to live ó play game ẹ̀ sì máa disturb ẹ̀ lórí game so tó bá ti rẹ́dì àwa sọ bóyá bó bá ti ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ èmi náà tún píkì bí èmi dẹ̀ rò pé mò ń ṣe dáadáa nítorí gbogbo bọ́ọ̀lù máa ń gbé lọ alẹ́ yìí sí ó yẹ kó lọ Crystal Palace but because of the bad weather UK wọ́n cancel àwọn trainings wọ̀nyẹn so ní ó jẹ́ kémi gan wà nílé so àjọ máa ń lọ everywhere bí ọ̀rẹ́ ni wíìkì lásán búùtù méjì mo ọ̀dà fún toró sọ búùtù kan nù mo ọ̀dà méjì fi plẹ̀ so rọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá ṣẹ̀ ó nídà tí nà ó gbọ́ tí kàn ọkàn ẹ̀ tí ń bàjẹ́ pé òun dẹ̀ ṣe bàbá tó láìkòwé jẹ́ mọ̀ so ẹ lè wá sọ lọ́rọ̀ so tẹ bá ti nídìí kó wá sọ̀rọ̀ pé is willing o yẹn tó bá pẹ́ fẹ́ nídìí is willing to.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni a fẹ́ gba àwọn ọmọ náà láyè lẹ́ni it's going to be highly exclusive today.
jẹ́ kí lọ pé wá sìn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà.
Marvelous. If you don't mind, pause that thing, please. It's your turn. Good boy. And the camera praise wọn náà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Praise okay ó ti wá ń bí.
Marvelous, how are you doing today?
I'm fine, thanks, sir.
We are so happy to have you and Daddy on this platform tonight. We are so privileged having both of you tonight. We actually decided to talk on parenting today as a grassroots as to how to help families rescue families from the claws of the society, okay? And Daddy has always been a contributor to what we're doing here. He's always been helping us, okay? Now, ṣé Marvelous gbọ́ Yorùbá?
A little bit.
A little, okay, you are free to speak English anyways. So, part of the parenting issues that we're discussing today, we're discussing the successes of parents. We're also discussing the failures. We know that parents might think they are doing the best they can in the best possible manner, not knowing that probably they are doing some things that are not really making the children happy. And Daddy has offered that you can speak with us based on his successes and in whatever areas that you will think that he would need to improve. The floor is open to you, Marvelous. You can speak with us. Thank you.
I'm not really sure. I guess I'll start with the positives.
Okay.
So I think with most parents, shall I say African parents to be more specific,
okay,
you know, they all push for their children to be successful, which I think separates us from the rest. Obviously, if I'm speaking about my dad personally, then he's not like applying pressure that, oh, you must do this, you must get top marks, but at least just the sort of encouragement to excel. Because without like saying anything, but like, you know, maybe people whose parents were born here or, you know, were white, they might not necessarily encourage for their children to, you know, excel or do good, maybe because, you know, their grandparents are rich, something like that. But obviously my dad has come here, especially my mum as well. Has come in Nigeria, especially my mum as well. Has come in Nigeria, especially my mum as well. Has come in Nigeria, especially my mum. And they've talked to me about their experiences, and is that their experiences that pushes us to have a better life, to want a better life for us, and pushes like me to excel. Because I know when I come home, it'll be nice. It'll put a smile on my parents' faces if I tell them that, look, I got top of the class in this, top of the class in that, I'm doing well in this. And I think, yeah, that especially in terms of not only academic success, but in general success. Like, I play football now. My dad pushes me to do well in that. So it's not only in academics that he pushes me, but in all aspects to just become, you know, a better person, to encourage me as well. That, yeah, pretty much that. Also, obviously, the culture, like he's brought me up with the culture. Obviously, I don't really speak Yoruba like that, but I do understand it because my mom speaks to me Yoruba. So like I'm starting to like pick it up little by little. But obviously the culture is still with me, so it's not like when I grow up now, I just become somebody who loves their culture. You know.
What are the things that you think the parents I could improve? Let's say myself. You said the positive things. What are the things? I know you are very articulated and you are very bold. You can say it. I mean, that will help us. It's not to blame anybody. It's just for parents to learn.
To
and
learn.
How to do it and doing it. You understand? So, speaker, put it on your mouth.
In terms of like where aspects maybe you could do better is, I think a lot of the things with bringing your culture to the UK is your children may not understand the reasons why certain stuff are being done or the reasons why we do certain things. And like with that now, it kind of sometimes I feel like you're just doing something because back in Nigeria they did it, if that makes sense.
Yes.
And like, if someone, like for example now, if there's a rule that's put in place, then you explain the rule, why this and that, and then one can understand why they should heed to it. I think not really a point of contention, but something that kind of is sort of controversial here is like to do with my hair. Obviously, I've asked my mom, I've asked my dad. From my mom's perspective, she just says, as long as you don't twist your hair. I was like, okay, fine. But my dad obviously wants me to cut my hair short, which to me, I don't fully grasp the reason why. Obviously, I have to kind of sort of challenge it. I have looked, obviously we're Christian, so I do look in the Bible, and it says obviously it is a shame for a man to have long hair. But at the same time, there's some things that I don't really understand with that. For example, now when you look at the white people, their parents don't really put that much pressure for them to cut their hair short. So stuff like that kind of puts me in a place where I don't really understand why he's doing it. So it's almost as if like sort of the freedom to sort of like present myself the way I want to be presented is sort of being diminished. And obviously I'm not really like the person to shout at my dad or just cause a fight, like stuff like that. I don't really like to do that. I prefer to talk as much as possible calmly with him, because I know he himself, he talks to me calmly. He doesn't just shout, which I like as well. So I think maybe in certain aspects, maybe if he just sits me down and elaborates to me, because I'm not I would like to think that I'm not a stubborn child, that if someone was to tell me something, I would listen. And that if you sit down and really explain it to me, why we're doing this, why we're doing that, why we're doing this, then me as a child now, I wouldn't be feeling as if he's sort of like trying to I don't really know like the good word, but kind of like cage me, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But if he explained it to me, the reason why certain stuff are being done, then it will help me understand better. Maybe I can also explain to him certain sides of it, and then we can maybe come to, a mutual agreement on things, which I think would make things run smoother. Because I think, especially when you come to the UK, it's different life, different styles, and what I've experienced is different to what he's experienced. The way he was brought up is different to the way I was brought up. So sometimes when I see things outside, for example, now I'll be questioning how come in my house is different, stuff like that. So if that just point of elaboration, like sometimes in certain aspects, not in all aspects, in certain aspects, then I think, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Uncle Mato.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us specifically the reason why you wanted him to cut his hair?
Well, the way you dress is the way you'll be addressed.
Okay.
And you know that in the UK here, which I believe you have better understanding also of Western world,
okay,
is that when you dress, if you don't dress as a suspect, you dress as a respect. And if you start certain hairstyle is being associated with or stereotypically with a certain behavior, and then before you start explaining yourself, you might have to explain yourself more further, either to the authority, to the police, and also when you are walking on the road, like in the UK here in London, there are places like postcode. If you dress certain way, you can't go to certain postcode.
But ṣé mọ̀ wípé àwọn òyìnbó yìí náà máa ń keep long hair ṣá?
Ẹ ṣe rí táwọn òyìnbó bá keep long hair. Ṣé mọ̀ pé tẹ bá wo crime rate níbi láàrin àwọn tó ní London là ń gbé náà London là ń gbé Brooklyn tẹ bá gbé àwọn tó wà ní London bíi gang yẹn tó ń para wọn àná àwọn dúdú ló pọ̀ jù sí.
Okay.
So jẹ́ pé wọn ò lè lọ sí certain place lálẹ́ irú òun sìn irú last week is it last week Monday I went to work, you came back by yourself. Is it Monday? Yes, it was on Monday when you went training. So ẹ wo orú yẹn ṣe ó dé lálẹ́ fún rẹ̀ so máa gba àwọn ibì kan kọjá. Ṣé tó bá dẹ̀ rí pé o dress bíi pé o wà ń belong to anything wọ́n máa fi ẹ́ lẹ̀. Bó tó bá ti rí bó ṣe ṣe rẹ̀ wá pé eléyìí fẹ́ ṣó o fẹ́ wá side kí ló wá side kí ni o terrify you know you went let me speak English sorry that is you went cross the boundary of your jurisdiction pé you don't belong in this area òun ló máa fẹ́ fi attack wọn mo yẹ ní pòkè so when you dress like that.
So explain from that perspective rather than the perspective of the fact that Bible says that any man that is seen with long hair whatever because gbogbo picture Jésù tán fi raise wa irun tó gùn ló wà lórí ẹ̀.
But òun ló lọ wò bẹ́ẹ̀ ló fi wá fẹ́ fi confirm but for me
okay.
I prefer modesty because morally we come from moral aspects first before we even talk of anything spiritual because if you dress like àbúrò ẹgbẹ́ ò tí dé sí ẹgbẹ́ lọ fún gym so if you dress you want to say something. Somebody is talking behind.
No. I continue.
So the way you dress, that's when you will be addressed. Let's dress modesty. Cut your hair modesty, meaning go fari, but let it cut his hair modesty rather than having it in a certain way to attract all these youths. So that's my own destiny. As I said, I don't have a PhD in parenting. One is just trying that, okay, if I do this with them, they will come out to have good intention for me, you know. But then there might be things I did that I will say, okay, I did this thing wrongly. Maybe one has to look at it differently from another angle, which is the essence of a program like this, whereby we all learn from each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Marvelous. Thank you so much for that wonderful contribution. We really appreciate having you on the show today again. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, you can go and play again.
Eshegon, Uncle Mato, thank you so much for that wonderful contribution. it's really helpful. Based on what Uncle Mato has said, some people are making some comments. Truly, is that VVV in London, they says in London, all black people are seen as less than the other. And what Uncle Mato is saying in Willowhaven is that it's very easy for these law enforcement guys in the UK to easily profile somebody who they have not even addressed properly. And that is what he's saying. He's not saying that probably black hair or the way our long hair is not good and everything, but at least to decrease the chances of being profiled anyways. That is what he is saying. Thank you so much. Let me
Can I just give a little contribution
1
to
minute.
buttress what the daddy said?
Okay.
Yeah. We just the skin on the Yoruba sọ pé ìrínisí ò ní sọni lọ́jọ́. Unfortunately or fortunately, we are in this society. We are with this color of skin. That skin already bring a point down before a typical security operative or whatever first, or even before anybody gone. No, ranking not be colored skin, which is typical. There are typical things that's been stereotyped to the people of colored skin like us. So why would you, as a young lad, want to now complicate your life by now putting on some style that is already known with a particular sect of people? So why would you now want to complicate your issue? Why not dress, particularly where you come from, and your parents also want you to dress modesty? It's quite safe for you. It saves you to a large extent some embarrassment. It saves you a whole lot. It takes you a whole lot out of trouble, because once they see your appearance gone, I want to invite you to join some stupid society. One call profile and not pay surely blend. But once they see the way you're dressed, the way you talk, the way you carry yourself in the society, they will caution themselves before content. Now, before you now find yourself in a situation or circumstances that you will now need to be explaining.
Thank you so much.
I want to believe that I want to stay with the dad. I'm serious. Young guys in abroad or overseas country, young black boys, they are endangered species. So particularly in America, and now UK know that they already they too, they've heightened their madness in that aspect too. So a typical black boy is even going to call why innocent going, you are for that color, you are already tagged as being guilty first on first appearance. Thank you, Mr. Rotimi.
Thank you so much for that complimenting the starting of the program. Facebook family, Bumpy Person, Morini, sister Omotola, sister Deyinka Mumbo, Omotola Odedipe, thank you so much. Falade, Fumilayo, Fumi, Anima Shaun, Olayemi Ojo, Mutiri message. Thank you so much. Tolulokpe, Folake, Olakunle, Idu. Please, what is the meaning of Olorun Ojiji? Ṣàánú fún mi. I don't know what that means. Olori Mafesan Adeyinka, thank you so much. Modupe Oshidele, thank you so much. I appreciate every one of you. And on YouTube, VVV, I can see your comments pouring in the fan box. Thank you so much. I appreciate every one of you. Sunday Taylor Adewusi, thank you so much. We're discussing parenting today, the success and the failures, so that we stay on track and with the mindset that we want to help one another, not to make one person look better than the other. All right, Sister Adeyinka, ó yẹ bá mi on mute kẹ́ gbóhùn sókè.
Just hold on. Bí mi ṣe fẹ́ kọ́kọ́ contribute lélẹ́yìí, kò dárò sí mi. Number one, kò sí parent tí ó gbàdúrà kó ń jẹ́ failure lórí ọmọ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, kò sí mi tí ò ra bí ọmọ náà. Hold on. Reduce the volume I'm talking. Kò sí abiyamọ tó máa sọ pé kóun gbàdúrà kóun jẹ́ failure lórí ọmọ. Gbogbo wa là ń try best wa. When it comes to dressing, ṣe rí àwọn ọmọ wa yìí kí Ọlọ́run kó ṣàánú ni. School tí wọ́n ń lọ, gbogbo ibi tó ń lọ, they are spending, let me say, half of their day outside our home. Just few hours.
Joyce, no, thank you. Omage, thank you.
Yeah, just few hours. Òun ni wọ́n ń lò pẹ̀lú wa. Then ìta tí wọ́n wà yìí, school tí wọ́n wà yìí, wọ́n ti máa ń kọ́ a lot of things. Ẹ̀kọ́ dédé rí ọmọ kan akọ́ dédé jí láàárọ̀ ọjọ́ kan, á ní dread ló ń fẹ́ máa ṣe.
Ṣé dread ò dá ni?
Kí lẹ sọ?
Ṣé dread ò dá ni?
Ṣé pé kò dá ẹ wo nǹkan tí dáàdi mátò yìí sọ́nsìn yìí.
Okay.
Places in London tó lè téèyàn lè gbé dread yẹn wò wọ́n á ti wò pé àwọn ọmọkọ́mọ lélẹ̀ yìí.
Okay.
There are some places tó yẹ pé o ò lè dé London.
Ẹ wá wo ibi tí problem yẹn láìsí. Ẹ wo eléyìí tó pe rẹ̀ ní pastor tẹ́ gbogbo wa ń pè ní pastor. Okay. Tá ń pè ní Tóbi Adégbóyè gàbí kí lorúkọ ẹ̀. Kò fi irun sórí. Mi rò pé onírun lábíà gan, ṣùgbọ́n ẹ wò wá tó wù.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni torí ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run sọ pé bíbélì ẹ̀ ń fẹ́ gbé lọ sọ́dọ̀ bíbélì lálẹ́ pé Ọlọ́run máa ń wo èèyàn máa ń wojú àmọ́ Ọlọ́run wọkàn. Ní sáìdì bíi Peckham ní London yìí béèyàn bá gbé dread wọ sáìdì Peckham ní London yẹn wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé yes àdúgbò àwọn ọmọ aláyé ló wà pickpocket. Fọ́gò gúngò òun làdúgbò yẹn ní London ní Peckham. Béèyàn ò bá dúró re gan ní Peckham wọ́n á gbé ẹ lódìndín. So o lè dread wọ gbogbo bẹ̀ yẹn. But àwọn àdúgbò kan wà ní London lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ bó bá ṣe wọ bẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n ti pọlọ́pàá sí ẹ ni. So ṣe wá rí kí wọ́n ṣe fọ́ọ̀tì parent náà. Kò ṣe fọ́ọ̀tì parent ọmọ ló kọ̀ máa dédé jí láàárọ̀ ọjọ́ kan bí orú àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe. Òun náà bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ mọ́ ẹrú system tá a wà nílùú òyìnbó yìí. O gbọ́dọ̀ pariwo mọ́mọ́ jù. O gbọ́dọ̀ sọ pé má ṣe báyìí ju kẹtó fọ̀ báyìí. Èmi ti ṣe school kan rí. Wọ́n jẹ́ gbé kinní sínú tọ́lẹ̀tì bẹ́ẹ̀ gbé tí àwọn parent yín wọ́n bá wà tó àṣìkò gbé wọ́n pe nọ́mbà yìí. Kí ọmọ tó jí láàárọ̀ ọjọ́ kan pé ọ̀rẹ́ òun dread òun náà fẹ́ ṣe ló máa sọ fún nílé wípé kò gbọdọ̀ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́. A di pé wọ́n gbọmọ lọ́wọ́ táyàn. So kò sí parent tó wù pé kó jẹ́ failure lórí ọmọ. Copycat I want to belong. Jẹ́ kí èmi náà ṣe nǹkan táwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi tí àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi ń ṣe òun ni. Then secondly nǹkan tí mo tún wá rí ní bí parent mi ṣe tún máa ń fail lórí ọmọ. Ẹ̀rí tí àwọn parent bọ́ wà báyẹn kó má ti bá ìkì owó jù. Tó jẹ́ pé wọn ò kí ẹ̀ lórí ọmọ. Wọ́n máa ń padà di failure lórí ọmọ ni. By the time kan máa sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ amend ipa ò wá ní bóró mọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni èmi sí rẹ́ni tó bí ọmọ ilé ọkàn nílùú òyìnbó wa náà ni ọmọ ti pé 21 years báyìí. Bọ́mọ ṣe ń jẹ bọ́mọ ṣe ń mu kò mọ̀ kókò ti jáde lọ sí iṣẹ́ kó padà wọnú ilé òun ni. Ọmọ ti ya dìgbò sí ìgboro báyìí o. Ó jẹ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ yìí ní ojú méjèèjì bó ṣe ń gba owó yẹn ilé ló fi lọ ń kọ́ Nàìjíríà. Yes ó fail láyé ó fail lọ́run lórí ọmọ ti já dìgbòrò bí sí gbòrò báyìí ọmọ gbó wọ́n ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ ìgbà tó fẹ́ wá amend ẹ̀pà yẹn ò bóró mọ́ ọmọ 21 or 22 years ó lọ sí tọ́lẹ̀tì ó kúkú sí tọ́lẹ̀tì kó má flush because nígbà tó bá jẹ́ máa bèrè ọwọ́ ẹ̀ ó ní màmá òun kọ́ òun ọmọ 21 years kó fabọ́ jẹun tẹ́ pé orí bẹ́ẹ̀dì ẹ̀ lórí gbé sí ìyá ló ṣe máa gbé tó ṣe máa pariwo láàárọ̀ kó fabọ́ jẹun yorùkọ́ kò bìkítà lórí ọmọ yẹn this person ó fail lórí ọmọ yẹn ó fail láyé ó fail lọ́run nítorí pé ó ti wá owó ó kí ẹ̀ fún owó wọ́n dànù ọmọ tó bí ọmọ yẹn ò rí ìtọ́jú kò rí kí ẹ̀ òun lọmọ yẹn ṣe sábọ́tà tó fi lọ join àwọn bad gang. Oh, that's my only 2 contributions.
Thank you so much. Adéyínká Aláṣọàdúrà. I will say something before I bring on Burna Girl. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin ìyá mi àti bàbá mi tẹ́ wà nulẹ̀ ẹ lè bá mi correct ẹ tí n bá ṣe mistake. Number 1. Does anyone even ask whether he or she truly, for the real sense of it, wants kids? Ọ̀pọ̀ ọgbà ló ṣe wípé obìnrin ti máa ń bímọ tán kí ọkùnrin tó realize obìnrin ti máa ń lóyún tán kí obìnrin tó realize wípé bóyá òun ò fẹ́ ọmọ. Ẹ má jẹ́ ń parọ́ tàn wá, gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wò wá lénìí kì í ṣe gbogbo ẹni tó lọ́mọ to his or her name lénìí ló fẹ́ ọmọ for the true sense of it. Wọ́n ń bímọ láyé lẹ́lòmíì ń ṣe pé kémi náà kàn lọ́mọ. Torí wípé tá a bá wò ó ẹ rí ọkùnrin míì tó fẹ́ ra mọ́tò á dẹ̀ ti máa pètèpèrú ẹ̀ for so long irú ọjọ́ tí ò ní jẹun irú ọjọ́ tí ò ní raṣọ sọ́rùn irú ọjọ́ tó máa jẹun tí ò ní fẹ́ràn jẹ tó máa fi owó yẹn pamọ́ pé mo fẹ́ lo mọ́tò báyìí sẹ́. Why is it now difficult for the same man to sacrifice for the child tó jáde náà tó yẹ pé bóyá party and everything ló ń ṣe káàkiri kò ráyè? Ìyẹn lọ. Ẹ̀kejì ni wípé obìnrin tó fẹ́ bímọ pé mo fẹ́ bímọ ṣé torí wípé o fẹ́ràn ọmọ in the real sense of it ni ọ̀ wípé kí wọ́n kàn máa pè ẹ́ lágàn. Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ la fẹ́ gbọ́ òótọ́ lẹ́nu àwa tá a bá sọ̀rọ̀ lénìí. Ẹ jẹ́ ń fi tèmi ṣàpẹẹrẹ. Ọ̀rọ̀ tèmi dàbí abẹ̀bẹ̀ ni tá a bá fi lélẹ̀ nígbàgbà ibi pẹlẹbẹ ló fi ń lélẹ̀. If I were to choose the reason why I would go into a relationship today, tí obìnrin in fact mo ti end the relationship rí torí wípé gẹ̀ yẹn ń disturb mi, dáàdì àbí àti mọ́mì ní kí n bímọ, wọ́n fẹ́ jẹ́ kí n bímọ, mi ẹni tá a máa padà lẹ́yìn, mo ti padà lẹ́yìn ní pé ire. I will choose companionship and friendship over ọmọ bíbí 100 times over and over again. Because I might know everything that can make a man be a good father. That's the truth. Abanika Kosile, you have to this, you can do that, you may do this, you may do that, based on your own experience. But is it everybody that is ready to exhibit that which they have written down? What we do not have, we cannot give. Ní last relationship tí mo ní lọ́dún náà lọ́hùn, ó result sọmọ. Mo ní mi ìfọ́mọ, to the extent that I had to go do DNA test based on some things tó ṣẹlẹ̀. So I was not prepared. And I've explained myself before, but yà mọ̀ pé tóbìnrin ìlú òyìnbó ẹ̀ obìnrin tó bá jẹ́ pé bóyá mentality ẹ̀ is téèyàn bá lọ́mọ ìjọba ń fún wa lówó, wọ́n ń fún wa lówó. It even makes it so difficult to even come into the shoes that you are now wearing as a father. Ká ní pé ẹni tó mọ rírì ọmọ, because ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ yìí, àjèjì ọwọ́ kan ò gbẹ́rù dórí, ká fi ọwọ́ wẹ ọwọ́ lọ́wọ́ fi ń mọ́. I might be, saying, this is because ara sacrifice of a father or fatherhood is bóyá tó bá ti hang out pẹ̀lú àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ tó ti enjoy gan. Bí o lè ṣe kó má lọ gbàgbó méjì mẹ́ta lálẹ́. Kì í ṣe owó nìkan. Àwọn ọkùnrin gbọ́dọ̀ lẹ́nìyẹn lénìí tí n bá ti fún lówó ti tán. Kì í ṣe owó nìkan náà ń pè ní pé bàbá tàbí ìyá. In fact, mo lè sọ pé ọ̀rọ̀ owó gan-an take a percentage of the responsibilities far lesser than what we can ever imagine. Tó bá yẹ pé owó ni, àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan wà láwùjọ wa lénìí tí ò yẹ ká máa rí wọn bí tí wọ́n wà, torí mò ń choose ọ̀rọ̀ tí mò ń sọ lénìí, mi ì fẹ́ bu ẹnu àtẹ́ lu ẹnì kankan. Mo rò pọ̀rọ̀ yẹn yé wa, kì í ṣe owó nìkan. Kí láǹfààní owó tá a ní tí ọmọ fẹ́ sunkún sí wa lọ́rùn based on what he or she is going through? Dẹ̀ sí ń bẹ̀ nígbà tó yẹ ká wà ń bẹ̀. Most times we put it on economy. Economy has never been 100% okay. Okay? Economy has this poverty of a thing. It has always been there. Some of us, àmọ́ báwọn ìyá àti bàbá ṣe raise wa. But were they always there for us to lean on? Yes. Kí n mọ́ pé náà dẹnu. Bọ́nàgẹ̀ ẹ sáré bá mi gbóhùn sókè. Success and failures. On mute kẹ́ gbóhùn sókè. Yeah.
Gbogbo ilé o.
Yes, ma'am.
Ẹ káàsán. Uncle Rotimi, it seems you had a question recently. Just the last question, Tempiri. Can you recap it? Yeah, listen. I was working, so I was unable to. That you genuinely. That ṣáwọn tó ń bímọ ṣán genuine.
Yes, ṣé gbogbo ẹni tó bímọ tó lọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ báyìí yálà bàbá tàbí ìyá ló genuinely fẹ́ àwọn ọmọ yẹn? Pé mo fẹ́ bímọ torí pé mo fẹ́ràn ọmọ tàbí mo bímọ for one reason or the other. Pé kàn mọ́ pè mí lágàn ni mo ṣe bímọ.
Okay. That question, with the little of my understanding, really, not everyone that is a parent no need intention to bímọ. Some people are accidental parents. They just found themselves. They did not plan it. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to use that word, accidental.
Ben, it's the truth.
Really. Because I want to believe parenting should be purposeful. Even before you get married, as an individual, when we are growing up, or maybe at some point in our life, we probably have a dream, a kind of dream, no matter how stupid or no matter how Kidorukweta build the castle in the head. See, we should have some kind of, when I grow up, when I have kids, this is what I want my kids to do, this is what I want Kidorukwe. But unfortunately, a whole lot of parents today that happens to be parents today did not plan that the pregnancy just came. So, unfortunately, they were now being forced to become parent apapandodo, sudden parent, all of a sudden. And such parents, to a large extent, might not do well. But some might do wonderful, funny enough. But again, parenting also comes with a great sense of empathy. A great sense of empathy. Because even if at the MB now, you will see how a duck will protect his ducklings. We will see how animals, the lower animals, how they protect their kids. Once they're not prepared to. Some of them are not prepared to. Some of them are not trained to come up. But you will see how a whole lot of these animals take care of and protect their kids after they've brought them forth. Let alone we that we are human beings, that we are meant to do better. Unfortunately, a whole lot of us we've contributed to the madness in the society today by not doing the best we should. Because nobody is, I won't say there is no perfect parent anyway.
No.
We over the years, yes, we have some dreams, we have some aspiration, and also looking at the family we came from, also we get to learn some things too. So all those things together help equip us by the time we now grow up and give back to these young ones. To a large extent, those who that system help us in grooming and also giving the best and training them in the way we should. But it's so unfortunate that a whole lot of parents today does not have what it takes. They can't give what they don't have. As you said, they can't give. And unfortunately, don't expect the best out of such a parent. It will take the grace of God, or maybe the partner has a better upbringing and Kidorukwe will now rub off on the other partner as well too. But someone who is not being taught the family value, someone who is not taught empathy, someone who is not taught with love, someone who is not taught some basic things in domestication in the house, how to Kidorukwe. A whole lot of them, you find out a whole lot when they grow up. You will see the gbogbo ema o ma yole o ma dele oko o ma ikosini o kan dele iyawo gan or bi kan jo kan marry o ma yole. That is how you see a whole lot of our men. Sorry to say, mo fe throw jab si. I'm sorry, the male Kidorukwe. You see a whole lot of men. Elomi ade enu ona lo tin bo bata sile, lo tin bo aṣọ, lo tin ju sile le, lo tin se oríṣiríṣi. No matter how long the wife will keep tolerating packing this, packing bata, packing bo ṣe packing bata, lo ṣe packing aṣọ, lo ṣe packing boxer, lo ṣe. Anyway, it's as a result of where they come. Unfortunately, a whole lot of bad partners that we have today. The problem was being fostered, or it was the problem is their failure on their parents' side. Unfortunately, it also happened. I'm not isolating the female sex here. The female Kidorukwe. We have female too that but even some men do it better than some women. Some men do grooming of kids better than men. Unfortunately, and you will see such men that is the way that tí àwọn parents wọn kọ́ tó ṣe ń tọ́ wọn. Only that kind of man that happens to be a wonderful father that wake up in the morning, ló máa tọ́jú ọmọ ẹ̀, ló máa wẹ ọmọ, ló máa brush, ló máa dress fọmọ. You will even see some men, wọ́n mọ bó ṣe ń dirun ọmọbìnrin, wọ́n máa pack irun ọmọ wọn, wọ́n máa dress ẹ̀. So it's as a result of the upbringing that they came from. So all these things all together, I'm serious, comes back to going back home. Àti ilé ló ti ń kọ́ èrè ẹ̀ṣọ́ ròde. So parenting it has to be a purposeful thing that has to start from the tiniest little thing. You don't ignore anything when it. I'm not a prof, I'm still learning. But really, the little I know is that as in you can't be ignoring a whole lot of things in ọmọ ẹ ń ṣe ó wá di ìgbà tó bá yá àgbà tó ìgbà yẹn lẹ wá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá fẹ́ tó máa correct ẹ. You don't wait until when she grows up. You don't wait until tẹ́ni ẹ bá ti wo yín ní láyà kẹsẹ̀ ló ẹsẹ̀ fẹ́ wá máa kan. No, you can't. I just want to cite my case, my younger sister. Unfortunately, compared to my other siblings and every one of us that grew up in my family, she happens to be the black sheep in the house. And I told my mom too, to a large extent, I was on a lighter note. I was like, Mommy, okay, you are not so strong. I feel like really, really dragging you because what is happening to my sister today, you contributed a whole lot to it. When my dad happens to be a strict disciplinarian, but in being a very strict disciplinarian, he will let you know despite that, and any day to discipline feel he discipline you unjustly. My dad created a kind of relationship that you can always come and challenge him or write it in, even if you don't want to. You can put a note on a pad and say, Daddy, what you disciplined me for was not my fault. This is what, and you explain yourself, and he will call you and apologize. So that was, but he is a disciplinarian. So this my other sister, just because sometimes when we're growing up, and she's asthmatic, so what's he work on my mom's tó bá rí bó ti ṣe nǹkan tí ò dá tó dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé wọ́n máa bá wọn máa wá pretend èmi tí mo dẹ̀ ní wọ́n bá gbé dáadáa mo ti work on psychology, as young as I was, I know when it's faking the attack, I know when it's not faking the attack. So tó bá ti ṣe nǹkan tó bá fẹ́ bá wí mo sì mi àti máa ra gà ẹ má ṣe kí ni kọ́ ó rẹ̀ ni o wọn kì í jẹ́ kó gbálẹ̀ wọn kì í jẹ́ kó ṣe anything in the house. Meanwhile, at some point growing up, I thought I even felt at some point pé bóyá our parents mom sí mi kọ́ ló bí mi because the way she trained me wọ́n gbé àbúrò mi lé mi lórí ni. Unfortunately, what resulted to her today is not something to write about. Unfortunately, and I told my mom when you cause the tọ́n bá fẹ́ bọ́mọ yìí tọ́n bá fẹ́ chastise ẹ̀ tọ́n bá ṣe nígbà yẹn tó yẹ mo ní nǹkan tó ń ṣe ni o ẹ fi sílẹ̀. Fortunately, again, I'm not having my own daughter too. My little daughter too wants to be working on my own psychology too. Just because she too has some health challenge. O náà ní asthma, o náà ní some kí lorúkọ ẹ̀. So tó bá ti rí pé tí o bá ti fẹ́ tètè lọ school àbí tí o bá fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan, àwọn á pretend or tó bá ti rí láàárọ̀ tó bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀, àwọn máa ṣe bí pé òun ní asthma. No, don't come with that today. Shebo, we as parents, we need to get to that level to know when àwọn ọmọ wa pé àwọn eléyìí tó fẹ́ work on ọgbọ́n orí wa àti eléyìí tó when the issues are serious. We need to get to that level with our kids. We need to really, really, and this goes with you doing things with them, getting them close to you. Let them get close to you in such a way that they will be able to communicate even the darndest thing with you. We need to get to that level. Unfortunately, there are some things that we as parents, we need to look for ways and be creative because our mom, They are not the same. So we have to approach each child differently, and different approach for different child. My other daughter, for instance, my senior daughter, èmi máa ń pariwo mọ́mọ́ o. At some point, bàbá wọn máa ń pè mí, ó máa ń sọ fún wọn, ó lájẹ ni mí, yes àjẹ́ ni mí, gbogbo obìnrin dẹ̀ ló ń jẹ́. America, you can use cane, and you have to bọ́mọ wí. I will shout. Mo ní all mothers shout. At some point, mo lọ online, mo lọ kọ́ gbogbo àwọn mothers tó máa ń pariwo online, tó wà orí Instagram that they brought the video out. Mo ní see, all mothers shout. I can't beat, but I can shout. Let me do the shouting now. Because wọ́n ní tọ́ ọmọ ẹ kó lè bá fún ẹ ní ìsinmi. That ìsinmi not only just during the day. The ìsinmi here is so broad that when you are old, ọkọ ẹ ọ ìyàwó ẹ ò ní máa pè é lójoojúmọ́ pé ọmọ yìí ò sì kò wálé o, àbọ̀mọ yìí ò ṣe kinní kan, àbí those are one of the ìsinmis that ọmọ ẹ tó bá tọ́ ọmọ ẹ dáadáa. And àti kékeré lèèyàn ti máa bẹ̀rẹ̀. You don't wait till your kids gbọ́ ní nítorí àwọn ọmọ fẹ́ yà nǹkan tó fẹ́ yà ni. Yes, mo tó bá ṣe pé èèyàn ti yes àwọn ọmọ ní elements nǹkan yẹn, àwọn some naughty traits. But àti ilẹ̀ téèyàn bá ti ń tọ́ wọn sí ọ̀nà láti ilẹ̀, téèyàn tó bá ti ń yí lọ another way, ó ti ń dá wọn padà. Kó ṣe pé kó mọ́rọ́gùn kó fi scare wọn. Mi ò ní kó fi dán, ẹ má bínú o. Èmi máa ń lo rógùn, mo máa ń lo ọmọ rógùn tí bá kí lórúkọ ẹ̀. I will use it to touch her, but she fear tó bá ti lè rọ ọmọ rógùn yẹn báyìí, she's finished. So ó mọ̀ pé ó rí pé òun ò fẹ́ kí n fi nǹkan yẹn kan, so she's already melting. So those are my fear, whatever. But really, this girl, I make sure she's very close to me. So the level tó ṣe pé ìgbà tó máa ní èèyàn tó ń bá boyfriend or whatever. When the guy started calling, I was the first person she first told. And how did she tell me? She was already come back. Sorry, mommy, when you started dating, when did you start? Kìíní kan, ó ṣàrùn fọgbọ́n ṣe máa ọmọ kéékèèké wọ́n máa kọ́kọ́ fi ọgbọ́n àrùkọ́rọ́ yín wọ́n máa kọ́kọ́ fi wá. Ìmí ọjọ́ yẹn kọ́ ló kọ́kọ́ dé ìbọ̀dọ̀, ó ti ń béèrè àwọn information yẹn díẹ̀. It was not until after like several months lọ́yẹ̀ ṣe àsọ pé mommy, there is a guy kìíní kan. Who is this guy? Akátá ọ̀gá gbogbo èèyàn. But at least it was just because I got her to that level to be able to communicate some things to me. Despite the fact that he knows that see me because ó máa sọ pé mo ní OCD tí mo bá ti délé báyìí ó mọ̀ pé ìtílé bá ti dọ̀tí báyìí ó mọ̀ pé I will go gaga. So máa sọ pé mommy, it seems you have OCD. You better go and get yourself checked. Meaning, yes, let me have OCD. I can't afford the dirty house. So you need to know that. So before I get in, you need to clear things. So that's on the side. So I got her to that level when she needs to come out and communicate that to me. I appreciate that, but at the same time I was scared. Hey, ọmọ torí Ọlọ́run ṣàánú mi. Má pa mí èmi nìkan ni. It's too early. She's 15 years old, but she was like, mommy, this is just that the guy, as in, we motivate each other. He's not in my school, he's in another school. We met when we were in middle school, this and that. Oh, he said, at least, thank God, at least she keeps telling me, and I keep wisdom. Maybe no man feel wisdom. Even though I'm not happy that Makata lo hang out with her, I've been trying to like King Jale Bobonye, but I'm trying to use wisdom. I'm trying to use wisdom because I can't just come rawly to her that báyìí làwọn ọmọ akátá ṣe rí, báyìí làwọn ọmọ kí ló pé, but I had to be using wisdom to like see your priorities, your kí ló pé. Even as a boy it's gone, tó bá ṣe tí pé mo fẹ́ sọ pé your academics wọ́n the guy we motivate each other, ó máa ṣàfẹ́ kí n ṣàlè accept bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn pé this and that. So I'm still working on it, but the truth of the matter is we as parents, we need to get to that level that our kids we get so comfortable with us. We don't have to be the monster without horn before them. We can get vulnerable with them. We can go down, play with them, do the damnedest thing. Even there are times go, oh my baby, go, what she papa me sorrow, go, my But when I need to move Omorogun, I don't spare. I don't use it to be a tabo. So my mom is no more joking anymore here. She knows when to, but no, mommy is no more playing. She knows that when I get to that level, I'm no more playing. I'm no more mommy. I'm no more your friend. I'm mommy. So we need to wear both the friend cap and the mommy cap. When we need to use that mommy, that mommy's office, we need to stand on that. So when we need to be friends, but let that friendship, the personnel come more when we're dealing with them. For instance, there are shows, only show one country club at some point in time. I bought ticket for both of us and Ashake. I took her there. Even go at some point, my mommy is already late. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go home. It's already late. So we really need to get to that level as parents. We have to consciously. Although I think wisdom and understanding. There is no perfect parent. There are some aspects that, as a parent, I'm not doing well. But we need to get to that level that time to realize the fact that we as our so we hold them that duty of care. Whatever it takes, if we need to sacrifice some party wear, some jewelry, or some things, so that they can have a better life, we need to get to that level to sacrifice also time. Quality time, and we should try as much as possible. Yes, it's not convenient sometimes. I must be, we should be conscious. We must be conscious that let me even spend time. Over time, over time, me down sometimes just to be with them, just to talk to them so that they can see us and be able to come. Because our parents But when we are not there as a parent, they will then confide in other people, look for solace. That is where they will start talking to online friends or some people that they are not meant to. So please, I implore parents that we should please in our hard daily endeavors, that we should also always look at I hold them that duty to be in their life. I hold them that duty. We don't have to wait till they are grown before we now start wanting to correct some things in them. It is that time, that is when we have that challenge and difficulty in correcting them, because correct wọn láti ilẹ̀. Ọmọ tá correct láti age 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ẹ wá fẹ́ di age 14, 16 ẹ fẹ́ correct. It's too late. Until when they are 5, 6, 7, no, láti mama bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa correct wọn. Even he dare not call child services for you, because my mom discipline me. It is because I did something wrong. It's out of love. Love, you discipline me. And once you discipline too, let's all also look for after making them realize we should not discipline without letting them know why we discipline them. We have to let them know the reason why they have to probably deny them their screen time or deny them some things. They have to know. And after the period is over, draw them back again and let them know that, hey, I love you. It's part of the fact that I love you that I'm doing this, because I don't want you to turn out bad. I don't want you to kill a recent. Sorry, a quick one. My daughter attend, because she has a short attention span. My little daughter, my last daughter, she has a short attention span. Notice they want to share evaluation. Evaluation, because at the end of the day, it will lead to come and follow book. I did not want to. So I just decided to do an intervention, a private intervention by myself. Well, it's expensive, but hey, it's not convenient for me. But I had to do it because of her future. Of recent, because she feels she's now, and she knows her English, or she knows Kidorukwe, she now feels that, mommy, I don't need Kumone. Who is telling you that? When you know you need it, you have to go there. I don't want you to get to middle school, I might intervene, but you are not doing well in maths, or you are not doing well in this one, because identify that you have a deficiency in this subject right from onset. Ni mo ṣe tètè ń ṣe intervention yìí, because mi ò fẹ́ kó ṣe pé state máa dá sí wọn máa lọ ṣe evaluation àwọn àdì òwò ológun kan máa fún ológun or kò dé mi blue school by now ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa go, you are not doing well in this subject. No, I don't want to.
Thank
I don't
you
want
so
that.
much. Yeah.
Well, I had to make her see reason, because there was this morning, a couple of times, mommy, the pressure is too much in Kumon. They give me a lot of assignment. I told her, I said, I've gone through worse situation. In my school, how many subjects in school? When we were growing up, we do 8, 10, 12 courses as young as we were in school. As a social study, as elementary, as a physical education, as a courses. At class 3, class 2, class 4. We're doing it, but how many questions, how many assignments? You can do it. So we motivate them too when they are discouraged, because these kids sometimes they have their moments too. They have their low period of time too. So we need to motivate them, reassure them that is one of the things that they need to go through to become a better person in future.
Thank you
one
so
of the
much,
things that they need to go, there are processes. For instance, I had to make an instance of gold. When you show up by gold, see gold, do you see that it's pretty? Do you know that this gold does not come in this as pretty as this? When it comes in the raw form, you won't like it. But they had to pass it through a whole lot of pressure and eat and do a lot of hitting very hard on the gold before it now became this a perfect and beautiful jewelry. So that is the same process you are going through now, and you need to go through a whole lot of processes, some hard ones, some but you have the capacity. That is why they are giving you those challenges, so that when you when you become somebody in life, you grow up, you will become a better person. So
thank you so
those
much.
are the things we need to use in motivating those kids. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ètò lẹ́ni ẹjọ́ ẹ bá wa share program yìí. Èmi pàtó bí ẹnìkan àwọn kan ti ń fi message ránṣẹ́ mo dẹ̀ máa down. Yes, silent observer, it is true. At 84 you don't try.
Any question, maybe later.
Okay, later. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré ẹjọ́ mo mọ̀ pé gbogbo a máa fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ká lè ṣe ní ṣísẹ̀ntẹ̀lé mo máa fẹ́ time wa so that people will have as many people to come and share their experiences today. We have a lot of people to learn from today. Dio ẹjọ́ ẹ̀yin ló kàn. Dio àwọn kan ti ń béèrè question kan lọ́wọ́ mi lábẹ́lẹ̀. Mr. Rotimi, why don't you want kids? Why don't you want children? Why don't you? Wọ́n ní tí ò bá nídìí obìnrin yìí jẹ́ kúmólú. And I will say this, that there are so many psychological impacts of the manner in which we have grown up that we don't consider. Okay? After Dio and Willowheart and Olutunfeshe, I don't know how to pronounce. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that very well. Olutunfeshe. Thank you so much, Baba. Thank you so much, sir. Olutunfeshe. By the time I bring you on, after the three of you, silent observer, Baba Mekalesa, I will share my own as a child. I will try as much as possible to do that in such a way that at the end of the day, if any of my cousins, if any of my uncles, if any of my aunts will come across that video, even my own mom, my dad is late. They will learn from it because of so many things that happened while I was growing after the demise of my granddad. So before I go into that short story that will help us, I will bring up Dio. Please unmute and speak with us. Ekalema.
I don't really have much to say. Okay. I just want to say and enjoy programming. But then mo like topic ni. Àwa náà wà ń bí báyìí láti learn.
Okay.
So, ẹ ṣé gan.
Thank you
very
so much, ma. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Auntie Leo. Auntie Dio. Willow Hearth, I will bring you on now for your contribution. Willow Hearth. Okay. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Your voice is faint because we will need people on YouTube and Facebook to also hear you.
Can I call in from WhatsApp?
Okay, yeah, I can do that. Do you know the WhatsApp number to call?
Is it?
I will send I to you now.
Okay, all right, thanks.
All right. Mo mọ̀ pa ń débẹ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá wa share ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Hello?
Is that better?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, so if I could start with Uncle, I can't remember his name.
Mato.
He opened the show. Uncle Mato. If I could start with him, or should I say, sorry, not even Uncle, Daddy Mato.
Daddy Mato.
First of all, congratulations, Daddy Mato, because when he was speaking, I was smiling so hard because he reminds me of my dad. It is very rare to see Nigerian fathers who are very open and very attentive. So congratulations for even being part of the elite, as I would say. I think the other point I would love to bring and discuss this with Daddy Mato is regarding the topic around dreadlocks, or is it Dada? I don't know, I think that's the Yoruba for it. His son said something that I think Daddy Mato needs to take on board, which is it's very important that you explain in detail to your children why you have made suggestions. Now, I don't agree that wearing dreadlocks.
Hold on, Willow House. Hold on. Hold on. I think we have to keep power tapping one. Then two, if you're not hearing very well, you can go off and come in again. Let's try that. I think a lot of things are happening underneath, flagging and everything. But if it is okay on some people's ends, then that means it is a personal network issue. You can go off and then come on again. Let's try that. If the network is not really good, you can switch off the phone and switch it on again. Or probably, maybe I should end this live video and come in again because the number is reducing gradually so much while YouTube is at a very good number. I don't know whether I should go out and come in again, if that will work. Because we're not even seeing as many people as. So let me end. Willow Half, please hold on for a minute. Okay, let me go out. Let me end the show and then come in again. I'll, won't flag me. YouTube family, so sorry. Facebook, sorry. We are trying to reconnect again. So sorry. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ jókòó lé nẹ́tíwọ̀kì wa ẹjọ́ ẹ má bínú ẹ jèbúrẹ́. All right. Emma heart me o. Send at me so that they would at me to inform others. All right. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣe ń wọlé ẹ máa bá wa share ẹ̀. All right. All right, Willow Half. I will bring you on now. Yes.
Okay, is it clear?
Yeah, I think it should be better now.
Okay, let me know.
All right. All right, we can have you now, Willow.
Okay, so as I was addressing Daddy, he mentioned that he told his son that it wasn't morally right to have dreadlocks. And I think that statement, we have to be very careful in how you teach your sons, especially boys, about their beauty as African boys. Now, if he had said to his son, let's say his son's name is Junior, if he said, Junior, I'm very scared for you because you live in a Oyibo country and the natural conversation is that African boys are trouble. That is a conversation you're supposed to have with your child. Rather than telling the boy that him having dreadlocks is not morally right. That is not true, and that's the problem with religion. When you become religious, it makes you think that anything African is not as good as Oyibo people. And when you feed that into your African boys, subconsciously, that is why a lot of African boys leave the beauty of Africanism and they want another kind of beauty. The number one issue is you brought an African boy to live in an Oyibo society. No matter how much pounded yam, no matter how much egusi, no matter how much eka lesa, eka aroma you teach your son, that is a reality. Now, it's very different if you say, I brought my Nigerian son to the UK for 6 years to go to high school, boarding school, and in the summer holidays, he goes back to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Zambia. That's a very different story. But a lot of you, you're raising African children, because they are African, in Oyibo societies, and you're pretending to yourself that you are not in an Oyibo society. So until you really deal with that issue, it's going to complicate things for your boys. So you have to have honest conversations, and you have to say, Junior, this is the reason Daddy doesn't want you to have that hairstyle. Not because having dreadlocks means you're not morally right. Not because having dreadlocks means you're not handsome or you're not a good boy. That is what Igbo people tell African people. And African people carry that. And a lot of that mindset is actually a very Nigerian mindset. So people who grew up in Nigeria, they are very prejudiced of looking at beauty that represents African people. Now, when you do that, what you're teaching your son is a very subconscious message. And I know for Daddy, it isn't a message he was aware of, but I want him to think about is what you're teaching your son is him being authentically him is not good enough. You're telling him that you'd rather him look more pleasing to Igbo people so that they will accept him, because that's what you're really saying. Now, is that a bad thing? No, because there's many times in life where you have to change your behavior to be accepted, right? However, it's very important that you explain that to him. You sit him down and explain it in detail. Bring a video, bring a newspaper article, and then you now do something called future strategy. You say to him, okay, Junior, maybe when you get to 16, when you're taller, when you're stronger, it'll be easier for you to be able to have the dreadlocks, because then you can carry the consequences. Or you can say to him, okay, Junior, when we go to Nigeria in the summer holidays, you can do dreadlocks for 6 weeks, for 3 months. So you have to introduce your boys to love who they are, but teach them in the right context. Do not tell them that the Oyibo person's beauty is more honorable, Explain in detail. Because Junior and his son, I don't know his son's name, but I'll call him Junior. Junior said something. He said that he didn't understand, right? And the reason why he probably didn't understand was Daddy hadn't sat him down properly. Maybe Daddy said it in conversation, oh, Junior, I don't want you to have your hair like that. Because no, but you have to sit your boys down. These are intellectual boys, okay? And if we do not do that, you're going to see, this is when they start feeling like their cultures isn't valid. It isn't good enough, That's the first thing I wanted to address with that issue. The other conversation that I wanted to bring about is your question, Rosumi, when you were talking about, do these parents really want the children, right?
Yeah.
And I love that question because it's a question that I've also said to you many a times. And I really want to focus this with the fathers in the room. I'm not going to direct this to the mothers, but I want to direct this to the fathers. It is very important that as a man, you understand that you have to fight to be the father for your child. You have to fight to be the father for your child. And I'm not talking financially.
Willow, hold on a bit. I think the network is still disturbing. Mo Samuel, sọ wípé bóyá kí n lo other account yẹn àbí? Okay, let's try that. Please, I don't know, maybe if we are power tapping and sharing, maybe it will be better. Hold on. 1 minute, Willow. Jọ̀ọ́ ṣé ká lọ lo the other account yẹn ká fi try irọ́ náà ń pa. Let's go to the other account. It's still Rotimi Daniels. You will see it. Please join us there. Let me end this live. Wọ́n ṣàfẹ́ dá assembly irú lálẹ́. Okay, let's try the other account. Thank you so much. I will meet you guys there. Irọ́ náà pa wọn ò lè mú ẹni bá lóun máa mẹ́ni ọ̀la ló máa mú. Facebook family, I'll meet you guys. I'll come back in it. Okay. YouTube family, so sorry o. Kó lè dá náà ni o.
Rotimi Daniels.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣe ń wọlé ẹjọ́ ẹ máa confirm bóyá ó better.
Bàbá ẹwà Olúwa. Ọkú iṣẹ́ ọpọlọ. Lákàá rẹ̀ kò mà ní dọ́gba o. Lágbára Ọlọ́run, ó máa ma ní ṣọ̀rọ̀ sọ. Ó ní tẹnugbọ́ bí ọ̀wọ́. Ó ní tẹnugbọ́ bí ọ̀wọ́. Àṣẹ ìṣàmọ́dún ọdún ayọ̀ ló máa ma ṣe. Ó ní ṣọdún ìbànújẹ́. Lágbára Ọlọ́run. Timi Daniels. Tọ́ba kọrí akọni òun á fi dá lálẹ́ gàràgà. Ìwà ló nínú rẹ̀. Ìwà lọ́lọ́kan rẹ̀ o. Ọkùnrin takuntakun. One man battalion.
Sister mi Ayọ̀. Hey, you are welcome.
Man of knowledge. Akíkaka. Ọlọ́rọ̀. Rotimi Daniels. Àwíkọ́nkọ́ lójú ọlọ́rọ̀. Rotimi Daniels. Akíkaka létí. Akíkaka ọlọ́rọ̀ máa gbé bàbá. Kí lọ́lọ́rọ̀ máa ṣe? Timi Daniels.
Okay.
Àlọ́ àti àbọ̀ rẹ̀, Ọlọ́run á máa pa á mọ́. Ó máa ní ṣìwí láyé rẹ̀. Ó ní ṣìwí láyé rẹ̀, ó ní ṣìwí ìgbà ilé rẹ̀ lélẹ́ni. Ẹlẹ́màwọ̀
Okay.
ilé rẹ̀ lélẹ́ni. Ẹlẹ́màmọ́ ni. Ìwọ lọmọ wọn ní ẹ̀ka àlàkè o. Ìwọ lọmọ wọn lábẹ́ òkúta.
Okay, Bishop Andrew.
Ọmọ asẹ́yìn rẹ̀.
All right.
Láti inú mi kíkankíkan. Ọmọ lákèsìn.
Let me quickly say this before I call in. Or maybe I should call her in first. Then I will share what I wanted to share with us so that we will understand. All right, Willow asked, let me bring you on again. All right. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣe ń wọlé ẹ máa bá wa share ẹ̀ kó lọ far. YouTube family, thank you so much for having understanding. All right. Hello, we can hear you now.
Okay. Okay. Loud and clear?
Yeah.
Is it clear?
Yeah, you're doing some things that are making noise.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, so let me recuperate what I was saying. The first point to conclude was it is very important when you, as a Nigerian parent, that you do not strip away your culture from your children. And when I say culture, I don't just mean greetings. I mean the beauty, the handsomeness of your sons, their hair, their skin color, their tone of voice, the way they do things. And when you move to a foreign country, very subconsciously, that is what they're going to do to you. They're going to make you want your children to fit in. And when you're pushing your children to fit in, you're robbing them from their identity. So it's very important that you fight as a parent to implement that omoluabi. It's an identity. So rather than telling your children, oh, you have to pray, let's pray to God. No, tell your children about your life. Tell your children about your story as a father, how your father was, how your uncles were. Those are the stories that's going to hold your child. Those are the stories that will allow him to walk down the street. Not just stories about Cain and Abel and Matthew and John and Luke and Mark. Those are not real people. And every time you're doing that, what you're doing is you're subconsciously telling your child that he is not as good as an Oyibo person. You're subconsciously telling your child that the Oyibo person is the person he's supposed to pray to. So if I'm praying to an Oyibo person, I will now subconsciously think that I'm not as good as an Oyibo person. Are you with me, Roshni?
Yes, yes.
So it's very, very important. Now back to let's continue further now regarding, do you really want children and are we having children for the sake of it? I would like to focus on the fathers, especially Nigerian fathers, because I feel like the Nigerian culture has done a disservice to Nigerian fathers. I'll tell you why. The Nigerian culture has told fathers that your only values are okay? And the problem with that narrative is by the time it's time to enjoy your children, you will be dead. So when I say enjoy, I'm not talking about the narrative. Can you teach me? What's me? How do they say it? Is that how they? That's not what I'm talking. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. And that's a very religious term. That's not a Yoruba term. If you look in your traditional books, that's a very Christian concept. But we need to have a term that talks about, I want to enjoy the time with my children. But Nigerian men are told, just bring money and you'll be fine. And when you do that, you do not get to experience the growth of your children. You become a bank to your children and to the mother of your child. And what happens is the mother gets to enjoy the children. She gets to be the one to see who they are, to see how they grow. And you now tell yourself, motishe to me. And what you don't understand is children can help you grow as a man. When your children are growing, it can help you become a better man. But because the culture has told you that just pay the bills, that's all your children need. So what happens is 20 years later, the mother has full control of the children. Now the question some of the fathers may ask is, okay, how do I deal with it? The only way you can deal with this is for you to build a relationship with your children without the interference of the mother. You cannot wait for the mother to say, oh, Shegun, take your children out. Shegun, come and sit with your children. You have to be the one to do that. You shouldn't be the one saying, oh, Yaomi, what did the school say about Shegun? No, as a father, you should be emailing the school and say, can you make sure that my email address is on the school system? And I'll tell you something, a lot of mothers are very controlling. They will control the children, because that's the only thing they can control. See, if a woman cannot control the husband, I'm not saying all women, so estimate, because I can hear, me, I'm not like that. That's not what I'm saying. If you're not like that, it's okay. Drink some super malts, rest. But there's a lot of women like that, okay? Where they will control the hearts of the child. And the child will now only have a limited view of you as a father. And there's even some incidents where, as a father, your own child does not know what you do for a living. How is that possible? So you as a father, you have to push for that relationship. If your wife says to you, oh, I'm taking the children out, in your mind as a father, you should be like, okay, let me take them out in the evening. You take them out in the morning, I'll take them out in the evening. And you don't have to go anywhere. You can just go to the park. If you're in Nigeria, you can just even sit in your car and play your music. But it's important that fathers, you must demand to be in your child's life. Because otherwise, you would only be seen as an illusion. One of the things that I liked about my father, I'm always saying this, is that my father showed me he was a human being. So I didn't grow up with this, oh, my father's a Superman. Not my dad, though. My dad will tell you, what's he ready? He will tell you he's human. When my dad was sick, he told me he was sick. When my dad did not have money, he told me, even before my mother could tell me, he'll call me, he'll say, baby, I don't have money this month. So growing up, I was able to see my father as a human being. And my ability to see him as a human was the foundation of our relationship. Now he imposed that to me. So my cry for Nigerian men, I want them to think about this. Who are you waiting for to tell you how to father your child? Because if you do not interject, let's even look at money. You should be telling your child, daddy pay the rent, daddy pay the bills. If daddy doesn't have money, you should tell your child, daddy didn't have money to pay the rent this month, but your mom paid the rent. This is the reason. You have to communicate with your children so that by the time they're 16, 17, they can also communicate with themselves, especially teenagers. But if as a father, you're just sitting behind the scene, shorty gel, Okay, shorty soon, okay, kilo fair. That you will not reap the reward of your children. Your wife will reap the reward. So you cannot allow, if your wife labels you as a man because of your money, that should not be how your children label you. You have to fight to make sure that your children see you as human beings. Do not allow your children to see you as a lie. You must fight to tell your children your own stories. When you're putting your son in bed, tell him stories about your best friend. Tell him stories about where you grew up, so that when your children grow up, they know you. But the problem we have is we have parents who they don't know their children, and the children do not know them. How can your child know more about Moses, John, and Mark than he does about his father? What to me? How? How can your son know more about Ephesians 8 verse 2? But your son does not know what was daddy's greatest challenge as a young person. What was daddy's first job? Who was daddy's best friend? Where did daddy grow up? Who was daddy's godmother? What was the most dangerous thing daddy did? But what's happening is you're filling your children with minds of imaginary people, Oyibo people, and you wonder why your children worship Oyibo people. Fill your children with your own stories, and do not wait for no mother or wife to tell you to do it. You have to impose it. When you're having dinner, it's not prayer. When you're having dinner, you sit down, you say, oh, when daddy was younger, I couldn't cook. Tell your children, could you cook? Tell your children how your relationship was like with your own mother, with your own father. Believe me, Rotimi, when your children see you as human, not as Superman, the respect they will have for you. And I want to finish with this. There's a lot of fathers whose jobs are security guards, they work in the care homes. And a lot of the times they hide that from their children. When you're doing that, that means you're teaching your children to not like who they are. Right? When you teach your children to not like who they are, you're preparing your children for a life of depression. But if you're a security guard or a carer, yes, the Nigerian culture, because it's an amebo culture, they may have something to say, but guess what? You're paying your bills. Let your children know what you are doing. Daddy works as a security guard for Tesco's. It's difficult. I work 8 hours a day. Be proud of your job. And if you have a vision, tell your children, okay, daddy wants to go back to school. Can you guys help me? But if you demote yourself and devalue yourself in whatever role you have, you're teaching your children they don't want to be like you. So who should they be like? Ask yourself, why don't you want your children to be like you? I don't understand it. Why would you not want your children to be like you? Now you can say, okay, daddy does not have the job of his dreams, okay? And Junior, these are the things that you can do if you want to go from stage 1 to stage 2 to stage 3, right? But we don't tell your children that you're not proud of where you are, because that's when they'll now look for other people to worship, right? When you hear people say, oh, I want to be like Davido, why? Do you know him? Are you in Davido's house? Do you know Davido's beating his butt? Do you know him? No. So if your children only want to be like other people because of money, that's a problem. That's because of you. Your laziness as a father. Your laziness to share your story. All you want to do is beat Bible, just pray. John chapter 4, Revelations 8. No, those are not the things that will hold your child's heart. You must pour your own stories into your child. Pour them in. That is the identity. That is what's going to carry your child in the darkest hours. Not stupid Oyibo stories that are not real. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a very powerful contribution there from the staff. Thank you so much. As the anchor of the program, there is something I will share with us today. I don't know if any of my secondary school mates would be watching us from anywhere. But I need everybody to be attentive now. There is something I will share. As a child, not as a parent now. I said something before that I am not somebody who actually wants kids. Yes. And I'm very, very deliberate about that. As a matter of fact, if I go into a relationship today and the person is saying, Omo, that would be the end of that relationship, because ẹni tó ń béèrè pé ọmọ, have I been able to study her to the extent of knowing the reason why she wants to have a child? Most especially when you're in diaspora, where some ladies, I won't say all the ladies, some African ladies are more of mo fẹ́ gba child support. Mo ti ráwọn tó gba child support years back, ibo náà wà lẹ́nu. Now, when some people were asking me, why would you say such a thing? You are this, you are a wonderful guy, you are this, you are that. And at times when I post, this social media make people to begin to see you from a perspective of perfection or having everything together. That is what I told us 2 days ago, that today, even when you are sharing your story as a parent, either as a man, as a husband, wife, single father, single mother, or as a child, feel free to let it out. Okay, there are some things I will say today that only few people, and I say few people, only few people know my story. But I will give us the opportunity of hearing some of them today, childhood experiences. Now, I happened to grow up to know my granddad as my dad. Due to what happened when I was giving birth to blah, 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 growing up, I shared one of our pictures recently on Facebook. I was very little beside him. Now, fast forward to some things that I learned before, I think I got to GS1 or GS2, thereabout. GS1, GS2, before my granddad passed away. He was my pillar, he was a rock behind me, he was everything. And as a matter of fact, I remember in Trinity Home Nursery and Primary School, there was a guy called Ajibola. He will terrorize me, he will do a lot of things. And thanks to my granddad's listening ears, no matter how busy he was, he was a business mogul. He was, oh my God. But he had time for me as the only grandchild that was with him. Other grandchildren, my cousins, will come maybe towards the end of their, like around this time. And back then, Amatan was something. It is not Google expansion, civilization. As at that time, le bomi sowo ganta. My daddy winter. How many of you remember those days? So, but my cousins would come around. We were eating in the same tray. So, suffice to say that my granddad knew the importance of having everybody to be on the same pedestal. No grandchild was more important to him than the other. Now, when this guy, we had a fight, ní school journal long. Not that I can't remember what happened. Mosha Sunkundele, the most senior driver we had then, we were always calling him Uncle Ezekiel. Uncle Ezekiel. Uncle Ezekiel. He was the most loyal out of all the drivers we had. He came to the school to pick me up with our 505 then, Projo 505, yes. I still remember the plate number, KN3341DK, green color. Now he came to pick me up and I was crying. Said, what happened? What do you beat? What happened? Was it that I said my mate beat me? Said, you are not crying like this. Now wow. So we got home. In our compound then, we had Agbo Ogede. As a man cow Gedeje. Unlike now that we don't even do family farming. Again, these were the things that brought me closer to my granddad. Okay. And I remember one of those days we were pruning the leaves of the banana tree. We were using it to cover the piggery part. We had dogs. We had dogs. We had some other animals. We had dog and then the dogs. We had fowls all over. It was a big compound. And the goats. So he told me, he said, it would be nice that you become a farmer because it is interesting. It is an interesting thing. But the choice is still yours. You can become anything. Even when I am gone, you still have what it takes to be who you wish to be. But most importantly, you can imagine at such an age, my granddad was imprinting it on me that it is what gives you the peace of mind. Benny Mo Samuel, it was an animal farm, Kekere. Now, he would tell me, do things that will make you happy. And he will never forget to tell me the importance of conscience. Okay? He wasn't going to church then. He wasn't a church person. He was just a regular human being with his business. So, came the day that a friend beat me in school and I cried home and then, like bí agbe ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ yẹn ni grandpa mi jókòó sí. Tí mo sunkún lọ bá wọn. Ẹ mọ̀ kéèyàn sunkún tó kọ́ mọ̀ ṣe súkè. Ẹgbẹ́ ẹ lù ẹ̀ ní school. Ó wá sunkún wálé. Má worry. The following day, I was surprised to see my granddad with the driver. Later he messaged baby, from the door. This is what we did today. This is what we did. And my granddad would ask me, issue àtẹ̀yìn tó gbé lọ lénìí. Ṣé ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ kankan bẹ́ẹ̀ jẹ́ ń bẹ̀? Mania, ọ̀rẹ́ mi bye. Àjọ jẹ́ Wasiu Fakorede. I still remember some of them. Some of my mates, there is one that met me on TikTok, Kamilu Olaleye. He was surprised I remembered his name. I said, Kamilu, there are so many names I still remember. Adiola, Ajibola, Omo Femi Abina, Four Square Gospel, Ajo one class in Ingani. Because church won't go, see Trinity Home Nursery and Primary School, Ajo one class in Ifemi. He was a bit taller than some of us and everything due to age. Ekeolu Said. Why I love these guys. We had good growing up days. The following day, Grandpa took me to Ibitantin street fight training. Mama Jesheta, Mama Jarestly. No longer is it permissible that your mate will beat you. Wama Sukunwale, Timbati long call on, he defend that right. And that's what, and we had the training, I get my mama back, sandy rice, báàgì rice la máa ń rọ yẹ̀pẹ̀ odò sí náà máa ń bá wa so la máa ń kan ògiri lẹ́sẹ̀ẹ́ and that's why some of you náà kó ẹ ṣe wá rí báyìí tí n bá bóra gan àṣírí mi máa tètè tú bóyá máa ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní bóná kù first and foremost fún bí oṣù mẹ́jọ àfi tí mo Samuel bá ràn mí lọ́wọ́ láti mọ kírìmù tí mo lè lò tí ó tètè jó gbogbo bí so òun la máa ń gbá lẹ́sẹ̀ẹ́ ń gbà yẹn a máa ń ṣe training. And he was doing all of these things. Where am I going with this short story? When my granddad passed away, and don't forget I told you that my grandmom, the wife now, was an Anambra State origin woman. She was from Anambra, and we're always traveling to Anambra, coming back because an Igbo cousin, an Igbo uncle of mine was there, who was the first child to my grandmom before she married my granddad. So I had a step uncle who is an Igbo woman, who is an Igbo man. So we're always going and coming, coming. So traveling was a thing for us then. Now, thank you so much. Hello, believe. What happened? My granddad passed away when I was in JS1, I think shortly after JS1 or so. And I didn't know where to turn because I was not really used to my mom, my dad, my siblings. But Amora, Tora no man wa fun holiday ngba. Now my dad was never around. I wouldn't know whether he was somebody. That's why I asked that question. You want to offer be Moleni? Are you asking yourself, do you truly want that child because of the true meaning of having it? Or boya baba to kan ma pa omo tí ò ní tọ́ ọmọ, like my own biological dad. He's late now, okay? So he wasn't available. He just lived his life the way he would live it. And of course, the children will always be at the mercy of such lifestyle. And my mom, being a great abiyamọ, wọ́n rọ̀gbà ìyá wọn siblings mi ká gan. Iṣẹ́ wo ni ìyá yẹn ò ṣe tán tí mo mọ̀. And I think there was a time that I had to live with them. I had to live with my dad, my mom, my siblings. The experience I had living with them will be the most horrible experiences any child will have. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá tẹ́ ń gbọ́ mi nínú ilé lẹ́ni, tẹ́ ti ṣí ọwọ́ sókè lu obìnrin bóyá nú bí yín bí kan ni. Yes, àìmọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ jẹ́ kó mọ̀ rà ní lọ́wọ́. Especially ẹ̀yin tẹ́ tún wá ṣe níṣojú ọmọ. Our platform will only tell you one thing. Even gan kó jẹ́ ẹ̀kan péré lẹ ṣe ẹ̀kan, only once. Tírú obìnrin bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ̀ ṣì wà pẹ̀lú yín. Ìfẹ́ ni o. I will beseech, I will implore you. Mo fi títóbi Elédùmarè bẹ̀ yín. Ẹ lọ bẹ̀bẹ̀. Go and truly ask for the forgiveness of such woman. Because what I experienced as a child, that tílẹ̀ bá ti ń ṣú, you know the fear. All of a sudden, bóyá wà lórí football pitch, bóyá nú mi ń dùn, Rotimi, you're a very good player, you're a very good winger, whatever. Gbogbo ìgbà yẹn kan mọ̀ pọ́n máa ń mú nọ́mbà nígbà 7 àgbábí, 11 àgbábí, 5 ní central back, 2, 3, you know, central midfielder, 10, whatever, then striker 9. Normal soccer experience. I remember Konga. Konga was my coach then. Now, tílẹ̀ bá ti ń ṣú ẹ̀rù wa máa ń bà mí, inú mi máa ń bàjẹ́. Torí wípé mo mọ̀ pé bàbá tó bí mi lọ́mọ máa tó dé, tó máa wá na ìyá tó bí mi lọ́mọ tí mi dẹ̀ ní lè ṣe nǹkan kan sí. So the hatred, I will call it, I will use that word. The hatred that tí n bá dàgbà tán, àfàìmọ̀ kó mọ̀ pé mi ni màá lu bàbá ẹ̀ pa. Okay? Àfàìmọ̀ kó mọ̀ pé mi màá na. So when I say that, at that time, kí èèyàn ní bàbá, tán bá léèyàn ní fatherly figure, it was only my granddad tó pé, you know, bodily touch gan lásán. I never had that with my dad, with my own biological dad. Now what happened along the line, I was with my granddad and he was sick and he passed away. When we were having the burial ceremony, arrangement and everything, I didn't even know where I belonged. To the extent that Asho Sultana, because grandma was a Sele member, Mokola Parish, during the days of senior evangelist Adekambi, late 70s, early 80s. What happened? Sultana ni mo wọ̀ níjọ́ wake keep. Mo rántí pé each family, and some of you must have heard it, and you take close on me, okay? Party, I don't go to parties. My elder sister's wedding, my younger sister's wedding, I did the normal arrangement with them during the week, but ìjọ́ yẹn gangan lè rí mi, lè rí photo mi ńbẹ̀. Mi lọ party. Not because bóyá wọ́n jíṣẹ́ fún mi pé tí n bá lọ wọ́n fún mi lóògùn jẹ, ìyẹn ṣe kinní kan tó bá lọ nǹkan ṣe irọ́ o. I have developed that thick skin against parties since when I was a child. So when you see me, be mo lọ party lẹ́ni, in tí mò ń rò, lè mọ̀. Ìbànújẹ́ nítorí wípé party yẹn lè máa rí lé pé people are trying to outshine one another. Èmi ni mo múra jẹ́ lómi gan múra jo ní nǹkan lọ. So from young age. Now, to cut the long story short, my granddad passed away. They had the burial. My grandmom had to come back to Ibadan permanently from Anambra State. So naturally, I started living with her. I will wash her clothes. So from young age, I've been very, very diligent. House chores wasn't a problem. I was learning to cook different delicacies from my grandmom. I loved my grandmom. There was even a day I posted a picture to appreciate her because bóyá gba ìmọ̀ ní gbogbo nǹkan tí grandma mi ṣe. To the extent that èmi tí mò ń gbé lọ́dọ̀ wọn tí máa fọ bedspread tí máa ṣe and everything. I didn't understand what was going on, and my aunt at that time changed me from Loyola College. Kí ni distance Ọjọ́ sí Loyola College? Then Ọjọ́ sí Sango High School. Wọ́n change mi láti Loyola lọ sí Sango. Wọ́n ní ó súnmọ́lé and everything. So from that stage, from that age, I would be walking to school. I had my grandmom there. To the extent that any cupboard, my cupboard cabinet yẹn tó máa ń tóbi á ní oní gíláàsì lókè tán máa to kọ́ọ̀pù oríṣiríṣi. Kọ́ọ̀pù yẹn òòṣà ni wọ́n àìfọwọ́ kan. Tí mo fi gbọ́njú ìjọ́ tí ìyá yẹn kùnà sí cupboard yẹn bá dà àwọn kọ́ọ̀pù yẹn nù níbí kan ni kò yé mi. Now, wọ́n ti oúnjẹ mọ́lé, wọ́n á fi kí ìpamọ́. That was my own grandmother, my dad's mother. You know? And that time, and other grandchildren, wọ́n máa lọ. I could remember very well that other grandchildren, I still love my cousins. I love them so much. Unfortunately, our parents were, as a result of religion, wọ́n ti bà nǹkan jẹ́ láti ilẹ̀. As of today, mo lè pàdé ọmọ cousin mi ẹ̀dọ̀mọ̀ bá ọmọ yẹn ṣe máa ń tètè dàgbà. Àkàìmọ̀ kí n má lọ dẹnu kọ ẹni tó jẹ́ niece mi. That is how bad it is. Family Ogundele. Mo pàdé uncle mi Wolex Mosinbe tó sọ̀rọ̀ ní the last time bíbáyìí nípa nǹkan tí pastor Redeem ṣe fún wọn ní UK. He knew my uncle back then. Dada Ogundele. Ó wá burú débi wípé èmi tí mò ń fọ aṣọ grandma, gbogbo aṣọ wọn pátá kò sí bó ṣe lè thick tó. So I learned to be this strong due to training grandpa láti lè pé a time will come you won't see me again. You have to learn how to fend for yourself. Mi ìmọ̀ pọ́n pòwe fún mi gbà ẹni. So màá fọṣọ náà mo fẹ́ lọ bá wọn rọ mi nínú filter sínú àwọn ògò tán máa ń rọ sí. You know, ọwọ́ mo wá bí kọ́ ọmọ kékeré máa kọjá mo wá fọwọ́ kan bed kí n fi kọjá. The way my grandmom shouted at me, it is still registered in my brain. Wọ́n dẹ̀ fi bínú ká bedspread yẹn, wọ́n dẹ̀ lọ sókè pé mo gbọ́dọ̀ fọ̀. So as ọmọ kékeré dem pé bóyá torí mo máa ń ṣeré pa, you know, torí mo máa ń gbá ball kiri. I love soccer gan gbà yẹn. Mo dẹ̀ máa ń ṣeré pa gan, mo stubborn, mi ní parọ́. But to the extent pé bóyá my own grandmother will hate me that much. The following week, the other grandchildren came. And when they came that day, I remember very well, directly from school, they were jumping in my grandmother's bed, playing with their shoes, everything. So I realized that it wasn't because there was something going on. I wouldn't understand until 2018. That was how bad it was. Ebi man pa mi ngba yẹn. Débi pé tí grandma mi bá ti ń ṣe ẹ̀wà. Màmá wa ṣọ́ grandma káàkiri. Tán bá ti fi epo sẹ́wà yẹn. Tí wọ́n bá wọlé lọ lásán. I am telling you my own life story. Mi ìparọ́ mi ìfikún mi ìyọkúrò. My dad's mom, thank you so much. Yes. Màá wá lọ mú ike, màá wá bu omi orí ẹ̀wà yẹn díẹ̀. Màá wá gbé pamọ́. As at that time, mo ti wà in secondary school. Ó wá ṣẹlẹ̀ pé tí n bá kọ́ àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi iṣẹ́, àwọn ọmọ secondary school mi, tá jọ lọ Sango High School, Kẹ́mi, Nivea, Lanre, Tóyìn Johnson, gbogbo wọn mo wish pé kí wọ́n rí fídíò tí mo ṣe, wọ́n á bear me witness. Tí n bá kọ́ wọn ṣe ń gbà yẹn, gàrí ló common jù. Mo máa ń sọ pé gàrí tẹ́ bá fẹ́ fún mi, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má fi ṣúgà sí o. Pé mi like sugar. Kí ẹ pé mi like sugar ń gbà yẹn, but tán bá fi sugar sí, mi ní lè fi tẹ̀bà sí omi orí ẹ̀wà tí mo ti jí nígbà yẹn. It was that serious. Now, the torture was going on like that, and at that time, my friends were having GCE. I couldn't do GCE. Because kò sówó, grandma láwọn ò lè san owó yẹn. So I was preparing that I will have my WAEC done. Result n bá wá ní WAEC. Tí mi dẹ̀ lè lọ school mọ́. There was no hope. Màá sọ fáwọn èèyàn tó bá béèrè lọ́wọ́ mi pé kí ló dé tó lọ school. Màmá níṣẹ́ rí wípé mo lọ sí secondary school. Mo try. Ṣùgbọ́n agbára university or poly ni ò sí. WAEC year 96 ìkọ́ nìyẹn or so. 95, 96, I can't remember very well now. What happened? Auntie mi, ìyá ọlọ́pàá la máa ń pè wọ́n torí kò sí ní tá à hide mọ́. Ìyá ọlọ́pàá. She held very good positions. Lábẹ́òkúta, Nìbàdàn, Lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, everywhere. Wọ́n wá pẹ̀lú àwọn ilé ayé ìgbà iná máa ń lo 504. Pẹ̀lú àwọn orderly wọn and everything. Grandma mi ti attend sí wọn tán bí tán jókòó sí ní pálọ̀. Mo ṣáà ń ṣe kùrùkẹrẹ as a small boy kí ni wọ́n máa jẹ́ kí náà máa mọ àwọn orderly wọn and everything. Orderly wọn kan wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ wọn níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn. Grandma mi wá sọ fún wọn wípé Rẹ̀mí John torí Ọlọ́run ọ̀rọ̀ tí mi máa fẹ́ ṣe WAEC èló ni WAEC lọ́dún náà gbà náà ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ṣe ní 90s less than 700 or 600 and a máa nídìí owó díẹ̀ sí ká fi complete owó WAEC. Auntie mi wò mí báyìí bí mo ṣe kéré tó gbà yẹn. What came out of her mouth? Mo ń fi àsìkò ìgbàládùra fún ẹ̀yin abiyamọ pé n tí ọmọ yóò fi di ọmọ ọlọ́mọ k'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè mọ́ kọ̀ díẹ̀ sí yín. A lot of our children are going through a lot today that they may not be able to say it out tí wọ́n fi máa papòdà. Auntie mi, ẹ̀gbọ́n daddy mi, wọ́n wò mí látòkè délẹ̀. In tó jáde lẹ́nu wọn ni wípé màmá ẹ̀ kàn yọra yín lẹ́nu ni. Oríire wo lọmọ ìfẹ́ ṣe tó fẹ́ kàn wá? Yeah. You know, yeah. She said that ẹ̀yin lóhùn tó bá ti jábọ́ kò ṣe kó mọ́. I'm saying all of this because of our children. So that if there's any parent that will need to swallow his pride, most especially fathers, with the help of mothers, I am begging us today. If you already have it, I am begging you, please do it. Swallow your pride. Take the bull by the horn. Kì í ṣe dandan kẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ra yín mọ́. But because of these children, I am hoping that what we're sharing today, it will help mend some homes. It will help us to take some children, some of our children, away from the streets. When she said that, wọ́n wọnú pọ́ọ̀sì wọn, wọ́n fowó yẹn lẹ̀ lóòótọ́. Mo dẹ̀ dọ̀bálẹ̀ mo kí wọn. Oddly wọn mi mọ ọgbọ́n tó dá, ó ṣàdọ̀gbọ́n mú mi lọ. Mi mọ ibi tí màá yẹn máa wà lẹ́nu, bóyá wọ́n sì wà láyé, or bóyá wọ́n ti kú mi mọ̀. Mr. Sunday. Máa yẹn wá pè mí lọ sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ibì kan nínú gáràjì. Wípé má jẹ́ kí ọ̀rọ̀ tí ọ̀gá mi sọ sí ẹ kó affect ẹ o. Ibi tó ń lọ ni kó fojú sí. Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu lásán ni. Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu lásán òun ni. Fast forward, I was able to go to University of Ibadan. Yes, I had to do so many jobs. Bóyá ẹ̀yin kọ̀ọ̀kan tiẹ̀ ti máa pàdé mi rí nìbàdàn tí mò ń wà dánfò. While I was in UI, mo roko, mo ṣiṣẹ́ ní poultry. Because I knew the stress would be so much for my mother. Okay? It would be so much because she was trying to labor and do everything because of my siblings. Kémi gan tó má dà tèmi mọ́, so mo ti sọ́ra mi nù. Ìyá ọlọ́pàá is still alive. I got admissions into UI in 99. We had a year, strike. So we didn't start until year 2000. Now, I am here today. The emotional aspect of it is there. 2014, I traveled. This will lead me to a video where I said something. And I believe all of us will learn from it. Even the children that are hurting right now. That have said nothing will ever make them look for their parents because the parents abandoned them when they needed them most and everything. No. 2014, I traveled. And the first thing I did was to make sure that my mom was taken care of, moved her away from Lagos to Ibadan to her house and everything. But 2015, ṣe wá ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn lọ́wọ́. Wọ́n kàn gbé èrò popsi mi wá sí mi lọ́kàn. Pé tí bàbá ẹ̀ bá kú lọ́la, kí ló máa mú ẹ sunkún kíkorò jù lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ sàréè wọn? Bí mo ṣe gbọ́ nìyẹn. Mo máa ń sá immediately mo fi tí mo ń ṣe lẹ̀ ní warehouse tí mo ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ lọ́dún náà lọ́hùn. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá supervisor pé ó wá important kí n make a call kan. Mo dẹ̀ bọ́ síta. mo lọ pe mọ̀mísí mo ní ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá mi wá nọ́mbà dádì. Kí ló dé, kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Mo ní mo fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tọ́jú wọn. Wọ́n ní títóbi mà lọ lọ́hùn. Ìjọ yẹn làbúrò mi ń sọ fún mi pé ìwọ̀nba tí mò ń fún mọ̀mísí mi, she was always sending part of it to my dad. Torí wọn ò fi wá wọn dá wọn lẹ́jọ́. Tó bá yẹ pé ìyá mi ni, á ti kẹ̀yìn àwa ọmọ sírú bàbá bẹ́ẹ̀ torí ìyá mi jìyà lọ́wọ́ dádì lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Àṣé ìyá mi ti ń sẹ́ndì láró yẹn, wọ́n ní má ṣe yọnu, mo ní nọ́mbà ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ kíní kan. And from that 2015 April, I took care of my dad till his demise. Ẹ wá mọ̀ tó funny jù, 2018 I intentionally planned a family reunion pé kí family mi tiẹ̀ wà under the same roof. Kárìíra wa, bàbá ìyá pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ. And God has blessed us with very lovely in-laws, left, right, and center. Gbogbo àwọn tá lè meet. Mo rántí pa àwọn tí lọ Accra Mall níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn. Ara gbogbo ohun tá a máa rà ṣe everything. I drove all the way from Nigeria to Ghana. I arrange àwọn tó fly mi drive pẹ̀lú àwọn kan. Ọmọ tèmi náà wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀ ìjọ́ náà lọ́hùn. Ọmọ ẹni tó bímọ fún mi tí mo gbà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ, ó wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀. I still have the pictures. Gbogbo wa wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀, we are having nice time. Mi ìmọ̀ tó wá sí mi lọ́kàn, mo ní dádì, kí ló dé tí ìyá yín hate yín débi wípé àwa tẹ́ ẹ bí gan wọ́n hate wa. Ìjọ ẹ̀ ni dádì mi sọ àṣírí ibẹ̀ fún mi pé nígbà táwọn kéré, ìyá lọ tójú bọlé. Wọ́n wá mú àwọn àtẹ̀gbọ́n wọn school, wọ́n wá tójú bọlé. Àwọn bá ń yẹ̀ wò. Nígbà náà wá ṣe tán, sọ fún àwọn pé ẹ má sọ fún bàbá yín o, tẹbi tá yà sí o. Nígbà táwọn délé, grandpa mi asọ̀rọ̀ lójú ọlọ́rọ̀ àṣàjẹmọ́sẹ̀. Dádì ibi báyìí ni mọ́mì kó wa yà. You know that kind of a thing. As ọmọ ìkéré, kí lọmọ ìkéré mọ̀. And that is the reason why myself and my siblings never enjoyed anything when it comes to our grandmother. Nígbà tán sọ tán, mi ìmọ̀ràn kan tá a sọ débẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ kọkùnrin máa na obìnrin. Mo ní àdádì ẹ máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé mi ì tí ìdàgbà gbogbo ìgbà tẹ́ máa ń ṣe pálapàla yìí. Tẹ́ máa lọ, tẹ́ máa dé, tẹ́ máa wá ná ìyá tó bí mi lọ́mọ. Tó bá ti dàgbà kí ló bá ṣe? Ọkọ sísítà mi ló dìde ló dá dádì mi lóhùn. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run, ẹ jẹ́ ká rọra enjoy reunion tá à ń ní. Ẹ má béèrè question yẹn lọ́wọ́ Rótìmí mọ́ torí ẹni tó lu obìnrin níṣojú wa ní Ghana, Rótìmí fọ́rin mọ́ lọ́wọ́ tó sálọ. Ẹ má ṣí nǹkan tí nǹkan ìjọ ẹ̀ là ń mọ̀ pé ìjọ tẹ̀mí táwọn bá fọwọ́ kan sísítà ẹ̀, yálà pé káwọn jọ lágímẹ́ǹtì káwọn jọ settle, táwọn bá fọwọ́ kan sísítà ẹ̀, Rótìmí ó dé Ghana. Mo lóòótọ́ lẹ gbọ́ yẹn o. My dad did something. He stood up because ojú mi ti change. Èmi gan mọ́ tó gbé mi wọ̀ ǹjọ́ yẹn. Wọ́n wá dìde, wọ́n wá lọ dọ̀bálẹ̀ in tears for my mom. Pé lágbájá jọ dáríjì mi, ìgbà ìmọ̀ ni. Ìgbà ìmọ̀ gbáà ni. Nínú ẹkún bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ti ń tọrọ dáríjì ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ níwájú mọ̀mísí mi. Mọ̀mísí mi wá sọ gan pé tí mi ìbá dáríjì ẹ̀ rárá, gbogbo wa ò ní sí bíbà ilé ni. Ṣùgbọ́n ojú àpá ò kì í jọ ojú ara torí gbàgbós lẹ́ni tójú ò bá fọ́ á di bàìbàì. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣàdúrà fúnra wọn, wọ́n ṣe wọ́n mọ̀. Not knowing that, láti yé àyẹn, èmi àti dáàdì mi wá close gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá sọ́mọ. 2020 a ṣe secondary school reunion. I saw my dad, he was sick. mo dey arrange, okay, ẹ jẹ́ kí nọ́ọ̀sì tó wá ń treat yà ni. I didn't know it would be the last time I will see him. 2021 he passed away. Wọ́n kàn pè mí jọ ẹ̀ mo feel ẹ̀. Àbẹ̀ntán bí tẹ̀lé mi lókè ẹ̀ ló bra Rótìmí. Àìsàn láríwò wa rí tọ́ lọ́jọ́ ṣe. Mo ní kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Daddy ti lọ. Lóòótọ́ mo sunkún ṣùgbọ́n kì í ṣe ẹkún ìbànújẹ́. Torí wípé question yẹn ní 2015 mo ti sort it out. I had to, èmi ni mo mọ tí mo swallow to take that decision. Mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè pé mo take decision. Ẹ̀yin young adult tẹ́ wà nù lélẹ̀ ni. Torí ẹ̀ la ṣe pè ní parenting lẹ́ni. Our parents did theirs. Is it possible we take hope from their mistakes and never repeat it? Is it possible? Mo wá ń bẹ̀ yín, mo ń rọ̀ yín lẹ́ni. Lóòótọ́ ń tán ṣe fún yín bóyá ó burú ju ti tèmi lọ pé bóyá neglect and everything. Kọ́mọ sick kó má rẹ̀ ń tó máa sọ fún wípé òun sick, fẹ́ sick, ìdágà tá ń lò láyé ìgbà yẹn, alábùkún, after 5, ẹ máa wọn oògùn yẹn, kò sí ń gbà yẹn. London roof grandma mi mò ń fi clean. Ẹ̀yin mélòó lẹ rántí clean àti omo, super blue omo. Mo fi fọnu. Tá bá jẹ àkàrà ń gbà yẹn ní school. Ní Sango High School, yáàkà la máa ń pe woman náà. Àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi tó bá jẹ àdẹ́rẹ́ tó bá fún màá mọ̀ fún àkàrà yẹn báyìí. Màá wá fi ra àárín ọwọ́ mi. Pé kó má bàa funfun. Ìwọ tó ń wò mí lẹ́ni dé pé tán bá ti bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀. Èmi. Ó ti gbàgbé pé ìwọ tó ń sọ pé èmi lẹ́ni. Ó wà lára wa tá máa ń yọ sticker lẹ́yìn aṣọ tá fi ń gán ṣòkòtò láyé ìgbà yẹn. How many of you remember? Bó tẹ̀ ṣe pà ní color sense mẹ́rin, a máa fòwò dúdú ràn mọ́ blue mọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀. Sticker yẹn á wà nídìí wa báyìí. Bedroom slippers tí mo máa ń wọ̀ lọ school gbà yẹn. Ẹ rántí bedroom slippers white and blue yẹn, ó ní the best tí mo nígbà yẹn. Ó tún lu débi wíkẹ́ tó bá ti fẹ́ lu, a máa wá change ẹ̀ nínú ilé kó lè jẹ́ the same, kó lè last longer. Some of you tí máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ truth, love and humanity, you will never understand. Kó tó di pé àwọn aláàjì méjì àdúgbò wa tí mo máa ń sọ, wọ́n gbé mọ́tò sílẹ̀ tó ń gbé wa lọ school tó ń gbé wa bọ̀. Ẹsẹ̀ ni mo fi máa ń rìn ọjọ́ sí Sango. Every day. Mrs. Ojo, bóyá wọ́n ṣì wà láyé tàbí wọ́n sí láyé mọ́. Bóyá Mrs. Ojo, principal Sango High School those years in the 90s. Bóyá wọ́n wà láyé wọ́n sí láyé mọ́. Gbogbo bí táwọn ọmọ wọn bá wà, k'Elédùmarè mọ́ bá la ọ̀nà fún wọn. Wọ́n rí mi lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ gbóńjọ́ kan. Mo wà ní SS2 and I will round up with this. Mo gba jungle Dominican, gbogbo bí tí wọ́n ti ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ sílé ní àtàrí igbó farm ló wà ńbẹ̀ gbogbo gbà yẹn. Bí mo ṣe ń jáde láti inú igbó báyìí, ẹnu 505 principal ni mo jáde sí. Wọ́n ní kí n wọnú mọ́tò, mo mọ̀ páyé mi ti bàjẹ́ ńjọ́ ni. Wọ́n dẹ̀ gbé mi wọnú school tán. Kíláàsì wo lo SS1? Ṣé ìwé kan tó ń lò lélẹ̀? Ṣé rí higher education tí mo ní gbà yẹn? I am not fumbling now. We were having 9 subjects. I wasn't writing Yoruba. I will teach you how we were doing it. Ẹ̀yin òbí tẹ́ ní swallow pride yín. Ara nǹkan tó mọ́ ń go through ni mo fẹ́ sọ fún wa. Mathematics tí n bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ wájú, a máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú èpo ni o. Màá bẹ̀rẹ̀ mathematics báyìí. English màá dorí ẹ̀ kodò báyìí. Màá bẹ̀rẹ̀. Inú each line 2 lines lèmi máa ń kọ síbẹ̀ handwriting tíntìntín kó mọ́ bá gba space torí kò síwèé. Principal wa béèrè pé ìwé mi dà, mo wá mú higher education tí mo fi. Ṣé ẹ rántí pé a máa ń fi sẹ́yìn gbà yẹn? A máa tọ́kì náà máa fi ìwé yẹn sẹ́yìn. Mo wá mú jáde. Wọ́n ní kí ló ń wá? Mo ní ìwé school mi ni. my lesson note, mo wá mú ayé education kan jáde. Wọ́n wá ṣí, wọ́n ní kí leléyìí. Wọ́n ní dájúdájú ọmọ tí ò fẹ́ kàwé ni ẹ́. Nínú òjò tó pa mí wọnú mọ́tò wọn wọ school jẹ́ Mr. Ojo, math teacher, tán mọ̀yàn náà dáadáa, àti Mr. Tijani tán ṣe principal náà bẹ́ẹ̀, ni wọ́n ní kán nà mí jọ yẹn. Màá wá sọ nǹkan fún yín lẹ́yìn pé kì í ṣe ẹgbà tán nà mí jọ yẹn ló dùn mí, but torí nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi ńlé tí mi lè sọ fún yàn. Wọ́n wá nà mí tán láàárọ̀ yẹn 24 ó pé gbogbo ara ti lé, gbogbo ẹsẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé ṣọ́ọ̀tì la máa ń wọ̀n gbà yín, gbogbo ẹsẹ̀ ti wú. Àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi tí mo máa ń kọ́ṣẹ́ ní class wọ́n ń console mi ń gbà yẹn. Kí àròtì mi, kíní kan bla bla bla. Latifa Ojo of blessed memory, kí ni mo forúkọ crush mi ń ṣe ń gbà yẹn, Ìyábọ̀ ó ní crush mi ń gbà yẹn. Nkiruka, Tony Johnson, gbogbo a lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Wọ́n console mi títí. Nígbà tó máa di after break time, principal kọjá ní corridor wa. Kí ló dé tí gbogbo yín ṣú síbẹ̀, kí lẹ ń ṣe kíní kan. Wọ́n wá kúrò, principal wọ kíláàsì wa. Wọ́n ní kí ló dé tí wọ́n mọ̀ ìjẹ́ gbàtọ́ ti nà látàrọ̀ ló ṣe sunkún. Má bọ̀ lọ́fíìsì mi. Ẹ kúkú pa mí, mo ti fẹ́ kú, èmi gan fẹ́ kú. Mo wá dé ọ́fíìsì. Wọ́n ní kí n kúnlẹ̀, mo kúnlẹ̀, mo ṣe ń sunkún. Wọ́n ní kí iṣẹ́ gbà tán lù ẹni àbí kíní kan. Mo wá la ẹnu sọ̀rọ̀ fún wọn. Mrs. Ojo was crying like a baby. Àwọn ọmọ àwọn tó ń lọ sí Methodist gan, wọn serious tó yìí. Wọ́n ní tí ó mú mi kí n kàwé ìwé kan tí mo lágbára àti fowó rà. Gift táwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi fún mi gan, mo fi ráyè education. Mo dẹ̀ máa ń yáwé kàǹgbà yẹn ní Matthew Emebiri, ibikíbi tó bá wà lẹ́nìí. Kélédùmarè mọ́ bá mi lànà ayọ̀ fún ẹ. You were a brother all through secondary school. Ìwọ ló dàbí etí tí ò jẹ́ kórí mi dàbí àpò láàgì. Ìwọ lè jìkà tó ò jẹ́ kẹ́wù bọ́. Mo ń dáwọn orúkọ ìsódà tán bá rí wọ́n mọ̀ pé mo appreciate wọn. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé mo appreciate wọn. Principal apologize. Pé kí n jọ, she hugged me. And do you know what she did? She got me school uniform. She got me sandal. It felt strange wearing sandal ní school gbà yẹn. And she didn't allow anybody to know. That's going to be summary of, when I clamor on love and humanity, you will understand part of it now. Take it anything, but boy, to love and humanity, love and humanity. It is the only language the deaf can hear and that the blind can see. It is not how many Bible passages. It is not how many Quranic verses. It is not how many Odufa that you may know. But what you do to your neighbor. I cannot remember first class student. I cannot remember the best graduating students today. But I remember the people that touched my lives in humanity way. Do you also want to share your story? As either a parent, you have failed. Where you have failed, you might be sharing it and you are tearing up. It is acceptable. But let's have that discussion. Let the healing, if I could be healed and forgive my own dad, my grandmom, I still celebrated her. Very beautiful woman. Then I feel we can move on from there. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá jẹ́ young adult bíi tèmi. Tí story yìí fẹ́ jọ títí yín tẹ́ ti make up mind yín wípé never daddy kẹ́ mommy kẹ́ kíní kan ìgbà ìmọ̀ ni. You might be hurting today, but tí wọ́n bá lọ tán láì ṣe àtúnṣe kó o ṣèwọ̀nba tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè ràn ẹ́ lọ́wọ́. Sórí nǹkan tó ń feel nsìn, when you remember them, it is going to be a child's play. When they are long gone, tó dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé o lè ṣèwọ̀nba tó lè ṣe tó o ṣe. I am telling you from experience. Ẹ jẹ́ kí healing process yẹn kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ látòrí platform látẹ̀ní lọ. K'Elédùmarè dẹ̀ ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Be renewed. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n gbé yín wọlé. Ẹ ṣé. On mute. Be renewed. Hello? A ti ń gbọ́ yín báyìí.
Okay, I just had to take a break as in it's you shared a very touching story today. And your story is so similar to my sibling's story. Fortunately, I did not experience it directly, you know. I didn't experience it directly, but you know, my siblings, especially my late older sister, you know, went through something similar, not from my parents, but from my aunts. So daddy me so trust, I brought daddy me all the way in Jos, you know, and that thing affected my sister, you know. But one thing that at the end of the day of all she went through, àti àwọn brothers mi ni o, wọ́n fìyà jẹ wọ́n gan. Ẹ mọ̀ kọ́ mọ́ máa lọ sí school kó má ní kankan tó ń gbé lọ́dọ̀ olówó gidi, but kọ́ mọ́ máa lọ sí boarding school kó má lóúnjẹ. Ẹ dẹ̀ fi sí boarding school. To the extent that as a young girl, the only way my sister could survive was to be sleeping with men at a young age. And you know that time, kò sí phone. But my father left my siblings out of trust for his own sister, you know. And eventually, ọjọ́ kan náà kò ní mọ́ dáàdì mi ló lọ sí Jos tó wá dé tó ṣàwà rojọ́ tó ṣoríṣiríṣi fún dáàdì mi. The following week, my daddy didn't even say anything. Ó kàn gbéra nù lẹ́yìn. Ó dẹ̀ lọ wọ train, ó dẹ̀ lọ Jos. Ó dẹ̀ lọ sí school yẹn, ó dẹ̀ mọ ọmọ ẹ̀. Oh, my cousin is here. Oh my God, I love you. I know you're listening. Oli Rossi is here.
Hello, my darling.
My darling.
Ah, sorry.
Oh.
On mute.
I'm just sharing a Bidun story, you know. So, you know, she Oli Rossi went through her own thing too. But I always say that we came from these experiences just to make us stronger, you know. And eventually, when my sister came, and that was the guilt to Padadini, the me. Because by the time my sister came, she found it hard to forgive my father. She didn't understand it. Now, why she ma fini sodo eni? Kilo de she lo fi wa sodo eni? You know? And it was so, in fact, she couldn't just, you know, reckon with that fact. And my dad was always like, Ashisheta was sheni, you know? And that thing caused depression for my sister. A lot of people didn't know how she died. People were just assuming. Even our gone, at the point, I didn't know. And that was one thing to make me feel guilty. Lady was so depressed. She was depressed. As in, depression was so much that she couldn't come out of it. It was when she was going to die that she told me the real pain that she went through, because she died in my hands. I was holding her like this, and she was telling me the story, and she passed. You know, these are stories that will always haunt people forever. The best thing you can do for your child, the best thing is for you to take care of your child. Number one, you said something, and don't be sentimental, not be more. Don't
Thank you
attach
so much.
culture. It might be sentiment to see. And sometimes, out of trust in me, they can never do what you would do for your child. Possible. You cannot love your child more than you will love your child. That trauma lived with me. In fact, I was able to overcome it not too long ago. I was able to forgive that person, that particular person, because need the same space. Most of my father's family, we only need the same space because of that incident, because of the things that my sister told me that she went through, and that she couldn't just fathom it. But I told her, and thank God she was able to forgive that very day. It was on a Sunday that she passed, that she told me, I didn't know. And she just said it, daddy. And that was the last thing she said, and she passed. And that was it. And when you would do things to anyone out of hatred or trying to pay back what they think your parents have done for them, you might your money spend anybody. And for those of us that has been hurt or your friend has hurt you, just like Uncle Rotimi said, it is very important for you to forgive. I'm telling you. Ben. It is not even for them. It is for you. For you. Because I tell you, for years I was a bitter person. I'm telling you. For years, I was a bitter person, not towards my father. I loved my father. But towards that, my auntie. So, in fact, when my sister was some years, my 10 years, I went on Facebook, I wrote a lot. One of my auntie called me and I told her, never. Am I ever with me still compare can pull it down? Go through now. So you don't know. Èmi ni mi ò ní ẹ̀gbọ́n tí mo lè bá chat mọ́. Mi ò lẹ́gbọ́n tá lè jọ sọ̀rọ̀. Ìyá mi ni ò ní ọmọ tó lè dédé pè. Ìbídùn. Mo fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀. So you don't know what parents or what siblings are going through, so you cannot just say, do this, do that. I lived in that bitterness for years until I was able to forgive this person. I've forgiven her. But it's something that the damage has been done. The damage has been done. So Emma, if you know that you can't take care of your child, don't bother. Because the sentiments in way. Àwọn Yorùbá máa ń sọ kíní ẹni tó bá bímọ ọmọ ló máa sin eléyìí tí ò bí náà ọmọ náà ló máa. Don't leave them for people. And I want to beseech us, for those of us that have been hurt, find a place in your heart to forgive. It's not for them. It is for you to move on, to live a better life, to live a happier life. And don't let us forget. In this world that we're living, we have most people just talk about religion. A lot of religious people do not understand the difference between religion and morality. Moral is when you love your fellow human being. Moral is when you do good. It is not religion. Humanity is what is part of being a morally right person. So we need to understand that. and let us love ourselves. Teach your children to love. Teach your children to be independent. And once again, if you have been hurt before, and if you have hurt your child or your wife or your husband, it's never too late for you to apologize. It's never too late for you to say you're sorry and start afresh. And I pray that God will help us.
Amen. Eshe, thank you so much, ma. Let the healing begin. Parenting. Mo Samuel, Joma Henye Lokan.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, ma.
In fact, I'm very tired. Honestly, the things that you guys have said, honestly, it break me. I'm broken. I don't even know where to start from. And, it's been keeping me, I've been thinking about a lot of things, because I'm very intentional with my life. And Mom, as much as possible, I try not to make people cry. I don't like it. And like my mom and just the brother. So my uncle died at the age of 52. He was very rich, but he died. And my mom had to take care of his children with their father's money, though. And she took out, and because the eldest then was 26, and we're talking about 1978. So Kilomo 26 years at that time, So my mom took charge of everything, took over the family. She was very young at that time. She was about maybe 40 or something. And, everything fell on her shoulders, and she was able to send them to school. And their father's money was intact. She handed over everything to them. And so because each time I think about my mom, I'm always proud of her. She's dead too. So you can imagine if she had spent her brother's money, or she has taken, over the property and everything, what would they be saying about her now? You understand? What would they be saying about? Okay, Kimawa in the comment section, and somebody would now mention my mother's name. How would I feel? Easy. It's not easy at all. And and you said something that we should be intentional when having children. I never thought about it. I just wedded in I just went into it. I was just because initially I didn't want to get married. But I got married, and I never thought about we are going to take care emotionally ready. Or emotionally ready, I just got married, and there were a lot of red flags, which I didn't notice, because I got married to my friend. We were friends for 10 years. We were in the same class. You understand? We eventually got married, maybe after 2 years of dating and stuff like that. And then, unfortunately, it was abusive. Very, very abusive, So, I had my plans, I had my dreams, I had my aspirations. I wanted to be a lawyer. You understand? So, unfortunately, my jump, I couldn't meet up with law and all that. So I said, okay. At that time, Birmingham was the only university doing accelerated law course. So I moved law that would go. I didn't want to live abroad. I just wanted to go to school and come back. And my mom would tell me, the law, because some people went and you're more common, those kind of things. It wasn't because there was no money and all that. So I was pushing and pushing and pushing. And when I didn't have my own money. So when I finished I finished serving and all that, I started working. And I met my friends. We've been friends since 1989, and we got married in 2002. So when I now started talking about and I told him, I said, Joe, Mushima lost school. That I wanted to go to everybody around me. One more way, I love to, law, read and all that. My law, she accelerated law course, Can you go there? No problems. But then me, I was almost 30 at that time. I wasn't rushing. And I told him, I said, me will marry. Jack in lost school. I will go to school and come back. She'll be 2 years. No holiday, 24 months. He said, no, he's a British citizen, but he lives in Nigeria. You walk on. And he told me, man, look, he might worry and all that. And he had a good job and all that. So we got married. I didn't know what you shoot around me, let's say anymore. And eventually affected my children. That's why I'm giving you a background to, So went into it and all that. I lost funny Mulakonde. And unfortunately, I didn't have any moral support. It wasn't about money. There was at that time I couldn't even think of living because I can start without even having children. Because they meet up, let me tell you, if I be months that let's enjoy. But I never enjoyed it. And I stayed there for 17 years. And unfortunately, everybody around me enabled him. Can you come? My mom will tell you, Elaine, you say, I'm sorry for you. That means the house is not very expensive in Lagos, so you have to shake in it. I was just going through it. I'm a very strong person, but mutin lose sanity me. I was, first thing he did, Mama lost the gym. He stopped me from going to the gym. He stopped me. So any woman in Bibai, if a man says you shouldn't work, because this guy decapacitated me financially. You understand? When I told him, Mofelo cost me, he told me that, they read the law. Not that even pay, they read the law. You understand? So I almost lost my life. Not fair for begging me. Just because I had to pay money to lose in the marriage, I was admitted in the hospital for 3 months. For 3 days rather. And I was just staying by. I had Nova Biomwe to 2020. We got married in 2001. I had my first child in 2002. Mama had to make up mind me because Mama really love and I was suffering. He was giving me everything, say rubber car, you go for holiday and all that. And my mom, shaking it, those kind of things now. And they made me believe that, they feel, after all, I pay my bills. I mean, emotional school runs. I mean, emotional everything. I mean, in fact, I lived in a 5-bedroom duplex. I couldn't even afford to buy a washing machine. I mean, for sure. I'll wash his clothes, wash my children's clothes, wash my room. I mean, everything. You understand? So at the end of the day, one socket like they actually me. You understand? And he abused me sexually. Because I would be so tired, even if I wasn't feeling fine. It would go on my back. I became, at times I would time by I didn't know that I was supposed to leave. I was supposed to leave because it's now affected my children. So when I had just one child, I didn't even have that gut because of the lady motiwa. My mommy told me, "Obeni konja for gbogbo de loju ni." Even my father would not. So mi o roko mi o te mo bi mo le sa lo. Those kind of things. So there was nobody. Or they don't mind paying your call. Or they don't, those kind of things. And they believe the most stubborn. So because of that, marriage you and all that, So when my mom said, mommy, my first child is 5 years older than the second, my mom was begging me. At the end of the day, he had low self-esteem. Anyway, And you can repair and can would say, I would driver, you know, all those kind of things and all that. And they never saw it. They abused me. You know, I'm just saying this for people so that when they see things like that, they would notice. I didn't know anything because I was brought. We were trained. That's ilosili okoni. Once you train you are, I wanted more than that. I wanted to build a career, but it killed my aspirations. It killed my dream, and you know, I now had resentment because you know me, what do even if you want to do something, you know all those kind of things. Because I know that if I didn't agree, it was a bully, it was domineering, it was so controlling. If you want me to tell him, Tani Mobasoro lórí phone, Tani Mobasoro will tell me I bought you a car. You know those kind of things. I shake because I didn't have money. There was a time I begged him, Jora washing machine. He didn't buy the washing machine. He went to buy a gas cooker. Gas cooker, he did not buy it. At times he would say, but when he was ready, he went to buy the washing machine. I was just looking at him. The day he bought me a car, I didn't say thank you because he will give me a gift with his right hand, then there will be a cane on the left hand. Before Kinto say thank you, right? You know? So, you know, people will just look at it, she won't do moto, she won't shake in it, immediately, Alarama Yanini. I'll just be, I'm a happy person, I'm a good person. More like Latima, and I will make up. I said for 7 years, my store at that time was not far from Ilebitangbe. He would tell me to come and swear that nobody touched me when I went out, when I went to the store. Because even my marimo told me to go to the street, my marimo told me to complex, but to shop me. Because I didn't plan to become a business person. I wanted to build my career first. Then later in years, my hobby meaning, I will now turn that one to business and all that. So my first child, not bullying you. It would just like the father. He became controlling. In fact, the day he told me, hey, I want to talk to you. What is it? I have a girlfriend. I am Inja. I was scared. I didn't even know what to say. I had already left the father's house at that time because I couldn't even take my children because if I didn't have the money and I didn't want to beg anybody, that is one. Then two, if I took those children at that time, it won't pay their school fees. And the older one just entered university, but school. The aburo no, but where would I get the money? Would I be begging? So I had to leave them there. But you know, I will go to work, then every day I'll bring food for them. And it was priming my children against me. We will call them and tell them that more abandon, more shaking. It all says go passports, all says it and one more. You know, they tried to set up a meeting. And I said, after any conversation, I won't go back to that house because he would come and tell me, we will have to. It should bring them because I found out that he wanted to own me. He never loved me. And I wasn't me. I'm not me a piece of property now. How would a man want to own me? And me no only life to me, let's live. So my son, I had to start. He got to feel Jugari. In fact, I'll just be begging him because Mama Sophie say, but he treats in your dada. Don't expect the person to really react to you in a nice way because it's an emotional bank account. It's what you put in there, you withdraw. You can't put 200,000 naira in an account and want to withdraw 201,000. Only possible. So continue about it, you know. Only your mad, but that is why I used to, which I do better or long, really do marry that day. My son, because I had to, one Fiara Mishi example, but you know why I left your father's house? Because he didn't treat me well. You can't, he wouldn't want other people's views. Once to Mati Sorobai. he would want to force his views on other people. So Musha Bresini Basoro, who Bresini says, guys, I was telling him, Shumapokun in here, Shumapokine Konye, Shumapwe, So I would just want to advise people, once you know that your marriage is toxic, it's not a do or die affair.
It is not.
You know, you can just leave and take your children or whatever. Because the children, one mama won't got and she. And my older son felt that what the father was doing was fine. I'm not, exonerating myself. I knew I did some things that were bad, but he never told me because I asked him, what did I do? At least if you didn't tell me what I did, I wouldn't know how to adjust now. So I had to, the day I took my bag, I just told my father because my mom had passed, and I just told my father and my sister, in fact, no need the break because we meet the federal. And I moved, and I just took something. I took the car, and I took a few things, and I left. But it will go meeting to work with, after that, he blocked everybody back by here. He will block everybody. You understand? So we couldn't even reconcile. And for 17 years, I had gone through something. So me got to make up mind, sign. I didn't know where I was going. I was ready to live under the bridge. I was ready to drink Gary. Because I didn't have peace for those years. So please, if you're in a toxic relationship, and that was what affected him too. So right now, therapy ni gbogbo wa ṣe ń by lane. Don't me hold the grudge, I'm not holding any grudge. If I shock you, she knows that he took my son to the UK, relocated my son and instructed my son not to tell me. He relocated my son to the UK. But they suffer me. Also for me, suffer me. You understand? So when the boy told me, I said, "Ma worry into me only problem but real. It's very easy to get into trouble. Just be very careful. Only go bodo suffer me, go bodo shaking it, go bodo." I just kept quiet. I mean, what is it trying to? How can I mislead or more now? But what would I do? I just kept quiet and that is suffering well. If that is it, then karma will go to machine because I know there's karma. It's what we sow that we will reap. So please, then we should try, to talk to our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Yes, please.
We are allowing us to speak, and that is why tomorrow as well we will definitely allow us to let it out. Even if it is the first time you're going to be sharing your experience, a lot of people are bottled up. A lot of parents are even, the children are actually thinking, "Oh, my daddy is wicked, my mommy is wicked. That is why they allowed me to go through it all and everything." I am telling you, you will be surprised when they open their mouth to tell you the corner in which they found themselves to. And as humans, and that is why if you look at it, religion can never take care of these things. When you look at it, is the reason why so many children had ended up in the hands of the likes of Toby Adegwega and other pastors and everything. They are taking advantage of the walls, the crack in the wall of our homes. I am telling you today, I will say this before I bring Baba Woli Dada to quickly speak with us. If you're in a relationship, it is one thing to be talking about having kids. Be open, be honest. Dear, I want to enjoy companionship more than having kids. Ejoso, don't lie to each other. One. Then two, if your ambition, if your career is going to be a threat to that guy, you will see the sign. Please, you guys too. Ejeka wakunrin wa honest. Probably because of the way we were raised in Africa, ọkùnrin ló yẹ kó ṣe bá and everything, But in our age, we have seen situations whereby obìnrin make ju ọkùnrin lọ, ọkùnrin yẹn dẹ̀ ló ń support and everything. yet wọn ò jẹ́ kí family or anybody kó rí àárín wọn. So it is not a new thing, but as ọkùnrin tó bá mọ̀ pé kinní yẹn ṣì wà nú ẹ, tó dẹ̀ mọ̀ wípé kíyàwó mi wá ní kàríà tó le ju tèmi lọ and everything, tó gbà fọlọ́run, tó mọ̀ pé ó lè gbà fọlọ́run, I am begging us, it is better you end that relationship. Ìwọ obìnrin tó bá dẹ̀ ti rí signal yẹn, má wulẹ̀ dúró ń bẹ̀ rárá. I always like my ex, I would say that chori tó bá lọ fẹ́ ka nọ́ọ̀sì, ó fẹ́ ka doctor bó ṣe wà. Tí tèmi ní kí n ti support ẹ, torí mo mọ̀ pé tí n bá jẹ́ kí àjọ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ǹjọ́ náà lọ́dún náà lọ́wọ́ ni wọ́n ní tí mi ìbá jẹ́ kó o ṣe, okay? Later gan màá ṣe máa wá ra òróró sílé láti lubricate ẹni, torí mi èmi gan ò ní gbádùn tá à ń gbádùn mọ́. Ẹ kúkú mèmí pé mi máa ń ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́. Mo ní mi ìdẹ̀fẹ́ máa ròróró ọ̀ kí n máa ra Vaseline káàkiri láì gbé pistons inú engine block mọ́tò. Wọ́n máa ṣẹ̀ máa da engine oil sí. Ó bẹ́tà kí n support ẹni tó bá fẹ́ ṣe. Ntí tó bá wá ṣe tán tó bá wá ní kó mú ẹ mọ́, at least ẹ má mà jẹ́ off mic Bishop Andrew. Ó tọ́ ni. If you don't allow her, if you know you are, tẹ́ bá ti ń discuss, these are the things we should be talking about. And of course, even tá a bá ti ń sọ́kẹ̀ tara wa, kò mí ká má ṣì bára sọ, ó máa ń difficult because of the emotional part of it. But people start over again. And marriage is not the end of life, it's not the beginning of life. A gbọ́dọ̀ ronú ju kìíní yẹn lọ. I am telling you, sir, I'm telling you, ma, you have to discuss all of this is because torí wípé ọkùnrin mi ò lè swallow pride ẹ̀ pé ìyàwó ń make owó jùlọ, ìyàwó níṣẹ́ gidi jùlọ. Ẹ̀rọ a máa bà pé bí wọ́n lọ patí, ó lọkùnrin mi ṣe máa ní àlejò lọ patí o, ò lè lọ, ò lè ṣe kíní kan. Torí lọ́kẹ̀ ó mọ̀ pé táwọn bá débẹ̀, ìyàwó náà máa rí, wọn ò ní rí un. Okay? All these things, ó bẹ́tà kẹ́ má kúkú yá síbẹ̀. Ìwọ tó bá ti mọ̀ pé báyìí ó máa wà threatened by the career of your woman. Tó bá yẹ pé doctor lẹni yẹn tí wọ́n dẹ̀ jẹ́, ẹjọ́ ẹ fún mi lẹ́example, bóyá banker ni or whatever, ó bẹ́tà kó góòlù àlọ́wọ́ ẹni tó ń yan bọ̀ọ̀lì. Irú ìgbà yẹn irú èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ bá jọ lọ patí wà lẹ́ẹ̀kejì kà lé lórí pé ìwọ lọ́kọ́. But then it is not the end of wàhálà. Kí làwọn èèyàn máa sọ náà ni ò kí ń jẹ́ ká lè accept ẹ̀. Tẹ́mi bá ń decide pé mo fẹ́ ní relationship lọ́la tó dẹ̀ lówó jù mí lọ, ẹ máa support ẹ̀ àjọ tí n bá fẹ́ jẹ, mo ṣáà ti mọ̀ pé kì í ṣe màá dé láti ibi iṣẹ́. Even gan kí n máa provide jù lọ, kí n lówó jù lọ. The way I am brought up, I am telling you, grandpa mi fi yẹn kọ́ mi dáadáa. A máa dáná kitchen gbà mí tí grandma máa sọ̀rọ̀ náà sí lọ, àwọn orin ṣẹlẹ̀ ń gbà yẹn, wọ́n máa kọ́ lọ kọ́bọ̀ nulẹ̀. So all these things, we have to take them into cognizance. Ọkùnrin ti máa rò pé kàkà kékú mọ̀ jẹ sèse, a fi ṣàdá ọmọ tó fà bẹ́ẹ̀ tó ìbáyìí tí mi ìbá fẹ́ tẹ́lòmíì bá lọ fẹ́ kìnnìkan. Ó dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó gbé dání ò lè handle ẹ̀. Ẹ wá ti bímọ tán sìn, ó wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní victimize ọmọ lọ́mọ. It is very wrong. It is wicked. I am begging us. I am really begging us. Network ti já wòlíì dàdàbà. Sister Olly Roti, ẹ̀yin ló kàn. Sister mi. Sister Olly Roti, ṣe wà ńbẹ̀, ẹ on mute.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
Ẹ kálẹ́ brother mi.
Ẹ kálẹ́.
Sherry, tí bá ní kí n sọ story mi, ní kúrò bíbí ilé mi. But the summary of my story is, thank God we don't look like what we went through. That is the summary of my story. I'll just give a summary. Like, everything was fine until my father passed away when I was 5. And that was the beginning of my reality. Sherry, reality yẹn, in short, mama gé díẹ̀. Unfortunately,
O ní láti gé o. You gotta cut it, please.
I'm telling you, sis.
If you say it, I'm telling you, I'm máa fi pè ránṣẹ́ sí wọn ni o. O ní láti
I'm
gé
telling you.
I beg you.
I know. So, you know what? For me, fortunately and unfortunately for me, I grew up with my mother's side of the family. And growing up in my mother's side of the family, it was good, it was bad, it was ugly. Okay? But she mo pe àwọn ọmọ kan wà tó yẹ pé èmi naturally mo stubborn. I've always been that person. I'm naturally stubborn. Well, I wouldn't even say stubborn. I think I'm just a child who is curious. And you know when you are curious, you know that kind of scenario. But also, I'm also a very good judge of character. And if there's anything that I've learned in the 42 years of my father's passing, is the fact that the death of my father was the death of my father allowed me to understand to understand life in a very good way, in a very good context. In the sense that I think if my father was alive, because my parents were okay, I'm proud to his death. And of course, like every other parent, they shield their children. But unfortunately, in my own case, when my father passed away, I ended up going to live with my mother's sister. And when I say my mother's sister, I mean her blood sister, our only sibling. I ended up going to live with her. The first, if I recollect very well, I think the first 1 year was great. Because I went to live with her a year before she got married. So everything was fine. And then the moment she got married, that was the beginning of my nightmare. A lot did happen. Yes, there was physical abuse. There was sexual abuse. And when I say sexual abuse, I mean sexual abuse, even from cousins.
Wow.
But anyway, this is, like I said, I will just summarize it. But the truth about it is this. You see why all of this thrived? I had an auntie, the person I lived with was very vindictive. Very religious, but very, very vindictive. And I will say why I said that. I didn't realize that my auntie and my mom, there was sibling rivalry between them. So, my mom happens to be someone to help me. One in fufu, tobati binu, and my mother tobati support one new case closed, on to the next. You understand? But auntie me get auntie to jaburu one get the woman and finos, So Emi o more, as a little child, I didn't really get the gist that there was rivalry between them. And then, thank goodness my cousin is here. You see my grandmom, my maternal grandmom. So when I'm referring to my grandparents, I'm talking of my maternal side of the family. Because that's the family I grew up knowing. My maternal family, my maternal grandmom, on the surface, she was a very lovely woman. On the surface. And on the surface, it can be said that she sacrificed all. Or rather, she kept her life on the oath for my sibling and I. So we're 5 of us all together. So it can be said that she sacrificed for all of us, for me and my siblings, right? But the reality of the matter was, my auntie happens to be her favorite child. So, everything is fine if I do what my auntie likes. And when I say what I do when I do what my auntie likes, it means I'm also pleasing my grandmom. Now, of course, as a child, don't get me wrong, I was stubborn, and I did challenge. At a point, oh man, no me shere. Oh man, no me when I oh man, no me shere. You know when you know that. So the truth is, all this thing to help me, I enjoy economy. I love pains. Till date, I prefer to get injection than to get medication, which is mostly the other way around for people. But I love pains. You know why I love pain? Because Egbanye is the only time I am relaxed. Every other time, oríṣiríṣi ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Ṣé àwọn cousins mi tó ń jọkùnrin tó ń ṣe oríṣiríṣi? Àní màá jí. I remembered my very first experience. I was just 7. And I would never forget that experience. I was just 7. Ìgbà yẹn à ń gbé ní south à ń gbé ní south of Nigeria. And it just so happened, my grandma mi wọ́n wá kí wa, auntie mi ṣe bímọ, so wọ́n wá kí wa.
Thank you, Bukan.
And in the process of wọ́n wá kí wa, àwa máa ń sùn sí yàrá àwọn ọmọ. When I say àwa, èmi àti ọmọ ọ̀dọ̀ wọn, a máa ń sùn sí yàrá àwọn ọmọ. Then grandma máa sùn sí the 3rd room. There were 3 bedrooms. So we had a cousin. And that cousin, yes, I've forgiven him. I mean, there were quite a lot of them actually. But anyway, so this particular cousin, ó ṣáà wá, tó bá ti gbé mi, ó máa gbé mi sórí ẹsẹ̀, kíní á máa lé mọ́ mi lára. But mi ò mọ̀, you know, as a little child, I didn't really understand what it was. You understand? But it would make me sit on his laps. And of course, you know, I was 7. So my joke was only SL1. And of course, you know, they will not allow me bat. So usually I bat myself. You understand? But tell my cousins he bat well, because it was a house where, you know, people come around and stuff like that. So the bati one bang, she mama for what's me needy. Oh my long way for me. You know those kind of scenario, you understand? Every day ni, anything on below doing, mommy won't be. And of course the bank paying on the mommy, what shall my knee? Mommy shall you understand the concept of mommy and the concept of daddy. So at a point I remember going to say to her and said, in Kobai, and I was told, shut up, Ufe Dale Miru. Don't worry. You understand? Ufe Dale Miru, Ufe Da family ru. Okay, fine, all well and good. So of course, I kept quiet. So, but this particular incident, and that was the beginning of my nightmare. I was 7, like I said. I think I was just in primary 1. Uba lọ sí Kinon Porukwe. Àárín òru ni, mo ṣáà jí, and I could feel slime between my legs. So of course, èmi ò dẹ̀ ó tí di èní, mi mo bó ṣe ń sùn wọra títí di èní. You know how they will tell you medically you are meant to sleep, stretch, 8 hours ni àbí 10 hours. 8 hours àbí 10 hours sleep. Nǹkan tí mo sọ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ yìí, àdìgbà tí mo kọ́ ṣe therapy kò funny at all. But anyway, mo dìde mo fẹ́ lọ tọ̀, and I could feel slime from between my legs and my mouth, round about my mouth. Okay? And it was salty. Of course, I didn't know. I couldn't comprehend what it was. So, mo jáde sí tasi mo kúrò ní yàrá, because the toilet is, you have to come out of the room to go to the toilet. So, big grandma ṣe jáde nìyẹn, and I didn't realize. Obviously, I noticed somebody was trying to touch me, but I couldn't. Then suddenly, I felt like something warm around my legs and my mouth. Okay, so of course, I then stood out. Of course, jumped up, but the person had disappeared, so I couldn't tell, but I could smell the person. So anyway, grandma jáde síta, bí grandma ṣe jáde nìyẹn. Kí ló ń wá? Ó ṣe ń wọnú ilé tó ń jáde, that kind of a thing. So, I mean, for crying out loud, she should notice, because mo tọ̀nà, so she should notice. And it's like, tutọ́ sára ẹ̀ lára, that kind of a thing. And I was told, yeah, wọnú bathroom lọ. And that was it. And tí tèmi ní tiyín tòótọ́ bí bó ṣàṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn ṣá. Ṣé ọkọ ni lábá sọ ni? Ṣé àwọn cousin àwọn anyway, ìyẹn ṣá lọ. But like I said, Sherry beating yẹn was the best of the best. Because that was a pain that I knew that okay, anigba me mo ma ṣe nǹkan tó yẹ kó máa dáná bí wọn just to get that beating. Because for me, that was my way of dealing with whatever was going on. So that kind of went on. You know, I lived there till I was 18. So of course, you know, it was just normal. You know, that abuse about this stage come normal. Normal straight in it. And grandma, however, you know, they will anyway. So on the part of sibling rivalry, you know, away from the whole abuse, the part of sibling rivalry, ti grandma ti momsi mi omegeji, for whatever reason omegeji man bara wonga. I don't know what, to be honest, I wasn't really interested because me, you can imagine that almost 6, 7. If you know bad life for me, you know to face what the face life with me, but the face bí àṣẹ ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan ní bí àgbélébùrú rẹ̀ lolúwa wí. So if you don't bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí face reality mi. So tí mọ̀mísí àti mọ́mí bá ṣáà ti jà, tí mọ̀mísí àti mọ̀mísí tèmi tí grandma àti mọ́mí bá ti jà, grandma wá sọ́dọ̀ àǹtí mi lọ́ba ti wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn nǹkan báyìí ni ẹni báyìí ṣe kinní kan. Àwọn àti àǹtí mi wọ́n á jókòó, wọ́n á tẹ́ tébù yẹn, wọ́n á sọ̀rọ̀. And as a result, èmi ó máa jìyẹ. Now, for me, I preferred my mom, not because I was interested. Because the truth is, gbogbo bí mo ṣe gbé lọ́dọ̀ àǹtí mi tó wọn ò bí mi dá kí n pe mọ́mì mi. I never had that conversation. We are not allowed. Mi were allowed láti ní conversation pẹ̀lú mọ́mì. So, tí mọ́mì mi bá dé, she's a stranger to me. I wasn't allowed to have direct conversations with her. But there was once Timo tried. I guess, you know, like I said, I was quite daring. So there was a time Timo tried. You know, my mom came around, and I think my mom could sense what was going on, but she couldn't. I'm quite vocal, but I was very I wasn't like, I think, okay, like I said, at a point, there was one particular time I had to say to my mom, kí ṣe kó bẹ́ẹ̀ mo sọ much fún wọn. By the way, gbogbo time tí mo gbé lọ́dọ̀ àǹtí mi, pants mẹ́ta mo máa ń ní. Obìnrin ni mí o. Pants mẹ́ta as in pants. Báwo ni yín pé pants? Not pants as in trousers. Pants as in underwear. Pata. Now, pants tí mama ní new pants ó di Christmas. Now, when I say new pants, kì í ṣe new really. Bóyá ilé tàǹtí mi wọ́ọ̀kù, wọ́n máa fún mi. Èmi dẹ̀ ní, I don't care human being ní mi. You understand? So, this is ọmọ tó bí ìlú òyìnbó. And this was someone tó yẹ pé my late father kò pe àǹtí mi lórúkọ rí, my dear ló máa ń pa àǹtí mi. Tell you how much he loved her. You understand? Anyway, of course, luckily for me, mo jẹ́ ọmọ tó mọ̀wé. So maybe my being clever, or rather maybe by being academically clever, also worked out for me in a good way. So, of course, on the surface, I went to very good schools. That I will not take away. I went to very good schools on the surface. I went to very good schools, very good primary, nursery school, very good primary school, very good secondary school. You know, very reputable primary school and nursery, secondary. However, ṣé ti wo film tó pè ní The Rich Also Cry?
Láyé ìgbà yẹn lórí NTA. So
on the surface, everything looks good on the surface. But behind the scene, they will go in short anyway. So, anything more than so yìí, church láàárọ̀, church lọ́sàn, church lálẹ́ ni. Okay? So, one pray, mo rántí pé every first of the month, àwọn àtọkọ wọn máa mú ọwọ́ mi jáde láàrin òru, and that's why when people say happy new month, that thing drives, it brings out the demon in me. Because every first of the month, láti age 6 títí dé age 18 tí mo kúrò lé wọn, every first of the month máa mú mi, wọ́n ní kí n na ọwọ́ mi méjèèjì síta, wọ́n máa gbàdúrà òdì fún mi, okay, wọ́n ní kí n kúnlẹ̀ máa kúnlẹ̀, wọ́n ní lórúkọ Jésù ò ní ṣoríire, okay, and that is every first of the month. That was a prayer, and I have to say amen. Mi sọ arata àbúrò ìyá mi tí mo gbé lé ẹ̀, ọmọ ìyá bàbá ìyá mi tí mo gbé lé wọn. Now, I'm not going to sit down and say I was a saint, because I wasn't a saint. Because at a point, pé tó bá ti báwo ni sọ kìíní yẹn, pé tó bá ti àgbò kan ògiri, I would not react. So I got to that stage where I found out that okay, the best way, of course, she's older than me, so I felt the best way to react, to get a reaction from her, because of course, whatever I did, she wasn't going to answer me. So the best way, I know that she gets irritated. So sometimes I will deliberately do things that will irritate her, just so that she can feel my pain. And I wasn't remorseful, and I have to be honest, I wasn't remorseful doing whatever I did to her. I don't know if you get what I mean.
Yes.
Like I would just kind of provoke her. You understand? Now, I don't see Mr. Biggs. She Mr. Biggs, you are not. I don't see Mr. Biggs.
Ben.
Toba tira Mr. Biggs fa won. She wadi bit. Sherry. O da ki on nice o. And Sherry, see on ban shake. You need to you need to be careful. Because I'm the funniest thing. All me no be gbogbo àwọn ọmọ wọn sí. Àwa èmi àtọmọ ọ̀dọ̀ la máa so oúnjẹ. So basically, tí n bá fẹ́ fún wọn lóògùn jẹ, easy peasy ni. Mi ò bóyá get nǹkan tí mo mean. Easy peasy. Àwa la máa lọ sọ́jà. Ṣebí nǹkan tá bá ṣe no máa jẹ. You understand? Ibi táwọn méjèèjì òrori àwọn àtọkọ wọn, ibi táwọn òrori wọn dé nìyẹn. So basically, their life were really in our hands. Now, on sonje, tabati sonje. Of course, on wati sonje. Anything mo so yi, olowo ni won. At least in their own way, olowo ni won. You understand? Tabati ra àwọn ọmọ wọn, tabati ra Mr. Biggs, aye Mr. Biggs, tabati ra Mr. Biggs. Wọ́n pa àwọn ọmọ wọn wọnú yàrá. Wọ́n fún wọn ní Mr. Biggs. Of course, children now, what does he train our mom in that way? You understand? And then, Tobati, we are see donut. I don't see Mr. Biggs donut in here. I don't see donut what about any sugar in.
Ben.
Tobati, we are on you what get donuts in here. We are party donut or meat by whatever it is. Don't get on. 3 days later or 4 days later, taking about one nikini black molds. Musita. And a white gay, of course, one for me, kilo come. Shame me to pay only my won't get from one. Now, on Sunday, right? I wash your church. I wash your the one. I'll be one of my near church. I'm a wash your church. Not as sure as in special uniform, but like dressing on the Sunday dressing. I dress. I lost the church. And that's why till tomorrow, I think I even resent the whole thing called religion. Because I'm a lossy church, any other grocery pulpit, I be sure you all turn on quick on Mandrosi. One be my preach. Love your neighbor as yourself. Shamu go preach it or preach again. Mumajoko about Abi Arabi, Abi your milo. No one there. Anything on soy. My cancel, I want to church, my cancel. I want to buy marry. My cancel you. And I'm just that I'm like, she alone, but alone time people you say, that kind of, when your mind runs, your imagination begins to run mad, wild. You understand? Anyway, while I was in high school, while I was in primary school, of course, it wasn't too obvious in primary school. because then I was still young. I got to secondary school. I got to secondary school age 9. Like I said, I'm lucky that I was academically clever. Okay, so by the time I got to secondary school, there is this bishop, Niwori. Two of her daughters, particularly, actually, I was a classmate to his youngest daughter. The name of the bishop, anybody to about more, our bishops, any worry, Bishop Simeon Oka of Flock of Christ Mission. You see his daughter, late Joyce Oka. Joyce was the angel Tolorun Wabami. She wasn't a friend. She was a sister from another mother that remained closer and closest like a sister. I also have a friend, Stella Oboyano. I'm always forever grateful to those two girls. Late Joyce, Joy Oka, and Stella Oboyano. You see the two of them. Emi o mo pe, se mo pe period. Se mo pe panty meta money. Ase obìnrin ma ní trust tèmi o mo. Mama gbedi. All girls go mo lo. Mama gbedi. Emi o de mo pe trust ni ase torí pé pants tí mo ní, pants mi ma ní obìnrin tó bá wà lórí show ma understand nǹkan tí mo mean. Like your pants become acidic. She understand. So emi o understand. Àwọn guys ya pè mí sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́. Àwọn guys yìí, àwọn big girls in school. You know secondary school days now. Big girls in school and everything. So, these are the happening girls. Wọ́n máa pè mí. And I was approaching puberty. Me, deodorant. So, of course, I was thinking. In short, my nickname, Barotimi, only ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan tó wà in Canada, màá fún yín number. Ẹ sọ fún pé mọ ẹni báyìí. Ẹ máa gbọ́ nǹkan tó kọ́ máa sọ fún yín. In secondary school, my nickname was Dirty with my first name. That was how I was known. That was the easiest way to know me. Because I wasn't using antiperspirant, so of course I was sweating. My uniform was blue and white, so blue, pinafore, and white. My uniform, of course, when you come on bedi, over nibi pap stain. Any female will understand what I mean. You understand? And so these girls called me. They were like, Wura, what's going on? Mumi segbe. Joyce nye ló máa jí pants táwọn bàbá ẹ̀ lọ wọ́n máa ṣe charity ní church wọn. Ṣé wọ́n máa lọ ń fáwọn ọmọ aláìní nǹkan ní nǹkan. Gẹ́yì máa mú àwọn pants ají àmú wá sí school. So pants tẹ́mi bá wọ̀ wá sí school. Tí bá ti dé school, á corner mi sí corner, màá wá lọ wẹ̀. Màá wá change sí cleaner underwear. Àti clean uniform. Màá wá sí school. Now, kí là ń jẹ tá bá wá sí school? Puff àti ògì. Ẹ mọ̀ combination yìí. Puff àti ògì. Combination yẹn wà pa. Mo rántí pé there was this morning mo ṣe puff. Mo wá ṣe ògì sí ọmọ mi dẹ̀ wò ọmọ mi ní. This is yucky mo pé bóyá ló mọ̀ pé baba balance diet.
Ọlọ́run tí ò jẹ́ a give up. Ẹ ṣé.
Tell you, baba balance diet. What is this? When Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó mọ̀ what is this? Bó ṣàmà wòrán tì. Then ògì tí mo máa pò yẹn, mo máa make sure pé mo pò. Ṣé mi pé oúnjẹ tí bá jẹ láàárọ̀, ó di ìrọ̀lẹ́ kí n tó ṣe jẹ oúnjẹ mi. So màá ti pò ògì yẹn, màá make sure pé omi ògì yẹn pọ̀. Just so that I'm filled. I was not living with people that could not afford 3 square meals. Or more than 3 square meals. At least, in the bit of it, mo ní cousin lórí platform tó ń gbọ́ nǹkan tí mo sọ. Tó lè jà mí tó bá jẹ́ pé nǹkan tí mo sọ pé kò real. You understand? Now, but in all of this, right? Over time, I was able to leave. And, of course, I ended up going, because at a point, I just took my ground. I was like, why not? Yami oku now. I want to go back to my mom. And one of the days, I was really like stubborn and everything. And then my grandmom said, tó bá ti pé 18, wàá lè lọ sọ́dọ̀ yẹ́. So of course, that clicked on my head. So I did everything to make sure that once I'm 18, I will go back to my aunt, to my mom. Now, don't forget, for my mom too, I had my reservations. Because my mom would come to the house. She used to come to and see my auntie. Tomati, Shemo, in my own little head, I'm just like, Obìnrin, are you not bothered that I don't even write to you? Are you not bothered that I don't talk to you? One day, mi da ki ba ya mi sọ̀rọ̀. Torí tí n bá ya mi sọ̀rọ̀, tí mo mi bá lọ. Nínú yẹn ò di part 4. I'm not exaggerating. You see, like I said, we are 5 siblings. My older sister was living with my grandmom's sister. And my 2 brothers live with my grandmom. Okay? Now, my auntie loves divide and rule. The one I was living with, she loves divide and rule. And the best way my grandmom could get money from her is to play along with her. So, of course, anytime she tells, so long as she's feeding my auntie with information about my mom, my auntie was fine. It was easy to get, to get money off her. So, now, I was not allowed, even my sibling, my older sibling used to come to me. She used to, not come to me, she used to come to my auntie for holiday. She would come to the place where I live. And I suppose my older sibling, I think she kind of got drawn into the divide and rule scenario, you understand? So she was loyal to my auntie. So I got to that stage where I just became someone that, in short, I would just be looking at me like, killing because that fishy. I want stages come to what you pay. Igba mi, mo le di zama ran mi lọ sọ́jà, ma didi ma ra ẹgbà padà wálé. Torí ba we pa week won ti no mi kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ kini. You can imagine me thinking that level, you understand? So ba ti we pe won no mi, ó ga o. Wow, how am I this good? So I would then do something that would provoke it. Of course, I'll bring just 3 different types or whatever types. Okay, in case they come back on. And the truth is, I got to that stage where that was how much I had internalized the pain. You understand? So fast forward, I went to go and live with my mom. And I will not lie, I had a lot of bitterness when I went to live with my mom. Because for me, I just could not get my head around the fact that koboko lo ati koboko atore ati belts. Ti ba shi boyfriend mi, first boyfriend boyfriend mi o ti mo bímọ fún. Ogota ko ma bara wa sun ti mo bora fún. Bobo yẹn pariwo ni. Ó sá jáde kúrò nu yàrá. I'm not exaggerating. Kò lè believe oríṣiríṣi àpá tó rí lára mi. Anyway, so like I said, when I got to my mom, I was a very bitter child. And that's the truth. I was very, very bitter. I struggled because I struggled to understand how I could love my mom when she comes over to see me with my aunt. But for me, I just could not get my head around it. So of course, mommy me there, I love you, man. You know in my head, I was like, you understand? So me and her, we didn't get along initially. Because for me, I just had questions. I just could not fathom the fact that she left me with her sister. I just could not fathom that. And I could not fathom the fact that she had in my own view, she had a blind eye towards what was going on with me. You understand? So, but maybe somehow, she quick by me, as she yowu, the lady marry. So at a point, on my, I think, yes, close to 19, I got pregnant. Then I also have that aside from people being pregnant, you see me, I'm that kind of child that that kind of scenario, you understand? Whereby I damn any consequences. So I think I got to know I was pregnant 2 weeks to when I was going to have the baby.
Wow.
Okay. Molosi the doctor no ni. One of my other cousins, I just saw the doctor. So he was offering money sad. Anyway, I saw the doctor. Doctor, you ever check Dubania? Do you have a boyfriend? Yes, I do. Have you ever had sexual relationship? Money? Of course, yes. Because in your woman. Anyway, long and short of it. And then Nigerian doctors want the ethics. A little your course of me pay Molonu, your course of me near hospital Molonu. If you phone call see or do auntie ẹ̀gbọ́n cousin mi tó gbé nìyẹn pé fi phone call sọ́dọ̀ yẹn nìyẹn pé nǹkan bye ó bá pe mommy of course. So gbàtí máa délé my mom was crying. You know, in my head I'm like kí ló ń pa ẹ́ nígbè. What were you expecting? Anyway, so she started saying ó ti bà ojú mi jẹ́ kíní kan, you know, that kind of thing. For me, I was just looking at them, I was just like anyway, long and short of it, end up bimo. I mean, luckily I was working in the chemist before, because obviously jam was jamming me. So I was waiting, Anyway, but Musha ma bimo ye. I think that was, yes, it wasn't a planned pregnancy, but that changed my life. Because I experienced motherhood as young as I was. And for the first time, just holding my child, when you have a child and they have to get you to do the first skin to skin. I held that child, and for the first time, I became human. And I felt the need to protect that child. So, at this time, prior to the birth of my child, I'd lived with my mom for almost a year. Just over a year, rather. So, of course, my mom was very, she was all over me and everything, but I was just not interested. Anyway, so getting back home, we had a conversation, and then I just asked her, because she was batting the child, she was really intentional about the child, and that was her first grandchild, and she was very intentional. And I said, so I just asked her one of the days, so you can look after a child and you dumped me and my siblings. That was my words. And my mom broke down in tears, and she started narrating. Meanwhile, gbogbo time tí mo gbé lọ́dọ̀ aunty mi, wọ́n ti fún mi lóríṣiríṣi version bí bàbá mi ṣe kú. Mo ti ní different series and version of the story. Bí bàbá mi ṣe kú. Ìyá mi náà wọ́n ti fún mi ní story pé aṣẹ́wó ni. Bó ṣe ń bọ́kùnrin kan ṣe ló ń ṣe. All those, those stories. So, anyway, my mom now told me what really happened. How we all ended up being shared like sandwich to family members. And, of course, I couldn't tell her. Initially, I was going to tell her what I went through. But till my mom died, I wasn't bold enough to tell her. Because I just felt if I gave her a glimpse of what I went through, she would pass very early. Although she ended up dying early as well. But I think that guilt was always there. But one thing I'm grateful for is, before my mom passed, because like I said, I was quite bitter about my mom, I was very intentional in my relationship with my mom. I decided I was going to be that child, irrespective of whatever had happened. Yes, I didn't live with her for my formative years, but I wanted to have a mother, because the person I lived with and called mom was never a mother to me. And she never showed me. She was just mom by saying it. So I built a relationship with my mom. I made sure my mom was on my payroll, I made sure I did it. To the extent I remembered very well. My mom, even on her dying bed, was telling anybody that cared to know that Sherry and mommy mejeji, me and my immediate younger brother. And Sherry and Yoku, only Bashi, but Sherry and mejeji. Every month, in Cotton Shefumilele. Aside from that, one she buy. You understand? So when my mom passed away in 2010, yes, to be fair, I didn't cry. Because, like I said, I'm not used to emotions. Okay? And that also explains the kind of job I'm doing and why I fit in very well in the job I do. Now, I didn't cry. But you know what? I was very excited. Not because she passed early, because I wish she was still alive today, just to see how far things have come. Now, I was excited because as a child, Moshe Koto Yeki or Moshe Funya. Okay? Now, my grandmom, yes, I had my bitterness towards her. Because on the surface, she looked like she was the glue that held the home together. But a lot happened that she herself facilitated. And initially, because my youngest brother, he is very fond of her because he started living with her at a very young age. He's very fond of her. So when he's talking, mama this, mama that, I just look at her, I just look at him and I'm like, okay. But before she died, I called her and I was very reluctant with her initially. But later I called her and I said, mama, Ikobai. We talked about it, she apologized and stuff like that. To be honest, I don't know if I ever forgave her. I think I forgave her much after she passed. Now, for the person I lived with, me, Neparo, yes, it's easy to say forgive, but it's not easy to forget. Because Sherry, ẹni tó yàgbẹ́, ló gbàgbé. But Sherry, you're to face a co. What I went through affected me so badly to the extent ìgbà tí mo máa marry, it took me a while to get married. Ìgbà tí mo máa marry, the slightest little thing, I walked out of that marriage. Okay? Because for me, it was just a no negotiation for me. And also, why it is, yes, I know that we don't, our life experiences shape us. One thing that I've learned, or one thing that my life experience taught me or made me do, is become extremely independent. So much so that I hate to go to anyone to ask for help. And I'll tell you why that was key for me. Because when my father died, my mom was so reliant on my dad, proud to death. They had what it took for my mom, to look after us on our own. But unfortunately, because my mom was so reliant on my dad, she didn't have an understanding of his finances. This, I want to fall in love. I want to kind of scenario love, you understand? My mom was so reliant on my dad that when her husband died, because she didn't have understanding of his finances, she didn't have understanding of the company he had and the businesses he was involved in. Unfortunately, people took advantage of that. And of course, coupled with the fact that she was grieving, you understand? Lawyer, resolve. She understand? But because she didn't have that financial knowledge, what happened in return was when she couldn't make that conscious decision to say, ebi ma tọ́jú àwọn ọmọ yìí. Mo ní nǹkan tó wà available láti tọ́jú wọn. Rotimi, as I speak to you, my father still has shares in Union Bank, Vitafoam, kí ló ń porúkọ ẹ̀ ṣé UAC àbí UCH àbí kí ló ń porúkọ company tó run
UAC ni.
derivatives wọ́n ní shares when I say shares tó yẹ pé is that bad tó yẹ pé àwọn newspaper wọ́n máa ń call as undeclared unclaimed dividends. You understand? And I remember one of the time when I saw it in the newspaper, I saw they will print out their names. My mom doesn't even she doesn't even know where the documents are. Okay? So, because she didn't have the financial knowledge, company ti daddy àti ọ̀rẹ́ wọn dá, those guys walked away, smiling, because she had no concept of it. So, for me, while I was growing up, I said to myself, I would never make myself vulnerable financially. Not a chance in hell will I make myself vulnerable. So I was very, very mindful about life. That was always my greatest, what did they call it? My greatest fear. So if I tell me at the ex with our pathway, easy peasy. It was easy for me to make decisions financially. It was easy for me to be non-reliant on him. Even in the marriage, I wasn't reliant either way. So, you see, obviously growing up, obviously, so the first thing I said to him, I called him and I said, look, in Kobai, of course, not so much in depth of what happened to me, but I was always very mindful. And I said to him, I said, you see, when you get to that age where you want to marry, of which by the time he got to the age, I called him, I said, look, don't ever hide anything from your wife, because when anything happens, that lady has to pick up the pieces. So your finances, be very, very transparent. Let her know. I don't want to know. Nobody needs to know except that lady. Because when the chips are down, that girl you're going to get married to is the one that would pick everything up. Yes, we have extended family, but the reality of it is, extended family should be extended family mo gbe ton for what mi lórí lè rí mi nínú ilé yẹn kẹ́ pè mí ní niece aunty yẹn ọmọ ọ̀dọ̀ a lot of people ọmọ ọ̀dọ̀ wọn náà mọ̀ mí sí because me wà ní ìrí ọmọ in short ọmọ ọ̀dọ̀ gan tún ní grade ju èmi lọ. So I've summarized it. There is more to it, but
thank you
for
so
men
much.
as well, there are lessons here as a father. Whatever you're doing, no matter how much you love your man, whatever you're doing, you love your woman. You see your finances. Yes, maybe you are the sole person bringing in the finances. Carry your woman along. Let her know what you have. Let her have an understanding of what's happening in your account. If you're having a business, let her know what that business is. Let her know what your shares are in that business. Even if you choose that your wife should be a housewife, let her know what your capability is financially. For you as a woman, yes, your man might be the one that said, "Oh, don't worry, I will take care of the finances." As a woman, it's important that joko tetere. Find out about, ask questions, get him accountable to you financially. Then about them be more no. At the beginning, obviously my mom and dad, what they had, they could care for all of us very easily, if not because of the slight mistakes that she. And those slight mistakes cost, I'm sure if he looks back, luckily for us, we are all doing well now. But the things that we went through was avoidable if my mom had detailed information about Dutch finances.
Thank you so
then,
much.
I wanted the job go easy. Like my auntie, I won't lie. Yes, I have forgiven my auntie, but the beast in me still comes out anytime I see her. I won't lie. Me, I'm not going to sit there and lie. Herself and the husband, the beast in me still comes out. My cousins on my mom's side, particularly the ones that I talk about, the truth is, I can't stand them. Yes, I forgive them maybe from a distance, but I just don't feel comfortable around them. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you, yes, I've forgiven them, everything is fine. No, everything is not fine. Because only fine. Because they robbed me of my childhood. It's just as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Olórin kan tó àmọ́ ń kọ ní gbàtà kéré. Fọwọ́ kan mi o, bàbá wa fọwọ́ kan mi o. Olórí ayé wa fọwọ́ kan mi o, bàbá wa fọwọ́ kan mi o. This is a very wonderful one that will help us to let out the heat, talk about it, and I can tell you that sleeping after letting some heat out, it gets better. It gets better. Parenting, what it has done to the children. The comments have been so wonderful on Facebook. My wonderful Auntie Fatima, thank you so much for the stars that you are sending. I appreciate you so much, ma. YouTube family, thank you so much for being there again today. Bàbá wòlíì dàda ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré gbé yín sókè ráńpẹ́. On mute sir, torí nẹ́tíwọ̀kì yín yóò ṣe bákan lẹ́ẹ̀kan.
Ọ̀rọ̀ ńlá ni ọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Mo gbọ́ gbogbo ẹnu sì ń yà mí. Mo gbọ́ tẹ̀yìn, mo gbọ́ táwọn ènìyàn. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ Olódùmarè ló mọ́ kálukú dúró.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ní tiẹ̀ pọ̀ tó ń ronú, tó bá rí tẹlòmíì gbà ń kọ́ gbé ni. Tí n bá ní kí n fẹ́ ní tèmi, gbogbo fídì máa dàrú ni. Àgàgà tí n bá dé ìkórìtà ibi tí a ti kọ́mọ fún mi pẹ̀lú ààbò ara. Tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi wòlíì kan níbi ni tó fẹ́ sọ mí di irinṣẹ́. Wẹ́ tèmi kẹ àwa sibling wa ìdàgbà wa ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn òbí wa láti dàgbà. Bàbá tí ó bí mi jẹ́ arúgbó torí màmá wa ni ó kéré jù. Bàbá wa wọn àbí bàbá wa ní 18th náà bí bàbá 18th. Ẹ̀ntàn bí 19 gan ó máa tẹ̀ fún bàbá wa ni. Torí ìlú wa wọ́n dá baptist ìlú alẹ́ ní 1898. Bàbá wa dẹ̀ ní pé àwọn ọmọgbàtà ń dá baptist. So irú àwọn bàbá yẹn Ọlọ́run fún lórí ọ̀fẹ́ kan tó wá kú níbi 23 years ago. Ní kúkúrú, mo kọ́kọ́ fẹ́ bá àwọn òbí sọ̀rọ̀. Torí pé ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi ní agbára púpọ̀. Lẹ́yìn tó jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbọ́n mi kan wà tó jẹ́ pé mi lè forgive ẹ̀. Bó ti wù kó rí. Gbogbo mo ṣe ń gbìyànjú láti forgive ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó tó ń dáràn mọ́ràn. Ọ̀pọ̀sọ̀ kó máa gbọ́ mi torí pé ó fìyà jẹ mí nígbà èwe mi. Ó jẹ́ kí ìgbà èwe mi ó sú mi. Ó jẹ́ kí ìgbà èwe mi ó sú mi. Ohun tí mo sọ àti tí mi ṣe. Mo jẹ́ ẹni tó jẹ́ pé aláàbọ̀ ara ni mí. Aláàbọ̀ ara ni mí nínú ọmọ ìyá. Èmi nìkan ni mo jẹ́ aláàbọ̀ ara. Màmá wa sì jẹ́ èèyàn kan tó jẹ́ pé ó máa ń fẹ́ràn kó máa dẹ ọmọ síra wọn. Tó o bá jẹ́ òbí, jọ̀wọ́ má dẹ ẹ̀gbọ́n sí àbúrò torí pé ìwọ kọjá lọ ṣùgbọ́n oró ò ní tán lẹ̀ o. Oró ò ní tán lẹ̀ torí pé ìwọ tó bá dẹ̀ jẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n tó jẹ́ òkúrúrò, ìnà tó lè na ọmọ tí nígbà tó bá bí ànàpámọ́kù ni wàá nà burú ẹ.
lọ jáwọ́ nísìn torí kì í tán lẹ́bọ̀rọ̀. Ìgbà èwe mi le gan. Màmá mi kò spare mi, mo kiri ọjà. Mo sọ oríṣiríṣi. Ṣùgbọ́n ògo ni forúkọ Olúwa. Ìpè mo sá dàgbà. Ibi tí mo ti fẹ́ mú ọ̀rọ̀ mi torí tí máa ní kí n máa sọ gbẹ̀wé yẹn ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀ ńbẹ̀ tó pọ̀. Nígbà tí mo kúrò tí mo bọ́ lọ́wọ́ lílù tán ló di pé kí wọ́n máa ogun àdó mọ́ ohun tí mi ò sọ wá lé mi mo ṣe wọ́n á ló lè ní mí wọ́n á ní mo já wọn lówó gbogbo yẹn long story ni. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi náà ló máa gbé kárí ọ̀tí tí mo tó gbára mi lọ́wọ́ ní 1991 tí mo bá mú ìjàkadì gidi pẹ̀lú bẹ́sẹ̀ sọ́dún mi ẹ̀ mo fẹ́ pàjọ́ yẹn ni. So mo wá fast forward lọ sí pé nínú ìrìn àjò láyé mo jókòó lára tó ṣe mistake ìyàwó tí mo fẹ́ jẹ́ ìyàwó tó jẹ́ pé tí n bá ń kọrin eégún orin orò ni ó máa kọ. Nígbà tó sáà di ọdún kan èmi jẹ́ ẹni tó máa ń lọ káàkiri orí òkè ni mo sábà ń fìdí sí pàápàá Ọlọ́nkọ́lé ẹ̀rì máa ń kó. Mo kàn déjọ́ ẹni mi dẹ́ fìyà jẹ́ ó ti kú èmi ò tí kú gbogbo tí n bá ní màá kó lẹ̀. Mo sáà rí pé ó dédé kókó lé ló bá da ọmọ sílẹ̀ wọn àti ẹ̀dọ́mọ sílẹ̀ ó kókó lé. Láti bẹ̀ mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gbìyànjú pé kí la fẹ́ ṣe ó kọ́ ọmọ lọ sílé àwọn òbí ẹ̀. Mo wá wà ní Zaria lọ́dún yẹn bọ́n ṣe pè mí nìyẹn ara lọ́lá ò yá o ìyẹn làkọ́bí mi ó ti fíntì o alẹ́ ẹjọ́ yẹn ni mo ní láti kúrò ní Zaria. Mo dé mo bá àwọn ọmọ yẹn ní hospital ìgbà yẹn náà ti dá àwọn ọmọ yẹn dá mi èmi nìkan ní hospital pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ yẹn mo sá ń tọ́jú wọn ọlọ́sàgbàkóso ara ọmọ yẹn yá. Kò wá sí owó lọ́wọ́ mi torí pé ìrìn àjò tí mò ń rìn ni mo ti ń rí owó. Mo bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí kọ́ ọmọ káàkiri ṣùgbọ́n eventually mo ká ọmọ yẹn lọ sí ilé tó fẹ́ dàbí family house tó jẹ́ pé ilé yẹn màmá mi ló ń gbé bẹ̀ bọ̀ màmá ti kú gbà yẹn. Mo wá ń gbé bẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹgbẹ́ mi kan ṣùgbọ́n ọkọ yẹn mo béèrè ìrànlọ́wọ́ káàkiri gbogbo àwọn tájọ jẹ́ pásítọ̀ àwọn tájọ jẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ kò sí kankan tó ràn mí lọ́wọ́. Ẹ máa wò pẹ̀lú ààbò ara àti ọmọbìnrin méjì mo kó wọn káàkiri ọ̀ǹtí ọjọ́ kan àṣé mo ṣe ń gbénu lé yẹn ẹ̀gbọ́n mi tí mo ń sọ yìí ìbejì ni ìkejì ẹ̀ náà ti sọ̀rọ̀ òun náà sọ̀rọ̀ di ó náà ń ṣe wòlíì. Wọ́n fi ọ̀run àpáàdé hàn mí nínú ilé yẹn tọ́run àpáàdé bá tiẹ̀ wà pẹ̀lú èmi àtàwọn ọmọ. Wọ́n ní lọ́ba àdìjọ́ kan o lọ́ba ní pé n tó tiẹ̀ fàjà ní pé wọ́n lé mi fẹ́ jí jẹnẹrétọ̀ yẹn brọ́dà wa kan ló rà fún ìyẹn wà lọ́fà sí. Ẹnu sá bí mi sá mo sá jà lálẹ́ ẹjọ́ yẹn mo na ìkejì yẹn mo nà tí mo fẹ́ ṣe léṣe toró fún ìbọn ara bú mi. Èyí tó dọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́tí ìfẹ́ gbọ́rí nípa mi ìyẹn ti lọ lẹ́ntì ẹ̀ tó bá ti ń bọ́ láti ibiṣẹ́ kò ní gba ilé ẹ̀ lọ àgbà ọ̀dọ̀ wa rẹ̀ ó sàdá wà lálẹ́ ẹjọ́ yẹn. Alẹ́ ẹjọ́ yẹn mi ìbá má ti bínú bọ̀ mo bínú bí mo ṣe káwọn ọmọ nìyẹn o. Mo bá pe ọ̀rẹ́ mi yẹn ìránṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run ni ìránṣẹ́ Pentecostal. Àwẹ̀ nǹkan báyìí ṣẹlẹ̀ sí ó ti sẹ́yìn 3,000 mi nìyẹn tí n bá mọ̀ kí n má lọ bóyá orí kò kọ́ ni ló yẹ kí n gbà lọ. Mo bá dé Benin ìyá tó yà àfàdá pákó ìyá jẹ mí ní Benin gan. Mo rántí pé ìyàwó ẹ̀ fi ojú mi rí màbo torí ìyàwó ẹ̀ rò pé àwa là ń kọ́ sóhun ọ̀rẹ́ wa ẹ̀dẹ̀ ní ẹ tó gbọ́n funfun ni lọ́rẹ́ bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lo style ní pé kí n bí ìgbà tí ẹgbẹ́ kí n máa ṣiṣẹ́ wòlíì èmi tí mo jẹ́ pé guest minister ni mí ní church yẹn ló di pé àwọn ọmọ ìjọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí rí mi fín torí ẹ̀yìn ìkúlé church ló lọ fi mí sí nínú nǹkan bí ọ́fíìsì báyìí. Òun á sì jáde lọ á travel lọ tiẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ pé mo ní ọ̀gbẹ́ni tí ẹ̀jọ̀ ràn mí lọ́wọ́ bó ṣe 20,000 or 30,000 jẹ́ fi gba yàrá kan níbi níyì kí n lè ṣẹ́tù pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ ìkan lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ school wọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi ò dá mi lóhùn àfikọ́sà lọ́yà a ní program kan bì kan a ní ìgbà kan bì kan aláwọ̀ kan bì kan ọ̀ntì ìgbà tí mo tó bínú mo kàn bínú jọ kan bá gbéra mo ní àwé mi ò gbé bímọ mo bá gba Warri lọ. ìrìn àjò láti Benin dé Warri láti Warri dé Àbújá inú ìrìn àjò ni mo sọ ọmọ nù sí. ṣùgbọ́n tí mo kàn ṣàlàyé ni pé àkókò ìgbà yẹn ni àwọn ọmọ ìyá mi bá dìde fún mi ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n persecute mi títí kan ẹ̀gbọ́n mi kan tó jẹ́ obìnrin ìyẹn mi tẹ́ ọkọ sọ fún pé àǹtí mi o wọ́n ti kó ọmọ fún mi o mi ìdẹ̀mọ́ mo ti fẹ́ ṣe o but ẹ ràn mí lọ́wọ́ mi ìráyè travel inú rẹ̀ travel ni mo ti máa ń rí owó kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ṣe mo kàn ń sọ eléyìí ẹ̀rí pọ̀rọ̀ mi ò lọ straight mo kàn ń gé mo ń lọ sí eléyìí torí pé àjùmọ̀ bí òkan tàánú ẹni ọ̀rọ̀ bá ránṣẹ́ ló ń ṣe tẹ́ni. ìyà jẹ mí púpọ̀ nínú ìrìn àjò yẹn mi ní ojú rere lọ́dọ̀ àwọn àna. màmá tó bí mi wá ìgbà tí màmá mi fẹ́ kú ló tún ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tọrọ dáríjì ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ pé tọ́pẹ́ má bínú gbogbo tí mo ṣe fún ẹ torí pé àdó ọmọ yẹn pọ̀ débi pé bí mo kọjá mẹ́kan wá ní olómù òun náà ló mú tọ́ bá wá gẹ̀ẹ́tì pé mi kọ́ ni mo ṣiṣẹ́ èmi kọ́ ni mo ṣe nǹkan yẹn wọn ò tún ní bẹ́ẹ̀ mi pé kí n má bínú. ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà la jẹ mo kàn brief ẹ̀ lérè fi pé nínú ìrìn àjò ẹ̀dá láyé òbí ẹni ṣe lórí àwọn ọmọ ká má yan ọmọ kan ní pọ̀sí àmọ́ ọmọ tí ń sinmi ká má fẹ́ràn ọmọ kan jù kan lọ lẹ́yìn náà tí ìdojúkọ bá wáyé fún ọ̀kan lára àwọn sibling ẹ má fi ẹ̀tanú bọ̀ ẹ gbé ìrànlọ́wọ́ dìde àgbẹ́jọ́ la fi ń sọ̀yà tó bá jẹ́ pé àwọn tèmi lọ gbárùkù tèmi at least àwọn ọmọ mi ẹni ìsìn wọ́n ti tó ẹni obìnrin mi ìlọ́mọ kankan mọ́ lọ́tọ̀ ìyàwó tiẹ̀ kù sílé wọn tiẹ̀ tó jẹ́ lóyò torí pé òun fúnra rẹ̀ ó dìde fa rẹ̀ léyẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ni òní gẹ́gẹ́ ni wọ́n ń sin ìyá ẹ̀ òun dẹ̀ ti kú láti mi 10 years ago níbi tó lè dé mi ò lè lọ bí òkú yẹn torí inú mi ò dùn kí ni mo fẹ́ wá lọ ṣùgbọ́n ṣe rí nínú ìdílé kí ìyá kó máa dẹ ẹ̀gbọ́n sábúrò ẹni tàbí kí ìyá kó máa fẹ́ràn apá kan ju ọmọ kan lọ ó máa ń fa wàhálà. mi ì lọ́mọ mọ́ mi ì níyàwó mọ́ mo tún l'accident in 2020 tó yẹ pé spinal cord mi but mo dúpẹ́ pé mo sáà sì wà láyé mo sì wà láàyè ẹni tó bá kọjú sẹ́nìkan èyí ló kọ sẹ́lómi inú mi ti stop ìkàlẹ̀ yìí torí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ti kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ mo kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tèmi nínú ètí mo kálukú sọ títí dì sìn mo find it difficult láti forgive brother mi yẹn torí pé ó fi ayé àtọ̀ ó fi ayé mi lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí mo bọ́ lọ́wọ́ nínú ẹ̀tàn tí mo dọkùnrin tán tí mo di géńdé tán kò síbi tó ti bà mí jẹ́ dé ìbàjẹ́ yìí ni sáà ọmọ ìyá kan náà sì ni wá débi pé àwọn tí ìbá tún ṣe mí lóore gan á tún fẹnu bà mí jẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ wọn títí mo ṣe ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ èmi àti ẹ̀ ò sọ̀rọ̀ torí pé mo ṣe ń gbìyànjú láti forgive ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló tún ṣe the same thing ló tún ṣe àwọn àṣìṣe tó pọ̀ débi pé n tó wá burú jù àwọn nǹkan tí ò tiẹ̀ yẹ káwọn ọmọ kéékèèké máa gbọ́ láwọn ogun àdó mọ́ bó bá tún gbọ́ pé ó tún kọ àwọn ẹ̀ka lẹ̀ tó ń rojọ́ mi fún ọ láìda kí ni mo ṣe mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé lóòótọ́ owó yóò sí o ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run oúnjẹ mò ń mọ ọkàn mi dẹ̀ ń balẹ̀ lóòótọ́ kò sọmọ kò síyàwó ṣùgbọ́n mo ní Ọlọ́run ṣùgbọ́n mo wá rí i pé amúkọ ẹrù rẹ wọ òkè ló wọ ẹrù ẹ̀sẹ̀ mo rántí pé bàbá máa ń sọ ń gbàyà àti màmá mi wọ́n á porúkọ màmá mi yẹn wọ́n á ní lágbájá wọ́n sàwọn ọmọ yẹn di má sọ àwọn má dé àwọn ọmọ ẹsẹ̀ àwọn má sọ wọ́n di ọ̀tá ara wọn nígbà tó bá lọ tán ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ń bẹ́ńlẹ̀ báyìí kò tán rárá sẹ́ni pé tèmi tún yàtọ̀ sí àwọn tó lọ ń gbọ́dọ̀ àǹtì àwọn tó lọ ń gbọ́dọ̀ ọ̀nkù àwọn tó lọ ń gbọ́dọ̀ ìgbà àwòkù àbẹ́yẹn tó lọ ń gbọ́dọ̀ ìyá ìyá tábàbà ọjà òbí tèmi ni mo gbé nǹkan oró yẹn ò tí ì tán lẹ́ẹ̀dì sí i pẹ̀lú mo ṣe ní kò tán lẹ̀ ìdágunlá àti ìwà ìkà ó mú mi sọ ọmọ méjì nù ètò túmọ̀ sí pé àwọn ènìyàn pàápàá láàrin sibling a tún máa ń ní ọ̀tá láàrin àwọn tájọ pé alọ́mọ ìyá ọ̀tá àfinúbánijẹ́ ọ̀tọ̀ ọ̀tá amọ́nisẹ́ ní ọ̀tọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀tá ọmọ ìyá ló burú jù lágbára Ọlọ́run a máa kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lára ara wa ni a ní dààmú ibi tí ọgbẹ́ ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ayé kálukú Ọlọ́run á bí bu òróró tura sí i sọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé tí n bá fẹ́ràn ilé ìtàn yẹn ó kàn lọ́kọ̀lọ́ nígbà tí mo ronú ní ìjẹta mo kàn wá mo kàn dúró mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Olódùmarè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mi náà mo sì wà láyé ìrètí sì ń bẹ fún igi tí a bẹ́ lórí ìrètí ń bẹ ẹ tó jẹ́ ìgbẹ́ tí mo tẹ̀lé gan pè mí títí pé kí n sá gbàgbé pa kí n mo ní kò sọgbọ́n torí àkókò tí mo ní ìdènà lọ́jọ́ náà ni àkókò tó ń kọ́ ọmọ fún mi gbogbo ọmọ ìyá wọ́n máa ń rárí láti ọmọ ìyá wọn ni ìjọ tí mo wà àwọn táwọn jẹ́ wòlíì ogun náà gbé tì mí àti yẹ̀yẹ́ mo bá jẹ́ pé inú ni ẹ̀sìn wà àwa gangan ìwà wa gangan òun ni kókó kì í ṣe bá a jẹ́ Christian tàbí a jẹ́ Muslim ó túbọ̀ jẹ́ kí n máa ṣe pé à ń pe Kristi à ń pe Jésù kọ́ nífẹ̀ẹ́ à ń pe Muhammadu kọ́ nífẹ̀ẹ́ à ń dífá à ń sàrùbọ̀rù rẹ̀ kọ́ nífẹ̀ẹ́ ìfẹ́ gangan dá dúró gédégbé ìfẹ́ ó dá dúró gédégbé ìfẹ́ ó dá dúró ìmọ̀lára ọmọlàkejì tá a máa ń pè ní humanity ó dá dúró gédégbé kì í ṣe pé kéèyàn kan máa fẹnu pè fẹ́ bó dẹ̀ máa ń wò ó ẹni tó gbógun tì mí lára àwọn ọmọ ìyá yìí ó lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ju kí ló dálẹ̀ lọ ó lè kù sí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ìwọ ẹ̀sìn ni pé tó bá rí ẹ tó bá ń bọ̀ lọ́kọ́ ti rojú ẹ̀ tán àbòsí àti àwọn tẹ̀bẹ̀lẹ̀kùn inú ẹ̀ ló kún but àwọn ni wọ́n lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì mo lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì o mo lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì o ó rí pé àwọn tó bá láwọn tẹ́ bá wá di àwọn tó ti sọ story gan àwọn tó gbógun tì yàn tán my good sister my good brother tí wọ́n fìyà jẹ ọmọ ẹ̀gbọ́n ọmọ àbúrò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn kú church náà ń kú sí ìwọ ẹni yàtọ̀ sí ẹ̀sìn ènìyàn ló ń dá ẹ̀sìn sílẹ̀ ìwà inú ẹni ìjọ onífọmọlàkejì ìjọmọlàkejì rẹ ǹjẹ́ kí ló fi gbomi jẹ́nu kúrò lójú ẹ̀ àìbìkítà àwọn tá a pè ní tá a jọ pé lọ́mọ ìyá nígbà tí mo ní ìṣòro ó jẹ́ kí n wà kólóbó kálukú wà pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ èmi ò rá àwọn tèmi mọ́ so ó sì jẹ́ nìyẹn
ẹ ṣé bàbá mi
nǹkan bẹ́tírẹ́sì ni ọlọ́run wà pẹ̀lú wa
ẹ ṣé
ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ sà.
yes sir ìkàlẹ̀ tó ti gbọ́ yìí ogun alájọbí
alájọbí ni o.
sista Àyànkẹ́mi ẹ jẹ́ n sáré gbé yín wọlé pàápàá ṣé wà ń bẹ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni buhari tí mi ẹ kúrọ̀lẹ́
ẹ kúrọ̀lẹ́ ma yes
èmi náà ní story tí mo fẹ́ share not even story it's my own story.
ṣé gẹ́gẹ́ bí òbí lẹ ṣe fẹ́ ṣe ni àbí bí ọmọ.
gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ bọ̀ kì í ṣe pé àwọn parent mi ló ṣe irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ fún mi.
Okay.
My own sister ló ṣe fún mi. Mo wá láti polygamous family. Side tiẹ̀ òun ni first born lóbìnrin. Side tèmi èmi ni last born obìnrin. Ìkọ̀ọ̀kan dẹ̀ ni wá lóbìnrin. Ìgbà tí mo wà bí ọmọ 13 years, ọkọ ẹ̀ òun ṣe wed, ọkọ ẹ̀ wálé, ó wá sí village. Ó ní àǹtí mi ó ti ṣe mọ̀ ọmọ kékeré tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ fáwọn méjì yẹn nìkan lóbìnrin, àwọn tó kù boys ni wọ́n. Mo máa ń rí wọn bí àǹtí mi máa ń ṣe mọ̀ ìgbà tí mo kéré máa ń sátẹ̀lé wọn, mo really cherish àǹtí mi máa ń pè wọ́n, mi pè wọ́n ní sister mi, ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn ọmọ ìlú òkè àǹtí la máa ń pè àǹtí wa tán bá ti jù wá lọ. Kí ni mo fẹ́ ọkọ ẹ̀ ṣàwálé ní Sunday kan ló bá ní àǹtí mi ò ní kóun wá mú ọmọ òun, pé ìyàwó ò ní kóun wá mú mi. Màmá dẹ̀ wò, màmá ti dàgbà tó rárúgbó náà fi bí èmi. Màmá ní àǹtí rẹ̀ náà kúkú ni, ẹ jẹ́ kó máa tẹ̀lé lọ. Mo ṣàṣedẹ́ni tó dèrò Ìbàdàn nìyẹn. Láì mọ̀ pé mo fẹ́ wá kọ́ ìrírí ayé, mo fẹ́ wọnú ìrírí ayé lọ ni. Tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ó change life mi títí dèní. Ìgbà àǹtí mi mo dọ́dọ̀ wọn. Ìgbà tí mo dọ́dọ̀ wọn ìgbà yẹn mo ṣẹ̀ wá mọ̀ bí ayé ṣe jẹ́ torí time tí mo fi wà lọ́dọ̀ màmá. Ìyẹn ìyá tó bí mi tí mọ̀ nǹkan táyé jẹ́ ń gbà ẹ̀ mò ń rò pé it's a little bit terrible, but àǹtí mi máa treat mi. Ọkọ ẹ̀ tọkọ ẹ̀ tán bá fún mi ní punishment nílé. Ó lè jẹ́ ní down, náà ní kí ní down tí gbogbo ẹsẹ̀ máa ro mí, tẹ́sẹ̀ máa wú. Tí ìgbà yẹn wọ́n lóríṣiríṣi punishment tá máa mí wá ní kéèyàn ṣe kinní kan ọ̀bọ, kéèyàn stool down, kéèyàn ṣe olóríṣiríṣi máa ṣe, tó bá tún ṣe yẹn tán á bọ́ mi sí òwò.
Ọmọ ọdún mélòó lẹ wà ńgbà yẹn?
13 years mo dọ́dọ̀ wọn, mo dẹ̀ jẹ̀yà yẹn for good 4 years and a half. Àǹtí mi mo dé ọ̀dọ̀ wọn for a year, wọn ò fi mí sí school. Ọmọ tó ṣe tó ń bọ̀ láti village, ẹ mọ̀ pé school background mi náà rough láti kì í ṣe pé school education gidi kan ló wà lábúlé ta ní. But mo tún débẹ̀ for a year, ọmọ ọ̀dọ́ mo fi ń ṣe fọbọ́, gbálẹ̀, lọ pọn mi, à ń gbé lẹ́yìn ọjà Mọ́kọ́lá nìbàdàn. Ilé àwọn eré àbẹ̀yẹ dẹ̀ ní èrò àwọn ọmọ Ìgbò là ń bá gbé transport ibi ọ̀dọ̀ wa bíi quarters ní tí gbogbo ẹ̀ kàn ṣe. Wọ́n á tún ní kí tẹ̀lé àwọn ọmọ yẹn á lọ oko lóko lọ́nà across ọjà Mọ́kọ́lá yẹn tá lọ máa já gúnre. Táwọn yẹn á máa lé wa, tá máa ṣe oríṣiríṣi. Kí ni mo fẹ́ fàyọ? Àǹtí mi máa treat mi, ọkọ ẹ̀ mú lẹ́sì mi. Lóríṣiríṣi ó tó time kan mo ní láti sọ fún wọn. Àǹtí kan tó sọ̀rọ̀ earlier, àwọn tiẹ̀ sọ pé àwọn ní 3 pants fún táwọn fi ṣe menstruation. Èmi ò tiẹ̀ ní pants, mo rántí bóyá ẹyọ kan mo ní mi rò pé ó pé méjì. Àkísà mo fi máa ń ṣe menstruation. Aṣọ àkísà. Àkùgbà tó tún pẹ́ àwọn ní delay fún ọmọ. Bóyá bí tán ti lọ máa ń gbàdúrà, bí wọ́n sọ fún wọn bí àjẹ́ lọmọ tán mú tira, bí ẹlẹ́gbẹ́ ni wọ́n á mú mi lórí òkè àwọn chọ́ọ̀chì Kérúbà and Séráfù. Àwọn yẹn fi mí sáàárín, wọ́n máa wọ́n mi sí mi lára, wọ́n máa fìgbálẹ̀ nà mí. Ìyà yẹn dẹ̀ pọ̀ tó jẹ́ bíi pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ò tiẹ̀ wá sí ìgbàgbà time tán máa ná fi mí sí school yìí tí mo díẹ̀díẹ̀ tí mo mọ̀ lábúlé gan ti kúrò lórí mọ́. Táǹtí mi bá tún ní òkè o, ọmọ yìí kò tiẹ̀ ṣe, wọ́n wá lọ fi mí sí school kan gbà ẹ̀, mo rántí ń gbà ẹ̀ wọ́n fi mí sí school yẹn ò tiẹ̀ dáa rárá. Mo wá sọ fún wọn pé tó bówó bá sí lọ́wọ́ yín ẹ tiẹ̀ pé màmá ń lé, torí kì í ṣe pé màmá ò lówó, iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ náà ń ṣe bọ̀, kì í ṣe pé wọn lè dá tọmọ mélòó náà bí tán lè dá tọmọbìnrin ẹyọ kan nínú ọmọ wọn. Mo pe àǹtí mi pé kán tiẹ̀ bá mi change school yẹn, pé òun yẹn máa lè help mi láti lè improve mi pẹ̀lú education mi, máa lè. Àǹtí mi ní rárá kò sí nǹkan tó jọ. Táǹtí mi bá lóun fẹ́ kọ́ mi ní ABC ọ̀bó fún fẹ́ fìwé kan bá gbé mi lọ síwájú ìta. Ìgbọ̀nà tí máa fi mí ṣe ẹ̀yà àwọn aráalé wá péjọ àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké, ìyẹn wá jẹ́ kó ìyẹn gan tún wá jẹ́ kí gbogbo ẹ̀ wá sún mi. Mi ò jí nǹkan àǹtí, mi ì jí wọn ní nǹkan rí. Tó bá ní kí àǹtí mi kò ṣiṣẹ́ fún láfu àìbínú, ọkọ ẹ̀ máa ń lọ ṣe fàyàwọ́. àǹtí mi ṣáà nà mí ọkọ ẹ̀ ó nà mí atúmọ̀fù kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ bìkan ládégbà yìí wọ́n kó lọ adégbà yìí new site níbẹ̀ yẹn ọ̀gá wọn kan ló kọ́lé yẹn wọ́n rẹ́ǹtì àpátímẹ́ǹtì kan ní àpátímẹ́ǹtì ọ̀gá wọn yẹn tán bá nà mí bá àwọn yẹn dẹ̀ ní àbúrò ọkùnrin àwọn bọ̀bọ̀ fàyàwọ́ tán ìjọ lọ máa ń gbé mọ́tò ní Kútọ́nù tán bá nà mí tán bá bọ́ mi sí òwò bá àwọn yẹn á máa yọjú lójú wíńdò. àǹtí máa treat mi wọn àtọkọ ẹ̀ wọ́n ṣe oríṣiríṣi fún mi nǹkan tí mo kàn máa advice àwọn òbí ọ̀dọ́ náà mi really blame ìyá tó bí mi because àwọn náà nísìn náà mò ń ṣàlàyé àwọn náà mọ̀ bó ṣe máa rí èmi náà mọ̀ tó bá yẹ pé mo mọ̀ pé bó ṣe máa rí ńgbà yẹn nìyẹn mi ní sọ pé màá tẹ̀lé wọn bọ̀ pé torí pé mo wò pé àǹtí mi ni mo ṣe tẹ̀lé wọn lọ. mo fi gbé ọ̀dọ̀ àǹtí mi fún almost 5 years 4.5 years àǹtí mi ò ra aṣọ ẹyọ kan fún mi báyìí mi ní aṣọ pé méjì àǹtí mi ò ra aṣọ ẹyọ kan fún mi ọjọ́ bọ́n ṣe mú mi kúrò nílùú náà ṣe dá mi padà ọjọ́ tán máa mú mi kúrò nílùú mo rántí pé kọ́sìn wa kan wá bọ̀dá kan wá kí wọn bí age mate làwọn àti bọ̀dá yẹn dúdú gan ìgbà yẹn láyé tán aṣọ mìíràn ó wá ra army green wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe Christmas ńgbà yẹn ó ra aṣọ yẹn army green olóhùn fẹ́ ràn pé òun fẹ́ wọ̀ fún Christmas yẹn wọ́n wá confuse bọ̀dá yẹn pé kó má wọṣọ yẹn pé ó ti green jù lára ẹ̀ pé ó máa dúdú jù òun mo lè sọ pé aṣọ tí àǹtí mi rà fún mi tí mo fi gbé lọ́dọ̀ wọn tí màmá bá tún láwọn ra nǹkan pọ́n fi nǹkan ránṣẹ́ àǹtí mi máa sọ̀rọ̀ kọ́sìn wa kan náà wá torí wọ́n máa Christmas time ní ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ wọn ọjọ́ Christmas náà bá wọn normally wọ́n máa ń ṣe Christmas wọ́n máa ń ṣe ọdún Christmas gbogbo àwọn tó bá wá during that time mi màmá aṣọ ọmọ ọdọ̀ fún mi ìyẹn ò tẹ̀ kì í ṣe ìyẹn ò kì í ṣe problem because ó ti di nǹkan tó ti mọ́ra ni ìyẹn ìjọ mi lójú ìyẹn wá èmi àti ìyẹn jẹ́ bí age mate ó wá rí mi níyì ẹ̀yẹn á wá ní Àkẹ́mi òun kí ló dé ò ní bra àyà ló dẹ̀ ti ga àyè kí ló dé àǹtí ò rà mọ́ ní mi níbra yẹn ṣàfún mi níbra àǹtí mi máa fẹ́ náà mi pàǹgbà tí táwọn yẹn lọ lùdé tán lọ ìwọ náà ti ń ṣàkóńsìn ó ti ń wọ bra wọ́n ti ń ṣe gbá fún ẹ wọ́n ti ń ṣe iní náà kan tán ṣàmáà nà mí last àbúrò wọn second to the last one wọ́n wá dé sí time yẹn ìdẹ́dẹ̀ wà ní seminary ó ń lọ sí fún school pastor ó wálé sásìkò yẹn ló gbà mí lẹ́ni nínà kan máa já mi sí òòrùn ìyẹn ṣe wá dé ìyẹn wá pe àǹtí mi sílé ó wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń bu pé tó bá jọmọ ìjẹ́ ẹ̀ ṣé wọ́n lè ṣe báyìí tá a bá dẹ̀ délùú àbáwọn ìyá méjèèjì ṣe máa ń ṣe síra wọn bíi tẹ̀gbọ́n tàbúrò àwọn ará àdúgbò lè tẹ̀sọ́ lè mọ́mọ́ ìyẹ́ ẹ̀ kó jọmọ ìyẹ́ ẹ̀ ló wà lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ kó máa ṣe báyìí ìyẹn ló gbà mí lẹ́ni nínà but ẹ̀yìn ìgbà yẹn náà kì í ṣe pọ́n nínà mi wọn kàn kí n bọ́ mi sí òmọ́ ni. And there's something special to me tó jẹ́ pé ó lost mi ò ní sọ yẹn lórí kinní tí èmi gan mọ̀ mi mọ̀ bí nǹkan yẹn ṣe mi mẹ́ni tó ṣe irú nǹkan yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ fún mi bọ̀ ṣé tí mo ṣe ń gbọ́n yìí ni yèmí ṣe ń ṣí sí pé àbọ́kọ àǹtí mi ló ṣe irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn fún mi ìgbà téyìn mo ṣe ń dàgbà tí mo rí pé yàn mọ ọkùnrin nǹkan yẹn ò sí ń bẹ̀ mò ń wò pé bí torí ẹni tó lè mú tó mú ọmọ tó ní ọmú sáyà tó ń dàgbà tó ń ṣe menstruation tó lè máa bọ́ sí òun ó possible kò jórú nǹkan yẹn ló but I don't know mi mọ bí nǹkan yẹn ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀.
ẹ ti sọ already wípé bóyá ọkọ wọn ló jábàálẹ̀ yín. Hello.
Yes, I'm going.
Wípé bóyá ọkọ wọn ló jábàálẹ̀ yín ṣẹ́ni yẹn ṣì wà láyé.
Ó ṣì wà láyé. Pẹ̀lú ó ló ń ṣe pásítọ̀ nsìn.
Ó ń ṣe pásítọ̀.
Nǹkan tí mo gbọ́ níṣẹ́ Olúwa náà ṣe.
Bọ̀ ẹ mọ kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ pásítọ̀ kí la máa pè é.
Mi fẹ́ dárúkọ wọn. Ó ṣe pé mi fẹ́ dárúkọ wọn ẹni tí mo gbé lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀bùn àǹtí mi níṣẹ́ mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀
àǹtí wèrè wo àwọn àǹtí wèrè wo irú pásítọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ṣe mọ tí ó lọ́mọ ṣe fáwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ ń ta ni nígbà tẹ́yìn tẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ ẹbí tó ń lọ.
ó nígbà yẹn ó ní lọ bèrè mi lọ́wọ́ kinní kan torí ó ní àbúrò ẹ̀ kan tó ló ti gbé lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ kó tó di pé ó má rì ó ní lọ bèrè mi lọ́wọ́ kinní kan nínà tí mò ń lẹ́ẹ̀gò tó kinní kan lọ bèrè mi lọ́wọ́ bùnmi ni lady yẹn jẹ́ àbùnmi nǹkan tí mo fojú ẹ̀rí lílọ yẹn àìmá bọ́ sí òní títí tí màá máa ná ni a máa fi brag ńgbà yẹn tá máa tó bá apá ẹgbà ìgbálẹ̀ tán fi nà mí tó fa kòkòrò sí mi lára ó sì wà lára mi sínà.
ẹ wá lẹ́ẹ̀fẹ̀ dárúkọ wọn ẹ mọ̀ pé lóyún.
ẹ máa fún wa lórúkọ pásítọ̀ yẹn ẹ jọ mo fi Elédùmarè bẹ̀yìn ẹ jọ.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni irú chọ́ọ̀chì wo dẹ̀ náà ti ń ṣe pásítọ̀ títí wọn.
mi mọ chọ́ọ̀chì tán ti ń ṣe pásítọ̀ but nǹkan tí mo gbọ́ nìyẹn wọn náà wà lórí chọ́ọ̀chì kan tó fi wọ́n ṣe pásítọ̀ mbẹ́.
kí lorúkọ wọn ẹ̀dẹ̀ wọn ìfẹ́ sọ orúkọ wọn. ok kò sí wàhálà.
ẹ lè sọ lẹ́yìn ìsìn tẹ́ bá fẹ́ sọ ìsìn ẹ lè sọ lẹ́yìn ìsìn. ẹ ṣe.
gbogbo ṣẹ́rí more than 90% àwọn tẹ́ ẹ̀ rí léta lélẹ̀ tán kó kọ́là.
ẹ ní láti sọ mà. Yes.
ẹ ní láti sọ orí liberation kìíní yìí there is no playing no dulling rárá liberation la wà fún.
ẹ ní láti sọ nítorí pé àmọ́ bóyá ènìyàn ń ṣe nǹkan tó ṣe fún yẹn wọ́n ṣe lọ́wọ́ fáwọn tó wà.
fáwọn ẹlòmíì.
wọ́n kì í ṣe mi according to him kì í ṣe mi nìkan ló ṣe sí. ẹ lè imagine so ẹni láti sọ ẹ sọ fún bàrà lórí tì mí later lẹ́yìn ṣẹgbọ́mà ẹ jọ it's very important.
nígbà tẹ́mi sọ ti ní bá sọ ti nígbà tí mo sọ ti grandma mi ń sìn yìí tí mo sọ ti bàbá tó bí mi lọ́mọ ṣé wọ́n pa mí ni jókòó wọ́n fẹ́ wá nà mí ni.
màá sọ fún Mr. Rotimi lẹ́yìn.
kò sí wàhálà kò sí wàhálà ẹ ṣé ẹ ṣé. Princess Àgbékẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré gbé yín sókè.
ẹ ṣé gan ni tẹ́ gbé mi sókè. Mo pẹ́ kí n tó join but I was able to catch up on the points people were talking about. Sherry Obi nǹkan tá a máa ń dá sílẹ̀ láàrin àwọn siblings ọwọ́ òbí ló pọ̀ jù sí o.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
ọwọ́ òbí ló pọ̀ jù sí. Because òbí tó bá show favouritism sọmọ kan tó fi ọmọ kan kẹ́ ọmọ kan ó ti ń sọ fún àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n tàbí àbúrò wípé ọjọ́ ọ̀la ò dára tó bá lọ tán ẹ̀yìn ò kí ń ga.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
There's a particular thing tí family kan máa fi ṣe example. Family mi màá sọ pé family mi we look at ourselves àwòrán wa àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n wa àbúrò a rí pé àwọn kan ọwọ́ àwọn kan ga ọwọ́ àwọn kan wálẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ nǹkan tá a decide. Pọ̀sí wa ti kú àwa decide pé okay instead tí àwọn tó ní púpọ̀ máa fún mọ́ màmá wa directly kó má dà pé àwọn ilé ìlú lágbájá báyìí ló ń ṣe. Àwa open account as a family account pé lágbájá tó bá yẹ pé 5,000 lóyún lóṣù fi síbẹ̀ á wà kó pọ̀ á wà fún màmá wa so màmá ò ní rí wípé lágbájá ló ń ṣe fún mi tàmẹ̀jù ló ń ṣe fún mi eléyìí ni mo fẹ́. So táwọn òbí bá tí èèyàn bá fẹ́ràn ara èèyàn tó téèyàn bá lè jọ ṣe papọ̀ ó máa ń fa a lot of things pé because táwọn òbí yẹn bá lọ tán kí ló pa yín pọ̀ kò sí nǹkan tó pa yín pọ̀ mọ́. Tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti build bond táwọn òbí ò bá ti try láti build bond láàárín àwọn ọmọ kan tó lọ tí àwọn òbí yẹn bá ti lọ kò lè sí bond mọ́ láyé. Ènìyàn ní gbogbo wa a máa ń jealous ara wa ògo oníkálukú jura wọn lọ ọgbọ́n tọ́lọ́run fún oníkálukú jura wọn lọ ṣùgbọ́n táwọn òbí bá ti manage ẹ̀ látilẹ̀ tó bá ti create ìfẹ́ tó bá ti rí pé tó bá ti fi hàn pé ìkan ojú kan lọ ìfẹ́ máa ń wà. Màá tún cite example bàbá mi nítorí ẹ̀ mo máa give it to my dad anytime tí bá tún padà wáyé mo fẹ́ ti ara bàbá mi wáyé obìnrin márùn-ún ni wá ọkùnrin kan ni nígbà tí bàbá mi máa pín ogún bàbá mi ní give my wife 50% and you kids ẹ pín 50%. Orí òjòrí kò sọ pé ọmọ ọkùnrin bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò sọ pé ọmọ obìnrin. It came as a surprise to everybody. I believe it rárá. So tẹ́ bá ti build àwọn bond yẹn sílẹ̀ àti lára àwọn ọmọ yín síra yín kò ní sí nítorí pé ẹ fi ọmọ kan kẹ́ ọ̀kan ẹ sọ pé kan dà ìkò dà tọmọ kan bá tiẹ̀ wà wayward instead of tẹ́ máa rebook ẹ̀ ń ṣẹ́jú àwọn yòókù ẹ máa pè wọ́n sẹ́yìn láti bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ wá pé gbogbo wọn ẹ wá máa fi ìwà tẹ́nìyẹn wù ẹ máa fi advice wọn pé ìwà báyìí ò dáa ṣùgbọ́n if we continue to rebuke kò sí ilé tí ò sí black sheep kò sí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
kò sí actually mi ò rò pé lẹ́kàn wà tí ò ní black sheep but tẹ́ bá ta black sheep ní dànù orúkọ ta ló ń jẹ́ orúkọ yín náà ló ṣì ń jẹ́ orúkọ yẹn làwọn àbúrò ń jẹ́ orúkọ yẹn làwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n ń jẹ́ nǹkan tó bá ṣe níta ó ṣì ń padà wá bẹ́yìn ẹ̀gbọ́n àtàbúrò ọtí tẹ́lòmí ò kì í mọ̀ nìyẹn tówó ẹ bá ga sókè tó bá decide tó bá gbé ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ ga àbábúrò ẹ̀ ga ó ṣì ń padà sọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ because àbúrò àbẹ́gbọ́n ẹ̀ tí ò dá yẹn ó ṣì ń padà sórí ẹ̀ so many things ni àwọn òbí ní láti so many ways ni àwọn òbí ní láti ṣe nítorí ọjọ́ ọ̀la kó má dà pé ẹ̀yin wọn ò dá mọ́ ìjà wà láàrin ẹ̀gbọ́n sí àbúrò. The last time tẹ́ ṣe program mo fẹ́ sọ nǹkan kan gbà tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ family mo fẹ́ advice àwọn single parents. It was when I dropped that thing came to me again that I should say it. Okay. I had a talk with a friend here níbi tí mò ń gbé ó wá bá mi ò ṣe ọmọ classmate mi ni ó lóun nǹkan ò pé òun decide pé I'm someone he can talk to ó wá bá mi gbà tó wọlé ó ní pé ọmọ is it now about 15 years old ó ní pé màmá ẹ̀ ń bá wí bí ọmọ ẹ̀ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí pariwo pé that's why you don't listen to me mommy I want to talk to you you don't listen daddy she doesn't listen because ọkọ ṣì wà Nàìjíríà kó tó wá join wọn bí ọmọ ṣe sọ wípé ẹni tí màmá ẹ̀ ń fẹ́ tó ń gbé wálé abuse ẹ̀ nìyẹn sexually. Yeah ọmọ yẹn láti ní Mr. So abused me. I didn't want to talk to you because anytime I want to talk to you, you don't listen. So ẹ jẹ́ ká máa gbọ́rọ̀, ẹ jẹ́ ká máa fàyè sílẹ̀ fáwọn ọmọ wa. And single mother, tẹ́ bá ní relationship, why don't you keep it away from your children? You are oríṣiríṣi nǹkan ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Ẹ wà discreet about it because that man you are bringing in can abuse your girl child. That woman you bring into your house can abuse your mate. Kì í ṣọ̀dọ̀ a máa ń wà sentiment, a máa ń fi gbogbo ẹ̀ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn obìnrin. No! Bó ṣe wà ní líkì ló wà ní gbàjámọ̀, bó ṣe wà lóbìnrin ló wà lọ́kùnrin. So ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ọgbọ́n ṣe, ẹ jẹ́ ká try láti build relationship láàrin àwọn ọmọ wa. Táwọn ọmọ wa bá ń ṣe ṣégeṣége, ẹ má yẹ ká máa rebuke all the time. Ká máa lélẹ̀ ní bad egg, ìwọ ló dá láàrin ìdílé, ìwọ gangan ni ó ṣe jẹ́ ìwọ. The more you do that, the more you are creating space between that particular person and other children. But when you try to reprimand them behind the scene, then you now bring them together. Let's correct a behavior in front of them. It brings more love. Nítorí kí ẹ̀yin wá lè dá, kí àwọn kọ́ lè sọ lọ́jọ́ ọ̀la pé màmá bàbá mi ṣe dáadáa, orúkọ yẹn kò dẹ̀ bàjẹ́. So that's my submission, sir.
Thank you so much for that. Wonderful submission. But due to copyright issue, balẹ̀ ń gbọ́ orin Christian, mo ń gbọ́ religious ogo àti káwọn ṣe kìíní tó ń fa ogun wọnú ayé yín. Títọ́ pẹ́ làbí bá lọ tó bá bọ̀ ẹni tí ò jẹ́ kó ń rákòrò délé àwọn tó ṣe kìíní kan. If you want to listen to song with respect to what we're discussing today, that we'll still discuss again tomorrow, we'll give other people the time to share tomorrow. Parenting, I can deviate díẹ̀ lénìí. There is one of the best songs that you should go and listen to. Some of you have not heard it before. It is by Dolly Parton that she sang for family. I don't know how many of you have heard that song before. And when it is family, oh my God. It's one of the best songs. Tell me àtàwọn siblings mi bá tá bá ní issue tán. A bá tutọ́ sókè tá fojú gbà. Mo jẹ́ clear torí when it's family, you forgive them. Mute kinka. When it's family, you forgive them for they do not know what they do. Okay? When it's family, you forgive them for they do not know what they do. Okay? When it's family, you accept them because you have no choice but to accept them. ẹ lọ gbọ́ orin mi ìfẹ́ play ẹ̀ torí copyright kìíní lórí Facebook. When it's family, they are a mirror of the worst and the best in you. When it's family, ẹ lọ gbọ́ orin yẹn, ẹ jọ̀ọ́. The worst and the best in you, they are the mirror, and they always put you to the test, and you always try to do your best. Okay, they always put you to the test, and you always try to do your best. Mo mórí ọ̀rọ̀ ìbọn bí kan kí n tó end the life ti tèmi. And just pray for God to do the rest when it is family. Okay? Some are preachers, some are gay, some are addicts, drunks and strays, but not one is turned away when it is family. Okay? Your family member will do some things, say, ará àtàgùn ò lè ṣe fún ẹ. Okay? Okay? Some are lucky, others are not. Some are fighters and others faint. Winners, losers, sinners, saints. It's all in our families. Okay? And when it's family, you trust them and your heart is an open door. Okay? It's one of the best songs back then, and it is still more relevant more than many religious songs today. When it's family, you tolerate what you can buy others for. Okay? It's your family, you do that is family. Thank you so much, Funshaw Stella, Sisimi. When it's only you love and hate and take, then give some more. Okay? It doesn't end. Somehow you justify their mistakes, try to find some better way to solve the problems day to day in the family. Even when you are dying, they don't want to know. Okay? You take the trouble as it comes and love them more than anyone. Family is strong. You need to go and listen to that song. If not for copyright, listen. Now, am I saying that you have to stick close to some people who are families despite the dangers they have put you through and everything? That is not what I'm saying, but it requires wisdom. Okay? It requires wisdom in dealing with family issues. When you are dealing with family issues, I will advise that when you're applying the wisdom, always, your decision shouldn't be out of Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton, it's on YouTube. When you type family by Dolly Parton, woman to man, to was one of the best to our generations. Okay. Now, for example, saying only Auntie Oremi, very, very wonderful woman. She's a widow there in the US. She's a very big source of inspiration to me. At times, I know when she sent a voice note to me, I see the pain, I see the tears in her as a widow raising 4 kids by herself. She's a survivor. She's very strong. But beyond what she has been able to achieve, she feels that Dolly Parton, DOLLYPARTON, Dolly Parton. Thank you so much, Ibashe Yomu. Family is the title of the song. It's a very short song. It's not more than 3-4 minutes, but very powerful. Okay? Because this song has ministered to me more than any Christian songs. Okay? So, at the end of the day, this woman I'm talking about, the greatest wish beyond anything in this world is that the siblings will see from a perspective, okay, the damage that the father being a pastor now, as on I know maybe one of these days I will encourage her to call in. I'll call her on WhatsApp. Even if it is not tomorrow, I'll chat with her tonight. If she can be strong enough to come and share, eléyìí tún lágbára gan. Ní bá sọ pé ó lágbára, kí bàbá fi ayé àwọn ọmọ ṣiṣẹ́ ìránṣẹ́, ó dẹ̀ báyé family jẹ́ to the extent from what she told me. Wọ́n wá ń jíṣẹ́ fún wọn, má sún mọ́ yá ẹ o, má sún mọ́ yá. For 7 years she could not do anything with the mother. Nígbà tí ìyá máa papòdà, it was too late. Ìyá tó jìyà lórí àwọn ọmọ, bàbá dẹ̀ fọwọ́ rẹ̀ torí church. Ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn máa dùn lẹ́nu wọn fúnra wọn. I will encourage her, even if it is 30-40 minutes, I want to give her, because ìyẹn tún, when it comes to this thing we're talking about, ó tún lágbára. But right now, our major challenge is how to make the siblings, for them to even have that togetherness and everything. But okay, it's very difficult. So it requires wisdom. Ìwọ ló mọ wọ bàtà, ìwọ ló mọ bí tí bàtà ti ń ta ẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀. It doesn't mean that we're saying that you should push yourself to them where you can get hurt again, because there is a Yoruba saying, wọ́n ní ìkà ò kì í gbọ́ àlọ́. Ọmọ yéèyàn bá sọ pé ṣe máa fòkó níṣó, kò sí ní tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe sùúrù nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀, ṣó ti yé wa ń sìn. It requires wisdom. Okay, ogun abínibí ó lágbára gan. But there are some times, depending on what might have, all the things that might have happened, I think that some of us, pé bóyá torí nǹkan tó narrate lẹ́ni irú Sister Oliroti and some other people, the one I shared, maybe if my grandma were to be alive today, máa jókòó tí wọ́n lọ́rùn tí máa drag wọn dáadáa pé nǹkan báyìí lẹ ṣe fún mi, pé mo dẹ̀ máa ń sunkún gbogbo gbà. But speaking and talking about it really helps a lot, to the extent that I used one of her pictures tó wà lọ́wọ́ mi. Mo fi celebrate wọn ní few months ago. This woman at least no do wọ́n kọ́ mi ní bọ́n ṣe ń dáná and some other things. Pé wọ́n tiẹ̀ fi nǹkan sínú oúnjẹ fún mi kí n pa ìgbà yẹn, ibo náà ti fẹ́ ṣe fẹ́. Àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀ náà tún jẹ́ kí n ráṣìírí ṣẹlẹ̀ ń gbà yẹn. Okay. Orin wo tiẹ̀ ni wọ́n kọ́ ń jọ́nà lọ́nà mo rántí. Ìgbà ìrónúdé yára sí àìnípẹ̀kun, ọkọ kẹ́yìn ti dé, Kristi ń pe ẹlẹ́ṣẹ̀. Ọkọ kẹ́yìn ti dé, Kristi ń pe ẹlẹ́ṣẹ̀. Àwọn oníyèméjì wọ́n yóò gúnlẹ̀ ṣèbùté. Ẹ̀yin ṣẹlẹ̀, oṣó kò lè wọ́kọ̀ náà. Ṣé tẹ́ bá roṣó ṣe lè dúró? Àjẹ́ kò lè wọ́kọ̀ náà, wọ́n yóò gúnlẹ̀ ṣèbùté òfo. Àbí? Wọ́n máa ń kọrin yẹn dáadáa ń gbà yẹn. Ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tá a máa ń lọ níbi mọ́kànlá yẹn, but in all, it requires wisdom. If you realize that it is never going to work, the proximity, please, you can do whatever you want to do with and for them from a distance. From a distance, the world looks so. It is well. So, I think we've done enough today. Tomorrow, by God's grace, since Tima rested Dadalale, we'll be welcoming some more people to share. If I can encourage my sister to come and speak with us tomorrow concerning her experience, I would definitely see if we can open tomorrow's program with her story. It's a very pathetic, very strong one. I want to give her the platform to share with us so we can learn. But like we said, it requires wisdom. I would appreciate everybody on Facebook. Auntie Fatima Are Eshegamorowo, thank you so much for the gift. YouTube family, so many comments. Thank you so much. And everybody that's been with us today, Mo Samuel, Sister Ayo AK, Olasco, Oluyemisi Onobanjo. I know you're always very busy too, but thanks so much for always supporting ìbáṣe yóò wù ó yẹ ká sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn ètò yìí alọ́rọ̀ tá àti sọ. Sister Funsho Stella, tomorrow you can be ready to also share with us because I know that you have a lot of things to share with us too. And as we are saying all of these things, I think it will be helping our healing process. It's not going to be at once. It takes time. Yeah, but it is far better than bottling it up. Okay, it's better. It's far better than just having it. Me, I want to share my story. Should I give you 5 or 10 minutes? Ejeko Dollar. We'll have tomorrow from 6 p.m. Nigerian time. 6 exactly. We'll have as many people. So, boya online, we will not make it that I'm at time arawa. Even if it is maybe 10 minutes per person, we will try as much as possible so we can accommodate as many people as possible. Then after tomorrow, we'll know whether we're coming back to these parental issues or, this parenting stuff, on Sunday by God's grace. But let the healing begin because of our children. Ìwọ ọmọ young adults tẹ́ pé o pè ìyá àti bàbá látijọ́ ìtorí nǹkan tán ṣe. If you can please find it in your heart to let go. I will worship the Lord for He is worthy. You remember that song, Rejoice Africa. I will lay down my sword, the Prince of Peace is His name. King of the flood, the Lord is mighty. The Lord can quench the evil flames. Peace. Hello.
Hello.
Ẹ kálẹ́ sà.
Nọ́mbà yìí la máa ń lò láti get yín.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
Okay. Mo ti mọ̀ ń ṣe. Ìgbà lẹ máa ń show live. Tó mo wo program lálẹ́ àgbà mo ti join, mo ti subscribe, mo ti ń wo every.
Ní ọ̀la Saturday.
Ẹ máa ṣe new one. Ẹni ẹni máa ṣe kọ́ lágo 6.
Saturday ló máa jẹ́. Ṣẹ́yìn ti wọ Saturday lọ́dọ̀ yín bẹ̀ yẹn.
London ni mo wà.
Okay, so ẹ̀yin ti wọ on Saturday, so máa jẹ́ Saturday 6 p.m. Nigerian time.
Okay. So in life, Chelsea side máa ń ṣe live.
Weekend tí n bá ti wà off and any day of the week tí n bá ti wà off torí mò ń ṣiṣẹ́. So ìjọ́ tí n bá máa lọ síbi iṣẹ́ mi ní ṣe live torí 12 hours ni mò ń ṣe. Bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́ọ́ ọ̀la bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
Mo gbádùn program yìí o, ọ̀nà àrùn ìlọ́wọ́, I support 100% support. Àwọn church yẹn ó yẹ kán close gbogbo wọn down.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó ti di dandan. Nítorí ẹ̀ la ṣe fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní touch lórí family nsìn. Ṣé tí family bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wàpá, ìyàwó lẹ́gùn ò ní máa wá tí ò sọnù kiri. Àwọn ọmọ wa ò ní máa kó sọ́wọ́ wọn mọ́. Instead tó fi máa láwọn fẹ́ bá pastor sọ̀rọ̀, òbí máa wà available láti jẹ́ kí wọ́n gbọ́ ohun táwọn ọmọ yẹn fẹ́ sọ. So business wọn máa bàjẹ́ díẹ̀díẹ̀ láti ṣe Èdùmàrè. Ẹ ṣé sà.
Ọlọ́run àfi mi ṣe Túndé òdì fún àdúgbò tèmi ṣá.
All right, sà, mo ti rí orúkọ yẹn. Ẹ ṣé.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
All right, sà.
Ó dàrú.
All right, sà, ẹ ṣé sà. Yes. Yeah. Jehovah sees, Jehovah knows. Ṣé ẹ rántí orin yẹn? Ọ̀la kọ́ngbà yẹn a máa sun àwọn orin rèé. So anyways, Mo Samuel, mo rò pé a try lẹ́nìí. Ó tún dọ̀la nìyẹn láṣẹ Èdùà. Agbára Ọlọ́run. Bishop Andrew, ẹ̀yà ready lọ́la o, a fẹ́ gbọ́ story titi yín náà o. Ṣé gbọ́? Ìbá ṣe yóò wù ṣé kí n pè ní after the live nsìn. Thank you, Brother King. Mo Samuel, thank you so much. YouTube family, Olawale Oluwayemisi, thank you so much. Fumi Akin. My email address. Agbọ́lá lè kọ́ sí fún yín báyìí. Ṣé máa rí ṣá? DANIE dannyboy144@gmail.com. dannyboy144@gmail.com. Fúnmi Akin. Dannyboy, DANIBOY144@gmail.com. I know, Sister Lali Yemi said I be busy lataro. Sister Fumi Animasha, Sister Remi Uduala, thank you so much. My wonderful Aunt Fatima Aremu, brother Taiwo Laguju, thank you so much. I appreciate everyone of you. Thank you. Good night, be renewed. Thank you so much. Abby, Danny Boyko, Ani Danny Man. Kì í ṣe ẹni méjì o, ẹnìkan ni o. Mr. Olu. Thank you so much, Sister Debbie. Thank you. All right, till tomorrow.